with COVID-19. We currently are billed and invoiced for $1.6 million, Herbery, with the excess amount of waste that we picked up in the city of Memphis. Approving this resolution will allow us to move line item, the funding and line items that will allow us to meet the bill that will come due the 30th of June of $1 million. That is going, as part of that, that's going to put an additional $700,000 that will be billed in FY21. And this amount allows us to meet our obligations for FY20.
We have one person in the queue. Well, Director Marr, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does.
We have one person in the queue. Councilman Carlisle, you are.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Smiley. This is Chief Ford or Chief McGowan on the line?
I don't know if Chief Ford is on the line, but Chief McGowan had to step away. Maybe I can answer your question. Oh, she's on. Okay.
I'm on.
Hey, Chief Ford. So we've gone round and round. This is in the recitals. This is a expenditure that's due specifically to COVID-19. Why is the source of funds coming out of the operating budget, not CARES Act?
Well, we haven't presented that as a possibility for CARES Act reimbursement. And it was imperative that we move this quickly, and this seemed like the quickest way to get it done. We can always come back and ask for a replacement on this.
Very good. Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you. Is anyone else in the queue? It doesn't appear to be. It seems that all minds and hearts are clear. Can we call vote on this item?
Councilman Canali?
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle?
Yes.
Councilman Colvett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Ford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Jones?
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan?
Aye.
Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson?
Aye.
And Chairman Smiley.
Aye. This item passes. Item number 4, a resolution requesting the approval of the sale of city-owned vacant parcel in the amount of $1,650 located at 1534 Robin Hood Lane, parcel number 0508-086-0047, Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee. What district is this located in?
District 4.
District 4. Okay. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Second.
Is there anyone from the administration here to speak to this item? Ms. Massey?
Yes, sir. Again, we're requesting approval for the sale of this parcel, also to be placed in the multi-owned program.
Okay. Doesn't appear that anyone is in the queue. All hearts and minds are clear. Can we take a roll call vote on this item?
Yes, a motion was made by Councilman Swearingen, seconded by Carlisle. Councilman Canali?
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle?
Yes.
Councilman Colvett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Ford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Jones? Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson?
Aye.
And Chairman Smiley.
Aye. GO bonds from the Traffic Calming Devices Cover Line Project number EN 21200 to Speed Hump Installation Group 12, project number EN, I believe, 9 minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
Motion.
So moved. Second.
Is there anyone from the administration here to speak to this item?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, council members. This is Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. What is presented to you today is our FY21 allocation for our traffic calming device. Several weeks ago, we presented to council the speed hump program as a whole and the context related to administering that program. The intent of the allocation is to construct roughly 80 ready to construct speed humps in and around the city. So what we're asking for is to allocate the $1.7 million for the construction of those 80 locations.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it appears that no one's in the queue. All hearts and minds are clear. Can we take a vote on this item?
This motion was made by Councilman Warren and seconded by Councilman Canale. Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
and Chairman Smiley.
Aye, this item passes. Item number 6, I believe, yes, a resolution appropriating $500,000 in GO bonds to the LED traffic signal replacement project number EN 01096. There's a request for consent agenda and same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved. Canale.
Second, Swearingen.
All right, is there anyone from the administration here to speak to this item?
Yes, sir. Again, this is Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So this is our request for an appropriation of the $500,000 for upgrading all of our LED traffic signal heads. We've upgraded some of our traffic signals to a more energy efficient lighting. We initiated that roughly around 10 years ago. Some, if not majority of our LEDs are at their end of their life cycle. This will allow us to modify and upgrade some of those LEDs that have been gone out. With that said, take any question.
Okay, is there any, well, I don't see anyone in the queue. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. This item was moved by Canale, seconded by Swearingen. Brooke, can we take a vote on this item?
Councilman
hold on one
Canale.
second. Hold on one second, I'm sorry. I see something in the queue. Let me get through it. Appears that all approved speed humps on the list that was sent by engineering will be completed with the funds that is approved. Now can we take a vote on this item?
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Yes.
Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
and Chairman Smiley.
Aye, this item passes. Item number 7, a resolution for the approval of $6,500,000 from FY21 CIP budget, providing funding for street maintenance personnel, material, and supplies. There's a request for consent agenda and same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved, Canali.
Second, Warren.
Is there anyone from the administration to speak to this item?
Yes, Chairman Robert Connect. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may
Great,
proceed.
sir. You should have received a couple of items to go along with all the council members. And basically, this is the start of how we will prepare for our request for paving for FY21 dollars. As I mentioned in our budget presentations, we have a significant funding going towards paving. About $19.5 million out of our CIP will go towards this function. So one of the items you should have received is a list of all the streets we plan to pave in FY21 by district and by area. And then we also have a secondary report that I presented that kind of shows how those funds are allocated to the different districts and the percentage of streets that'll be covered with that funding source, and how that kind of compares to the other council districts. As you know, we have quite a bit of streets. As you may or may not know, we have over almost 6,800 lane miles. We have shrank a little bit with our de-annexation moves. But we still have a large infrastructure. So our goal is to pave, on a 25-year cycle. The funding this year gets us close. I calculated a 30-year cycle with the funding at 19.5. A lot of the work is going to be done in-house. So this request involves allocation of $6.5 million of the 19.5 to go solely towards street maintenance. It's in-house paving. We have our own asphalt plant in the city of Memphis. We have our own paving crews and equipment in the street maintenance operations. And those crews and those personnel that run the plant supply all the needs and asphalt that we use to pave city streets. So the goal is about 105 lane miles with this funding for the in-house paving operations. That will apply for the fiscal year. Funding kind of switches over between calendar year and fiscal year because we have to stop in the wintertime. We can't pave in the winter season. So this is like a funding that will allocate us to kind of continue the calendar 20-year paving, but also get us into 2021 until June of 2021 in terms of our paving operations. You'll have 2 other resolutions coming later in the next week or next council for the contracted paving. That'll be a supplement to this, but and overall, the city does plan about 216 lane miles across the city as part of the funding for FY21. And again, this is just the part that goes towards the in-house paving of street maintenance and its personnel and the running of the asphalt plant. So if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer those now.
Doesn't appear that anyone is in the queue. Seeing that all minds and hearts are clear, we'll take a vote on this item. It was moved by, I think, Canali, seconded by Warren. As long as my notes aren't messed up, can we take a vote?
Yes, sir. Councilman Canali,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Yes.
Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
and Chairman Smiley.
Aye, this item passes. Item number 8, discussion on the speed humps program. And I will preface before I ask for a motion in a second. Remember, we are behind schedule and I believe 10 is going to be long. So with that being said, can I get a motion in a second?
It's just a discussion item, Chairman Smiley.
I don't need a motion. Is there anyone to speak to this item?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. This is Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So a couple of weeks ago, the division presented the speed hump program as a whole to council. We provided context on how the program is actually administered. We also distributed our plan relative to the appropriation, which thank you very much for approving the 1.7 million on item number 5 that will allow for the division to move forward expeditiously with the actual construction of the 80 or closely 80 locations that we've identified as construction ready. So we were asked to present again during this committee to take any other questions, and we are here to answer.
Councilwoman Logan, I was getting ready to okay, Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you. I wanted to know, I know you did the presentation and went through it hurriedly, but I wanted to know, we allocated the 1.7 million for the ones that were in the queue. How will we move forward with this program once we get all of these constructed? Will it go back to the same 4-year wait on or backlog on them, or how are you planning to move forward?
So the way the current process is, we have those that have been ready for construction that are going on now. We do have a list of backlogs that are currently in the process of getting petitions. So once those petitions are acquired and funding are identified for those will come in line. And then there's also the next set that are currently under evaluation, whether that be traffic counts that warrant the actual installation of that or approval through our fire division. So for each of the steps, there are backlogs, and we will address those accordingly as they come.
I know you all presented options for how we could make it equitable in terms of how you decide on which district, and I wanted to know what came out of your discussions on that. How did you decide to move forward and making it equitable to all districts?
So,
Manny, why don't you let me take this real quick? This is Chief McGowan. So we have work to do on that. I would say you gave us the money to get through all the ones that are approved this year. We know that there's a desire on council to potentially have a split, an even split in the amount of dollars that go to each council district for speed programs. So I think we can get there. But there's an interim period that we're still working on where several people have already made the application. They're partway through the process. So I'd like to work with you all, and we'll bring something to you. We don't have that plan in stone yet, but we'll bring you something that gets us transitioned through those ones that are already applied for, and then to a program. I heard council clearly express that you would like to have something like the camera program or something like the parks program where we divvy it up amongst the council districts. And we're happy to work with you on that program. But there is that interim where we already have people who are already in the queue, and we're going to have to work through that so that we don't have people leapfrogging others in priority. But we're happy to work with you on that. We're very glad that we're going to get, the first hurdle was to get that big slug of ones that are already ready to be done to get out of the way. And so I think if you give us about 30 days or so, we could probably bring you a program that will get us, show you how we propose to move forward in the coming years. And then during this year, how we work through that interim period where we already have people in the queue, but others who want to join. If that's adequate for you. I don't have the firm answer or miracle cure for it today, but this is something we're going to have to work on.
Okay, great. So when you come back in 30 days, you'll have the interim program as well as a program on how to move forward and a start date or a target date for moving forward.
Well, we'll bring that to you for discussions. You guys can give us some feedback on that. And then again, we'll be working this year to put those other ones in place. We'll be taking applications and we'll work on all of those at the same time. So yes, we'll have the starting point of a conversation with you in 30 days. And so that we can get your feedback.
And when you come back, can you include the different types of speed humps or the different type of speed control things that you showed us last time, and how a community, if they're interested in some of those options, how those could be requested as opposed to speed hump.
We're happy to do that, ma'am. Thank you. Sorry, Manny, go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Jones?
Well, Ms. Issa Thomas was in before me, but I wanted to respond to Ms. McGowan's comment.
Okay, hold that thought, because you're absolutely right. Councilwoman Issa Thomas is in the queue prior to you. Councilwoman Issa Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo what Councilwoman Logan said, and thank you, Chief McGowan, for your response. You said 30 days. Can we go ahead and earmark that as a discussion item for the first August meeting, so that we can ensure that since we are taking care of everybody that's on the ready list, we can make sure that we start fresh and looking at priority as it goes with district safety and those other items that Councilwoman Logan put forth. But I thank you for saying that, and then we're ready to start that discussion. And I think August will be a good time to go ahead and let that be known. As I'm sure everybody on here gets a lot of requests about speed bumps and that process and how it can change. So thank you, Councilwoman Logan, for bringing it up. That's all.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We can be sure to have that added for the August meeting. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you. And thank you for the update, Chief. However, I just have to take issue with, if we're dealing with a situation where we're already talking about the inequitable distribution of resources, to have a response where we use the interim and things will still be done on an equal basis, those that have already received a disproportionate share of those resources will continue to have that same disproportionate share. So I think that in times like this, and you know, I understand, but part of the addressing of the interim part of it, but that does nothing to address what has been the past inequitable distribution of resources. So I would hope that before things are implemented and finalized, that, and I appreciate your willing to work with council on this, but I still have to address and emphasize it more, just continuing a system where we dump an equal amount on every single council district does not address the past inequities that have taken place. I think that we should have something that addresses those inequitable distributions, and then we can take it equally from that. Not to say that they have to all be caught up, but if we're looking at those are ones that are in the interim right now, and they're still disproportionate, I think we have to do something better as far as providing corrective measures.
Thank you for that, Councilman Jones. I'm not proposing that we continue the existing process, but I think we have to come to terms with the definitions. Council districts split neighborhoods, and so there may be neighborhoods that have a disproportionate amount of representation of speed humps, but they cross 2 council districts, and that would never be represented in the data. And so that's what my commitment to you is, to say, I'm going to get the ones done that we have in the queue that are approved today. The interim is, how are we going to work together to make sure that we get this done? And then the longer term is, you know, I started with what I heard from council. How do I make sure each council district gets a representative portion? But that interim part, I think, will largely be guided and shaped by how you all want to do that. We're just happy that we're able to make the investment this year a significantly higher investment, and I would expect that this council would want to continue to make that investment so we have more latitude to catch up in other areas. So we're happy to work with you. When I say we're happy to work with you, I'm not going to listen and then just implement. I'm serious when I say we're going to bring you back something for you to consider, because there will always be more demand than we can put down on the ground. And so let's figure out how we do that together in a way that we can all be proud of. And I'm happy to work.
All right. It doesn't appear that anyone's in the queue. Brooke, I want to make sure that there was, okay, Chase, Councilman Carlisle, I apologize for that. Councilman Carlisle, you recognize.
I had a quick question. I'm trying to, I guess maybe I need to take more time with the data, but it looks, I mean, there are council districts that receive less speed humps, but when you go to the requests that are in, and I guess this is for Director Balin, the request percentages almost match the installation percentages, and it almost matches the rejected percentages. It doesn't seem to be, there may be a couple speed humps here or there, and then it's almost 50-50 split between Super District 8 and 9. I mean, there are 8 speed humps off. I mean, do we think that deviation is disproportionate to the requests that are made? I'm generally asking. I mean, the data just seems to sit on top of each other to match the request to the installation, as well as the percentage of rejection. Only seems to be a few speed humps there here or there.
Councilman Carl, I understand exactly what you're saying. Yes, the number of requests and to the number of installations, that proportion and ratio is the same. I think what I heard from some council members was that there's potentially some lack of information. So maybe there were people that weren't aware of the program and therefore couldn't make the request. So I think I'm looking at a holistic approach. How do we make sure that our neighborhoods, our community development corporations, everybody has access to the program in an equal way so that we can get those requests put into place and put into action, and people don't have to wait 4 years for their request, or at least they get the answer quickly. So I agree, and that's why I said data is important, and how we collectively determine what data we're going to measure. But I do want to make sure if there's a gap in information that everybody has, that they're not just sitting back saying, gee, I wish somebody would do something about the traffic. They know what they can do, and we need to address that, I think.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Chief. I yield back, Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay. There is no one else in the queue. All right. So I also want to make sure, Ms. Hyman, are you still with me?
Yes.
Okay. Could you check and see if items 3, 5, and 7, were there requests made for same night minutes? If not, could we revisit one of those items if they're?
No, you can make the request for now and you did as you're reading the items off for them to have same
Oh, there
night
was
minutes.
okay, so there was a request for each one of them. I'll make sure I did read those. Okay, absolutely.
3.
All right.
You read them all.
Okay, absolutely. Okay. Item number 9, discussion on solid waste services. Is anyone here to speak to this item?
Director Lamar, City Solid Waste.
All right. You have the floor, Director Lamar.
Well, a couple of things I would like to make the council aware of. Over the past couple of weeks, Councilman Covette, myself, and my deputy director, we've had 3 meetings with Waste Pro to discuss their remedy for the lack of service out in Area E. One of the countermeasures that was put in place, Waste Pro, is that we've added a total of 10 additional crews out to the Cordova area. That gave us a total of 26 crews we have working out there on a daily basis, plus an additional 2 mist trucks that they have. One of the other measures is that we have a contractor that we've embedded inside of Waste Pro's operation. He is the liaison between Waste Pro and City of Memphis Solid Waste. He is doing a deep dive into their operation methodology that is going to help us better understand their operation and come up with a remedy to fix the service delays that we have. The primary benchmark that we have right now from the last meeting was that we have a 20-day or 4-week period in which we are working with Waste Pro to get the cart service back on the schedule. Right now, I recognize we had the issues, cart service or 311 calls being closed prior to the service being provided. We are working with that. Part of that is an internal issue that we have with 311 and the way we put those calls into the system. It allows for the redundancy of the call, causes the system to automatically close once we register additional calls at the same address. We will have 311 calls that that report missed garbage, missed recycling outside the cart. What will end up happening is whatever call came in first, if the first call is a missed garbage, we're gonna have a missed recycling, a missed bulk waste. Those calls will automatically be closed by the system. And some of the other calls were scheduled, were marked scheduled collection. Scheduled collection. So we're working with Waste Pro on those, and we have a solid waste coordinator that is working in those areas so we can get real-time feedback of the areas in which or the subdivisions and streets and so forth that we had slow, missed, or partial service on those areas. So we've speeded up the transition of information from Waste Pro back to the city of Memphis so that we can help them address those issues. Subject to any questions you all may have of me, that concludes my initial brief.
Okay, it appears that Councilwoman Logan is in the queue. Councilwoman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to know how much we are spending to shore up the Waste Pro contract. How much of our dollars are going into supporting them in their operations, as well as having other contractors to support the contract, and any other dollars that we're putting into supporting that contractor?
Well, the additional contractor, as I've said earlier, we've already been billed $1.6 million, and that's since March through now. That amount is with Herbery. Herbery, we currently have them working in areas B, C, and E. So if we're actually looking at distribution at 1.6, is being divided 3 ways to help us deal with the excessive waste. As far as people allocated from the city of Memphis, we have one solid waste employee, which is acting as a coordinator in that area to speed that information up. And we have a liaison that is a contractor liaison that is embedded in operation. That is the extent of what we have invested into Waste Pro, working with them in order to solve these lapses in service.
So would you please send me the exact amount of how much money we're spending, and whether it's personnel or extra trucks, our trucks going behind them, or people working with their staff? You could get that, send me the exact on that.
Yes, ma'am. And you want that year to date through today, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you have that before close of business today.
Also, I wanted to just kind of get some feedback on how we plan to move forward. We've had inland, from my understanding, the city, based on what you said, the city is divided up into area A, B, C, D, and E, Cordova being E. And all of the areas except Cordova are handled by solid waste management. Cordova is the only area handled by Waste Pro. Initially, we had inland. They didn't work out. Now we have Waste Pro, and they're not working out. How do we plan to service our residents, our citizens who are paying the exact same taxes for these services, and they're not receiving them? I got a call today concerning the trash not being picked up, and the service interruptions, and just dissatisfied citizens. So I want to know how we plan to move forward, because as it stands right now, Waste Pro is not serving them as well. It was the city's decision to name Cordova as Area E, and I feel that they are being charged for service that they're not getting, and their citizens paying taxes as well. So it's up to us to decide on how we're going to serve the citizens in Cordova whether we call them area A, B, C, D, or E. And I'd like to know how we plan to move forward in including them, including area E or the citizens in Cordova being serviced at the same level of excellence or service delivery that the rest of the citizens in Memphis are being served.
Well, it's a couple of things that's going on here. Right now, we admit that there's a lag in service that is going on in Area E. Right now, given the environment that we're in, the COVID-19, we've had significant delays in outside the cart service. The additional contractor that we have, that contractor is working both City of Memphis proper, A, B, C, and D, and Area E. Okay, moving forward, our hope is that through working with Waste Pro and pulling apart the operational methodologies that we're going to be able to work Waste Pro and bring that level of service online with what we have in the rest of the city of Memphis. The big picture now is that we have a contract with Waste Pro. We are looking at options that we have with whether or not to continue this relationship or not. But that's a lot of that is based on us working with Waste Pro to improve the service. The 20-day period that we're in, the 4-week period that we're in, we have seen several gains in level of service. Keep in mind also that we have an SLA process, so that what we're doing is getting our service back in line with the rest of the city of Memphis. If there is a miss in the city of Memphis, once that miss is called into 311, we have a 48-hour period to make sure that we collect that's garbage that recycle and outside the cart. Outside the cart, given the delay we have, is not so much practical now, but we're making a lot of headway in doing so. So I am hopeful, given the amount of effort that we're putting in with Waste Pro, is that we're going to bring that service in the Cordova area E, back online with the rest of the city of Memphis, and we should have significant gains by the end of June, going into July, with expectations that when we start looking at the outside the cart, that service will be able to come online and on time during the month of July.
All right. It appears that
I'm sorry, I
Councilman-
wasn't done. I was still talking.
Okay.
So it appears that you're saying that at the end of June, beginning of July, that Cordova will receive the level of service that they are paying for?
Yes, ma'am. That's the outcome. That's the outcome that we're looking for. We are hopeful that we're going to have Cordova back online by Friday with garbage and recycle, and that will give us another 2 weeks to evaluate the service, ensure that it remains online through the end of June, with the month of July being that time period we would dedicate toward making sure we're caught up in outside the cart service.
So until then, we need to look at some type of discount or a refund for citizens that are not being serviced. They've gone, and this has gone on even prior to COVID-19. I don't want to see citizens being charged for services that we know they're not getting.
This is Chief McGowan. Let me address that, please. Again, I think we've conveyed this in a letter to you, Councilwoman. The service has been delivered. The problem is it's not been delivered on time. It's sometimes 2 days late, sometimes a week late, but what we're paying for is for the personnel, the trucks, the equipment to take the trash to the dump and paid for the tipping fee. So we understand the inconvenience. We've had this happen in other areas of the city, In the past, we have not afforded people in other areas of the city a discount for the same kinds of disruption in service, because eventually it was picked up and taken. It is unacceptable that it is late. They should expect to have their trash picked up on the assigned day, and they should expect it to be cart to be put back on the curb and everything cleared from the curb. You were just talking about finances, and I want to say that the contractors were providing, remember, we've assessed liquidated damages, which means we have not paid Waste Pro what they have invoiced us for. So we're using that as a resource to make sure that we're not having to pay any more money to service that area. So, and I do want to say also, it's not just Cordova, there are parts of Hickory Hill that are also serviced by this. So areas in the eastern part of our city that are served by Waste Pro. So I understand the desire to provide a discount. I guess I understand the rationale, but we are paying for that waste to be taken to the landfill, so incurring a cost. It's not as if it's a cost avoided, because eventually we do pay for it to be disposed of. So I guess now we have to monetize time, if that's what you're desiring to do.
Well, it's my understanding that we are not paying them. We're seeing a savings by not paying them, and I think the customer should take on that savings as well, because they're having to, some of their trash is not being picked up for 3 months for 3 weeks to a month. I have a list of emails that reflect that, but we have to change the way we're thinking about that area, because these are citizens of Memphis. They're not Area E. And I think I heard Director Lamar say that they're going to be brought online like Memphis City proper, but these citizens are citizens of Memphis, and they are not receiving the service that the rest of the citizens are, and we have to fix that. Or else we're going to have to reduce their rate during this time, or some type of discount for the services that they're not getting. But I appreciate the email that you sent me, but it still didn't show how we're going to fix that problem.
All right, are you done, Councilwoman Logan?
Yes, with the discussion, and this gives me the information that I need to go to the next level.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Canale, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief McGowan answered my question about the liquidated damages that we had assessed to Waste Pro. I just want to say thank you to Director Lamar and to Philip Davis for all their hard work that they've put into this to rectify this problem. And know that Councilwoman Logan, you and Councilman Colvette have full support of your super district councilman in 9, Carlisle, Warren, and myself. And we'll get this right. So just bear with us, and we promise that we'll, working together, we'll figure this out together. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. My question was to something that was said when Councilwoman Logan and Director Lamar were speaking. Correct me if I'm wrong, Director Lamar. You said that when a customer in Area E, otherwise known as Cordova, puts in a 311 request, you all have 48 hours to respond to that issue of trash or recycling not picked up.
Ma'am, that's our benchmark. Yes, ma'am, that's our benchmark across the city. Any missed service requests that we have is 48 hours.
Okay, now is this set to your division, or is that a 311 thing? Because I've never heard of the time span of 48 hours. Usually when things are reported for a 311, they say something about 2 to 3 weeks or 14 or so days. So I'm just trying to see how can everything else on 311 get on that same time span y'all have, because I think that'll be better for the rest of our constituents in the city.
Well, that's internal to solid waste. That was rolled out as a part of the service delivery model. And that's a standard we've been adhering to. The lapses in service that we have experienced and has gotten the service behind, those are the points in which 311 would go in and say, we are currently X number of days behind, but we are working with those pieces. But our benchmark for success is 48 hours on a missed call.
And is that including outside of the cart and yard debris, or is that just inside the recycling and the trash receptacle?
No, ma'am, that include all our core service, garbage, recycle, and outside the cart.
Is that yard debris as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good to know. Thank you, Director Lamar.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Issa Thomas, are you done?
Yes, I yield back to you, Chair. I'm done.
I don't want to cut you off. Councilman Carlisle, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. So I guess the simple thing for me is I've read this document, the contract and the RFP back in January, and I'm going through it again really quickly. We need a self-help clause. Ultimately, withholding payment from a company as large as Waste Pro is insignificant. The value to their company is the forward multiple on the secured revenue through the contract they have with us. So these are small blips in the radar when we withhold our payments to them, even if they are liquidated damages. It's not enough of an inducement. The one thing that I will say is I don't understand how a private waste company operates in a residential neighborhood, so to speak, meaning I got it if I've got a direct contract and I'm a commercial user like a fast food restaurant. But what is the key difference? So I'll have a couple questions. One is Director Lamar. Tell me the key difference of why there seemingly continue to be service issues with Waste Pro versus our city employees. Is it that they will only stay out a certain number of hours a day, and if they don't get to it, they don't get to it? Is it tonnage? Why are there as many service issues versus our city employees?
Well, it's two factors. Their operational methodology. They are primarily using ASL, which is the automated sidearm vehicles. The automated sidearm vehicles require them to put an additional vehicle down the street. On a week in the city of Memphis, we put on 3 vehicles down every city street. In Area E, because they use those ASL vehicles, they have to put four vehicles down the street. We have held discussions with Waste Pro, and they're in the midst of converting their fleet over from ASL to rear loaders, which will better allow them to service the Cordova area without the requirement to put an additional vehicle down any given street on a buck week. In city of Memphis, on a non-buck week, we put 2 vehicles down a street, down every given street. Waste Pro on their non-buck week, they have put 3. So the ASLs tend to be a liability in this environment because we handle everything outside the cart. The smaller piles that they have, an ASL is 1 man, 1 vehicle, and they pick up by automation. They do not have the person until they send that additional truck down the street to get out and pick up those smaller piles, which becomes labor intensive. For the city of Memphis, we don't have that because all our vehicles are outfitted with crew chief and 2 crew persons, so we're able to grab those small piles, thus clearing an entire street or area with first pass.
Okay, I think I get it. I think basically what I hear is we've got a contract that saves the city money on salary, benefits, et cetera, but the issue is that their margin is that they run a leaner labor model, and so the service to our citizens is the issue there. And I don't think that in our current agreement, or clearly it seems to me, and I could be wrong, and so I'm with Councilwoman Logan. We're gonna have to have some more robust discussion about this because the inducement to have them meet their service, the service requirements that we expected when we entered in this contract aren't there. And so if we're having, and this is what I would call it, means self-help in contract law, but the city needs the right to help itself provide the service that we need and bill that back to our counterpart in that contract. And I didn't see a self-help clause in there. It's just the liquidated damages and or withholding payments. But I think we need to reach out. They're going to say no, but I think we're going to need to reach out to our partners and talk about some sort of self-help provision, because the city certainly shouldn't have a contract with them and then be paying for additional support services and not bill it back to Waste Pro. And I just go back to the breadth of their company. I don't know what the withholdings or the contract is on a monthly basis, but my guess is a company that large with that kind of market cap, it's not enough to really induce them to move. And so I know we got a lot of other things to discuss, but we're going to need to circle back to this one. So I yield back, Chair.
All right, thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Logan, you are recognized.
I just want to make sure, thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that Director Lamar and Chief McGowan know that the request that I was making is to bring back or to send me how much we're spending. And from my understanding, based on the dialogue that we've had offline, is that we've hired a contractor to help with that, with this contract. We've also hired a person to serve as a consultant for their operations, the people that we're contracting. And thirdly, we send some of our trucks to follow behind them and pick up the things that they don't miss. So those three things should be included in the cost that we're spending for this particular contract. And we've also increased the rates for the better service delivery, and they're paying, the people in Cordova are paying the rates that we increased last year and are still not getting the service. So include all of that in what you're sending.
Will do.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Logan, are you finished? All right, this concludes this discussion item. We're on to item number 10, which is, you should also receive it as an addendum. Let me pull it up. Item number 10, discussion regarding contract number 36327 with Flight Memphis for ramp agreement and valet parking spaces. So it was my intent to simply introduce a resolution calling for requesting that the mayor hold any contract, as I understand it, that is up to be signed sometime this month until there's some type of resolution related to allegations regarding discrimination. But I do not believe that I can simply do that in light of a tweet that was sent out. And I want to read the tweet before I go into my remarks. The tweet was from, I believe, a tweet or a statement from the Chief of Communications Officer, Ursula Madden. Without knowing all the facts of the situation, it would be irresponsible to make a decision based solely off a rumor on social media. Sole contracting authority rests with the mayor per city charter. However, the council is free to make recommendations whenever they feel prudent. I am deeply troubled by that statement for several reasons. One, it's tone deaf. Two, the majority of the statement is factually inaccurate, except for the fact that the mayor has sole contracting authority. And three, it's akin to dismissing the plight of a community that has been neglected for far too long. But I will entertain this statement and just address it issue by issue. The first, a rumor. A rumor is something stated by one person, but in my line of profession as an attorney, a rumor that is subsequently verified by multiple parties becomes circumstantial evidence. And in my profession, circumstantial evidence is good to find, is sufficient enough to prove the statement or the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Is sufficient enough to prove preponderance of the evidence. is sufficient enough for a police officer to arrest you. So I don't think we're talking about a rumor here. I think we're talking about something much more credible, because it was not simply a person to make a statement. It was former employees. It was former managers. It was former elected officials. It was people who live in this community who have an impeccable moral standing, reputation in our community. So it's not simply someone making a statement. It's people who time after time have gone to a place and have been turned around or sent upstairs. It sounds to me that these people are essentially sent to the back of the bus. I think this council is of the opinion that that should not be the case. So we're not talking about a rumor anymore. We're talking about circumstantial evidence. And then a second thing I want to address, irresponsible. What I would say is irresponsible. It's irresponsible for us to willfully enter into a contract with an organization with allegations that are so serious and so egregious. I think it's irresponsible for us to dismiss people who have been complaining, people who have been protesting. I think it's irresponsible for us to do anything but simply hold a contract in advance. We're not saying we're going to never do business with this entity. We're saying we're going to hold this contract until we have some clarity on what happens going forward. And the last thing I will say, because I do find that statement disrespectful to a lot of people who have been sending emails, posting on social media. The last thing I will say, if no one on the city administration will hear you, this councilman will hear you. I believe that this council will hear you. This council hears your pleas. This council hears your request for us to take immediate action. I don't think this is a situation where we should take lightly. I think this is a situation where this body has the ability to make a sound statement that we support people, that this is a community that it welcomes everyone. And if any entity, if any business willfully discriminates, creates policy that has a disparate impact on people of color, then we will stand against it. We will not contract with you. And, to a great extent, that you are no longer welcome in this community. We do not tolerate racism. We do not tolerate policy that discriminates against Black and brown people, policies that discriminate against LGBT community. We do not tolerate these policies. And with that, I will read the resolution. Resolution requesting the administration to hold all contracts with Flight LLC in abeyance pending an internal review regarding allegations of discriminatory practices. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council requests that the administration to hold all contracts with Flight Memphis LLC in abeyance pending an internal review regarding allegations of discriminatory practices. Therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council requests that the administration to consider and look into these allegations before executing or extending contracts with Flight Memphis LLC. And with that, I turn it over. Can we get a motion on the resolution?
Motion, Easter Thomas.
Second, Swearengin.
Is there any discussion on this item?
I'm in the queue.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to echo just all the sentiments that you put out, and just as this is a subtle yet important reminder of the work we still have to do in our city and amongst our communities, even though where we think prosperity may be and prejudice may be not. I also agree with you in saying that 1 or 2 or 3 accounts or emails or other voices should not be disregarded as untrue or ineffective or us being unwilling to listen to them. So I just want to say thank you for letting me co-sponsor this. Hopefully that this will pass through and be a message to the administration, the economic businesses in our city of Memphis, and the citizens that we won't stand for racial prejudice and segregation or anything of the such going on in our city, and especially being able to involve themselves in city contracts. So I stand in support of you. Thank you for letting me co-sponsor it, and I echo all of your sentiments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Morgan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Smiley. I'll be honest, I'm not very familiar with the specifics of the accusations that have been made at Flight. I know I've seen a few articles about protests that have been ongoing, but I'm not on Twitter, I'm not on Facebook anymore. And so I feel in a bit, is there an ongoing investigation right now that's not internal? Is there anybody looking into it, a court?
No.
Is there, okay.
Okay, so
are we looking to do an investigation?
Okay.
Because there's certainly, I wouldn't call them rumors, but there's certainly been accusations and multiple of them. And I feel like the way it's going to be perceived if we vote on this resolution, it's going to be perceived that a yes vote is guilty, that a no vote is innocent. And I'm not standing up for Flight because, in fact, I've got no idea what's going on. And that's not an excuse to put my head in the sand and not find out. It's just a statement that right now accusations have been made, and that may amount to, as you said, circumstantial evidence, which would be enough for preponderance of evidence. But at the moment, I probably would just want to hear a little bit of the case before going on record with a vote. This is a very hot button issue. This is going to be reported on, and I don't want to get ahead of the information or evidence with what is going to be deemed as a verdict, which is not fair, but that's the way it's going to be looked at when this vote goes out. So if we can get some more information, or if I can get some more information, I'd be happy to weigh in, but until then, probably just going to abstain. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Councilman Morgan, if I may respond briefly. So the resolution does not state specifically that Flight Memphis LLC were discriminating against anyone. What the resolution calls for is for Flight to do what they said they were going to do, which was complete a internal investigation about the allegations that were made. And it's been several, from employees to elected officials to, the everyday citizen. And what we're simply saying is the contract is up. The contract is set to be signed. What we're simply saying is until Flight goes to their internal investigation, we were requesting that the mayor not sign the contract. And Flight will report back. I believe that I don't have any reason not to take them at their word. They said they're going to conduct an investigation and determine what happened, determine, if there's any validity to the statements. But I will tell you this, where there's smoke, and here it appears to be more than smoke. It appears to be a fire. And I believe that they're going to come out with some type of diversity training, which they already have pledged to do. They also indicated that they're going to figure out what's wrong here. And all we're simply asking is the administration to push the pause button. We're not saying never sign a contract with Flight. We're saying push the pause button because it matters. It matters to people. And I don't think we can bury our hand in the sand on these type of issues. And you talk about what's going on. I can tell you this. From a former manager of the company, this individual was told that when people who look like me, look like some of your colleagues on this council, look like some of the former council people that you served with, would enter into a restaurant without using their title or name, they were sent upstairs. I can tell you this, a former manager, when he invited his friend to apply for a job as a waiter, was told that his friend would not be hired. And if you ever bring someone back like that, you will be fired. I can tell you this, that another individual who works very closely with this body, that one of the owners or managers called the police on them for simply parking. What I can tell you is that it's been a repeated repeated allegations, and everyone is saying the same thing. All I'm asking that this body does today is to ask the mayor to hold on. And as Chief Madden stated, contracting authority does not lie with this body. Contracting authority lies with the mayor, and what this body needs to do is send a strong message to the mayor that we would like for him to push pause on signing a contract with a restaurant that has been accused of intentionally discriminating against a people that makes up the majority of the city. I know that some of you may have other aspirations seeking office, but it would be a slap in the face to the people that you allege that you want to represent to do anything but vote in the affirmative. Okay, I'm off my soapbox right now.
Councilman Smiley, and I have a church member who is a TV celebrity. She was terribly harassed at Flight and was asked to be dismissed because of her color. They didn't know who she was, but I just wanted to shed that light as well.
And thank you for bringing that up. I received a message today from someone who works for the MPD, a young lady. She went into the restaurant, and if I would disclose her name, everyone would say that she's extremely upstanding person. She went into the restaurant today. This day she decided to wear her hair in an afro, and she was told that there was no seating. I would tell you this, that someone that works closely with this office went into attempted to book a party there and was told that there was no room. I'm trying to come off as tactful, as respectful as possible, but what I can say is this: an abstention or a no vote, you're telling me that Black lives don't matter. You're telling me that we're okay with discriminating against people that have been subjected to so much. You're telling me, and you're telling the people of Memphis, that you could care less about their pain and their plight. Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Swearinger. I believe Dr. Jeff Warren's in the queue.
Thank you, Chairman. I read your resolution.
Excuse me, 1 second. At 12:12, at 2:12, Morgan was in the queue. I was the next person at 2:13 after that.
I'm sorry. I'm bothered by the allegations that are being made, and bothered by the statement that was put out regarding this resolution. So I apologize for that, Councilman Jones. Councilman Jones, you are recognized, and Dr. Warren, we'll be right with you shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Smiley. I signed on to this resolution because I've been to Flight within the past year only one time for dinner. But and this is anecdotal, just me. I can't sit here and tell you I can recall whether or not, and some of the accusations, Mr. Morgan, the accusations are when Black customers come into Flight Restaurant, they are seated upstairs. They, according to this post that was made on social media, the Black customers are not are seated upstairs, and there's an unspoken rule within the restaurant not to sit them by the window so that other customers walking by can see that they have Black customers. So I can't sit here and tell you that I paid attention to whether there was available seating in the downstairs area or by the window. But I can say with the one time that I've been to Flight within the past 12 months, I was seated upstairs. And so, to find that personal incident with accusations from someone who was formerly employed there to be similar, and then other conjectures of that taking place, I find that to be more than just coincidental. So as I said, I'm signing on this because I will not sit here and say that I was set upstairs because I was Black. And I do not recall whether or not that there were other seats available downstairs. But I can say that the one time that I've been there within the past month, I was seated upstairs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Michael Easter Thomas, you're in the queue. You're recognized.
Warren, Logan, and Carlisle were
Marlo.
before me. So I yield to those three.
Okay,
And
Dr.
Councilman Morgan was also at the top of the queue with Councilman Jones.
Oh, well, add those four first. Then.
Councilman Morgan, you're recognized.
He's already spoken once, right?
Okay, I thought he's already spoken.
Yeah, that was. So he had spoken, and then it was me.
My apologies.
It'll be Dr. Warren.
Yeah, well, no, if Swearengin has spoken. Swearengin was in at 2:15. Easter Thomas was in at 2:15, and then Warren was in at 2:15 as well.
Yeah, Councilwoman Swearengin has spoken to this issue. She also would like to be added as a co-sponsor along with us. Let's see. Okay, it's Dr. Warren. It's up to you, Doctor.
Yeah, I was saying I read the resolution, and although and I understand what Councilman Morgan was saying about not knowing what the story is and how sometimes this is, if we vote for this, we'll be saying they're guilty. I don't think the resolution says that. I think the resolution says, hey, there's an internal investigation going on. There is, a lot of circumstantial evidence here that's been out in the community, and we're asking the administration to please wait for that internal investigation and report before you sign a long-term city contract. In my mind, it's a no-brainer. That's what we should be doing, and we should be doing because we're not accusing someone of doing something. We're saying we recognize they're doing their own internal investigation, and we recommend until that's done, we don't sign a city contract. I think that's a reasonable thing to do, and I'll be backing the resolution.
Thank you, Dr. Council, comments. Did you take yourself out?
Did Councilwoman Logan and Carlisle need to be in the queue?
They're under you after your remark that you were saying, and thanks. So.
No, I put it in. I rescinded it, and then I put it in after Logan and Carlisle.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so Councilwoman Logan.
Try to be fair.
You're recognized.
I just wanted to echo that I am in support of your resolution. I appreciate you putting it in because, as Councilman Warren said, it's not an indictment. It's asking us not to spend taxpayer dollars in an establishment that will be discriminatory. You want us to just wait and find out if that's the case. And I think that's only fair that we do to our constituents and to the city of Memphis as well. We don't want to be a city that is seen that way. And I agree that we need to put a pause on that business and any business that there's circumstantial evidence or under allegation, because this is taxpayer dollars that we're going to be spending. And if we need somewhere to spend those dollars, there are a number of really nice African-American restaurants that we could be, as a body, we could be supporting. And we need to make sure that as we are contracting with these organizations, that we have actually surveyed the city to diversify those contracts and make sure we're spending them with African Americans as well. So while that is going on, while the investigation is going on, if we need to find some others, there are some nice African American restaurants. We don't, and I want to be added to this resolution as well. I think it is needed, much needed.
Okay, thank you. Chief McGowan, you have a point of clarity. Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention, Councilwoman Logan, this is a ramping agreement. They actually pay us. So what this contract is reserving several parking spaces. They pay us for the parking spaces to be able to valet park their cars there. I just wanted people to understand this isn't a contract we're giving them. They're paying us. So not saying one way or the other with respect to the resolution, just the facts on the contract.
Yes, so simply we allow Flight Memphis LLC, along with several other businesses, give them the ability to use city-owned streets for parking, for seating, and for valet. And essentially what this resolution would do would, hold that, wouldn't give them permission. It was saying let them complete their process to figure out what's going on with their entity, and making sure that the practices and the policies that they have implemented is inclusive of everyone.
Thank you for that.
Yes. So can we be sure to get Councilwoman Logan added as a co-sponsor on this? Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm glad we pointed that out. I wanted to make the difference. We've done that, I think, in a few other places downtown where it's, and in Midtown, I think, where it's really high density. Second Line and Iris in Midtown have a similar agreement. I think it's 3 or 4 spaces. One thing I did want to point out, I know the contract, this may not change anybody's mind, but I just, for what it's worth, the contract, I think, is directly with Flight, but it's really a separate company called Southern Ballet that generates the business. I just, for what it's worth, it's not really Flight that operates that business, or I think takes in that income. And the people that run, the employees that run the valet and make tips and wages for summer jobs are a totally separate company. So they probably employ 4 or 5 people on a weekend night. It's a completely separate business, but for what that's worth, I just, worth noting.
Is there?
Go ahead, please.
I was about to say, Councilman Carlisle, is it a friendly amendment?
Well, no, I mean, I think, look, I want to stand with you on this. There's a lot going on here. I mean, the one thing that always makes me nervous when we go down this road, and not the fact that, I believe Black Lives Matter. I absolutely do. And I think there's a lot more that we can do to address these things. And I want to stand with my colleagues as we work through a lot of issues that have been around for a long time. What I was going to ask you, and what I get nervous on, and I know courts can do this, right? You go and ask for a temporary injunction, right? For due process. I just want to be very careful that we don't go down a road where it doesn't seem like I don't know this group that well. I've met the owner once. I've met the manager one time, but I don't know them. So I like Councilman Morgan, I'm not going to go one way or the other. I just want due process to take its course and make sure that we don't set a precedent. I mean, am I making sense here? Help me out.
Yes. So what I would tell you in response to that is, by proposing this resolution, by signing onto this resolution, by voting in the affirmative of this resolution, we're not impeding any process. We're not infringing upon any due process. The mayor, the administration, has the authority to sign the contract or not. All we're asking the mayor to do is just hold the contract another day. The president can exercise a pocket veto. The president can just hold on to something. So can the administration. All we're asking the administration is to hold their contract. Don't put your signature on it until they come back. And it appears to be, I just got a text message that Flight made an announcement that they're going to do something else. All we want them to do is to complete the process, to make sure that the practices are inclusive. This is not an indictment to the organization. What we're saying is, we don't know, we don't have all the facts, but we do know there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. There's a lot of statements and being made about the practices of this entity. It's not an indictment whatsoever. And I don't think if we were in the court of law, this resolution wouldn't prove anything. It wouldn't prove that they discriminated against, or it wouldn't prove that they did not. It would be actually irrelevant. Am I making sense? It'll be irrelevant.
Yes, sir.
Because it doesn't say anything. There's no indictment here.
I will add one thing to those that are listening and those that are paying attention. And there's an attorney on the body who probably practices in this law area, but a safe workplace, a safe place to go and eat, enjoy a meal or fellowship is critically important to the fabric of a community, and that shouldn't be lost in this. And if you've been wronged, or you feel like there were unfair employment practices, I hope that you take appropriate actions and reach
Absolutely.
out through the appropriate channels, whether it's the EEOC or a court of competent jurisdiction. I do agree with my colleagues. We as a community can't stand for this these things to go on. This is not the day of our father's father. We need to be better. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. I believe, let's see, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I'm so sorry. I see your hand moving back and forth. You recognize.
Thank you, Chair. I know I yielded to everybody else and get on down in the list. I just want to say that I'm enlightened by other council people who have, are sharing the sentiments you're expressing in this resolution, and also the additional ones who have signed on as co-sponsor. I think that, as you said, and as Chief McGowan made clarity of, this is money that we're receiving. Change if you think about our full budget. However, I think it still sends a strong message that we don't want to give money or receive money that is tainted by discrimination, prejudice, and racial epithets. Also, I will just say that I hope we can keep this same Black Lives Matter energy when it does not only concern small restaurants and small businesses, but also policy and reform and other accountability that we're looking at in our day-to-day decisions that we make on council. Black Lives Matter not only downtown, but they matter in North Memphis, South Memphis, and districts 1 through 7, to District 8 and 9, in every parcel of life. Also, it was said that Southern Valet is the people who are on the contracts. So my friendly amendment would be to add that business on there, if that's who we have the contract with, and if that's the middleman mediator, then we don't want to leave anyone out of accountability. We want to make sure that everyone is on the same page as to what we're looking for in Memphis. I ask that you add that amendment, motion that you add that friendly amendment, and if no one objects, I say we go ahead and call for a vote on this.
Yes, Councilman Jones, you have something to say?
I just have an objection. I just have an objection to adding another business, because the other business, as Mr. Carlisle indicated, they are just in the business of parking the cars for customers. And so it's not necessarily them that says, even if I valet my car that day, they didn't say to Martavius Jones, you're going upstairs to sit. So I think that those.
So what the resolution says, would that still be okay?
Yes, I think the way that Mrs. Smiley has drafted this resolution accomplishes what we're trying to do without necessarily bringing in, I would say, unintended non-parties.
I just want to make sure we don't leave anybody out.
Oh yeah, if I thought they need to be left included in there, I would have included them. I don't think this organization needs that.
So
Okay,
I'll
retake that friendly amendment.
Okay, so I would go to, so I would go to Chief McGowan real quick, and then Chief McGowan, you're with us?
Yes, just to clarify, that the contract is with Flight LLC. Southern Valet is their selected valet operator, but they are also a valet operator for many of the other restaurants throughout Memphis. They just happen to be listed as the valet operator as a requirement of the contract. So the contract is exclusively with Flight LLC.
Okay, thank you, Chief McGowan. We need to push. I've got word that we're much over. I would ask that this also be added with same 9 minutes as well. And I guess, Ms. Hyman, are we ready to vote?
Yes, the motion was made by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, seconded by Councilman Jones. Councilman Canale?
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle?
Yes.
Councilman Colvett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Ford? Yes. Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Jones?
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan?
Aye.
Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson?
Aye.
And Chair Smiley?
Yes, and to my colleagues, you did the people, the city of Memphis proud today. Thank you.
I believe that's the last item on
Yes.
the committee agenda.
That's the last item in the Public Works, Solid Waste, and Transportation General Service Committee. As such, this committee is adjourned.
This conference is no longer being recorded. This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you very much, Brooke. Today is June 16th, 2020. All day, this is the Planning and Zoning Committee, the Memphis City Council. Call to order. Let's get a roll call, please.
Councilman Warren.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilman Colvette.
And I'm here. All right, we have a
I'm sorry,
quorum.
and Councilwoman Easter Thomas is also here.
Oh, okay, I apologize. All right,
Present.
colleagues. All right, we have one item in front of us. It's a resolution requiring community meetings prior to hearings before the Land Use Control Board. It's in addition to the consent agenda, and same night minutes are requested, although that may be changed. Council Lady Johnson, you are bringing this forward. Would you like to move it? And I'll get a second and then share with us what you got in mind.
Okay, I move it.
Second.
Do
Warren.
I have a second? I have a second from Easter Thomas. Council Lady Johnson, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. Appreciate that. Recently, it was brought to my attention that in lieu of the COVID-19 virus, that the required community meetings before the Land Use Control Board were not always being held. Therefore, this resolution is being lifted to enforce UDC section 9.3.2 and to ensure that our citizens are given the opportunity to voice their concerns involving projects in their community regarding zoning requests, special use permit, plan, and amended outline plans and new subdivisions. I don't know if you're aware or not, but in lieu of the situation we're in, a lot of times the individual, when they go before the Land Use Control Board, they're only given 10 minutes for opposition. You may have 20 people who want to speak, but they're only given 10 minutes, and that's really not enough time. And these community meetings are very vital and important for them to get their views discussed in front of the developers. But while I was working on this resolution, it was brought to my attention that there may be a legal issue that would have to be addressed in order to enforce this resolution. So before I go any further, I would like for Attorney Wade to come on, if he's still with us, and to explain what possible legal issues we might be addressing in this process.
Absolutely. Councilor Wade, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Please share.
I'm not aware of any legal issues that prohibit us from going forward with this, and I would urge you to go forward with it today.
You're watching that?
Excuse me? Keep hearing some feedback.
We're gonna cut that person
Somebody's
off.
mic is hot.
Jenny.
Jenny,
Okay.
who? Okay, so
Somebody, a lady's calling in.
we received a request from someone to have a comment about this, so I urged Council Lady Johnson to delete her request for this to be added to tonight's agenda and for same night minutes, so that if you approve it, it will go on the July 2nd agenda as normal. And then that will allow any people that want to comment about it to give us written comments in advance.
Council Lady Johnson, do you have a problem with, we'll take it off tonight's consent agenda and take off same night minutes and put it on our agenda for the next council meeting?
I have no objections. I still would like to get a vote on it today, so we'll go forward and to make sure people understand the urgency of this particular resolution.
All right, we can vote to send this forward with a positive recommendation potentially. We could certainly do that. I see where Councilman Warren is in the queue.
Yes, I think this is an excellent resolution. I like the idea that, we've got, I don't know how many things for same night minutes tonight. And if we've got something we can actually take 2 weeks and make sure we vet it, we don't have to push it through, that's good too. This is very good because you want citizens to be able to talk about land use. You want them to be able to have their voices heard. And I'm firmly behind this amendment, and I'd like to co-sponsor it.
Thank you.
Very, very, very good. Staff, please add Dr. Councilman Warren as a co-sponsor. Does that conclude your thoughts? You have any further questions?
That concludes my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you much. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you. Is Mr. Whitehead on the phone?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. So I missed just the beginning of the introduction, but ultimately we've suspended the need for neighborhood community meetings under the COVID, under the emergency order, I guess that's the way to say it.
That is correct. And, probably fairly compelling legal arguments can be made, both advocating for the suspension of those neighborhood meetings under the executive orders by the mayors and the governor, and compelling arguments can be made on the other side. I think what this resolution says is, regardless of the legal arguments, that this body, the city council, would like to have all of the items that have not already had those neighborhood meetings go ahead and have them. And if that requires a remanding of a case to the Land Use Control Board, so be it. By my count, there are 3 cases that will need to be remanded for that reason.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty fair. Look, this group has managed to get on the horn together through some up and down technical issues. How would the neighborhood meetings be overseen or executed? I guess would that be on the would it be the developer or applicant's responsibility to host it? Meaning more if it's electronic means.
That's correct. This resolution allows for either a telephonic or some other virtual meeting or an in-person meeting. We did ask Director Haushalter, the health director. She urged her preference for the former, that it be telephonic or virtual. And we've already fielded some questions in anticipation of the approval of this to avoid any further delays. The applicants that are affected by this are already getting their ducks in order to hold these meetings. If you choose it to be like a Zoom or a other visual medium, then it's pretty easy because you can show on the computer screen what you're talking about. If you choose to do it telephonically, I am suggesting that the applicant then email the site plan. So at least if everybody's on the phone call, they're looking at the same document.
Yeah, so I think what I'm hearing, and Councilwoman Johnson, I may be coming with a friendly amendment to help facilitate this, but I think we need the Office of Planning and Development to come up with some semblance of guidance so that nothing crazy happens if it's a telephonic meeting, meaning to that point that they either, if a applicant chooses to have an electronic meeting, that OPD has laid out what is and isn't acceptable as a platform and what is necessary to be provided to the neighborhood as a part of that meeting. And that may give them a couple weeks to come up with some basic guidance. We don't have to write an entire rule book, but I think we need to have some sort of baseline requirement. I mean, when it's an in-person meeting, we mail notices to everybody within X number of feet. We state where the meeting is going to be, how it's going to be held. I think if we're going to do that for electronic means, that we need to have, I would like OPD to provide some guidance on what they're comfortable with. Josh, you want to weigh in there?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, to Councilman Carlisle, what we're doing is following the UDC to the letter with the one exception of the means of the forum. So we OPD will be mailing out hard copies of notices to the 500-foot property owners, the neighborhood associations, and the district and super district. And the procedure will be as normal. First, the applicant speaks, then we go to the opposition. So the only change procedurally will be the forum. So the rules are already in the books for everyone to follow.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I mean, I'd still like to see you guys, even if it's not a hard and fast rule, to provide preferred means of what the electronic forum, just as a matter of assistance to the citizens. I don't want somebody to say we're going to do it on Zoom and half the citizens I'd go to. I mean, we just try to do something where it's a little more uniform across each applicant would be helpful. Chairman, I see Alan Wade in the queue.
I want to speak to your request, Carl. Sorry, Chairman. You can recognize me when you're ready.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Councilman Carlisle, there are probably, by the time we get the requirements in 3 weeks or 2 weeks, the three parties will probably have already completed their Zoom meetings. So I just want you to be aware of that, because they've been advised, do not delay, get busy, get it done. So that's kind of where we are.
Yes, sir. And I'm not trying to hold up the process by any means. This is more going forward. And again, this doesn't have to be attached to the resolution. I guess I'm making the request of OPD to come up with some guidance that can be followed by applicants, so the citizens know, if electronic meetings are going to occur in the next 3 to 4 to 5 to 8 months, these are the likely platforms they're to be hosted on. Just so that they can be prepared and familiarized. That's all. So we can leave it out of the resolution, but I'm asking Director Whitehead if he'll work on just at least something to put on their website as these are the preferred methods of electronic meetings. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I see, hang on, Ms. Johnson. I see Council Lady Swearingen would like to speak. Council Lady, would you let Ms. Johnson, Council Lady Johnson go first? Or would you like to speak?
She can go first, but I just wanted to add some light on what Carlisle is concerned, but she can go first.
That's
okay. Council Lady Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Sweatterton. Thank you, Chair Covet. I'm in agreement. I think that Chair Carlisle has an important thought there that it does need to be added with the approval directions from the Office of Planning and Development. I would love to see that be added to the resolution. And I would support that move that we do add it.
Okay, Josh, you got your work cut out in front of you. Do you have further thoughts?
Yeah, and further thoughts is, I know that Attorney Wade and some of them may have their meetings in 2 to 3 weeks. I hope I don't hear from citizens to tell me I got a notice, or I got a phone call, the meeting is tomorrow, trying to meet this requirement, because I think we're going to possibly have some other issues to address. They need to be given a reasonable amount of time in order to actually attend the meetings, or actually be able to set up for the telecommunication, whatever it is. But I sure pray that these individuals don't just jump out there just trying to do something and thinks that will actually meet the requirement that I'm seeking. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Whitehead, do you want to fill in on that?
Well, again, we are following everything in the UDC. So the UDC requires an applicant to give us notice 22 days before the Land Use Control Board hearing. And the meeting can be no later than 10 days before that Land Use Control Board hearing. Mr. Wade spoke to the urgency, at least for some people. That is because tomorrow at close of business, we have our next cycle of anniversary dates for the July Land Use Control Board. So we're going to have probably about as few as 3, definitely, but as many as 7 submitted to our office tomorrow in anticipation of this resolution, so we can get those items on the July docket. By the way, for the members of the body, I've been working with Ms. Keplinger on some prospective public hearing dates, and many of these matters will not reach your attention until August 25th and September 22nd. We're thinking about having a monthly land use only city council meeting. So if we do have a delay by a month, those 2 dates will not be affected. In other words, if they miss the deadline, they can still be on the docket as we had anticipated them being before you.
That's good. Thank you.
All right. Last in the queue, I have Council Lady Swearingen.
Thank you very kindly, Chair. Some of these concerns that I hear my colleagues expressing, it's really not a hardship and what's trying to be established. I agree with her resolution. I had a case not long ago. They canceled the neighborhood meeting due to the corona. I got with the developers and insisted that they reach out to the constituents once again, mail them all of the information, the diagrams, the maps. I had my staff, for anybody who called with any concerns, they call the staff. I submitted those to the developer. I had the developer to even call out and reach the constituents. Then I had the developer to mail the constituents a notice that we were going to have a phone conference, a conference call, because I realized that some of them did not have computers. Had my research analyst, Sophia on the line. The developer went through with the meeting and it went very smoothly. And all the constituents, they ended up on one accord. But it was a smooth transition. There weren't any hardships, but sometimes we foresee challenges that are really not challenges. We just have to be leaders and take the forefront and make things happen. So especially during this pandemic, you had to be creative. But I would hate to place this on Josh Whitehead. The developers, we all got together. He agreed with it, and it was as smooth as peanut butter. So it works and can work. So I don't think we need to put him through all of that. We just need to make things happen as leaders. That's why they elected us, and that's why we should continue to make the business go forward. Because right now, if we continue to delay things because of hardships, we're already behind on the business. We're not hearing cases that require any deliberation. So we're already behind. Let's just go forward and vote on this and just make it happen. I've already done it. I did it 3 weeks ago, and it was a wonderful experience, and it was a great transition. And the constituents liked it, and I liked it. We communicated, and it was no problem. It's not rocket science. Thank you very kindly, Chair.
Thank you, Council Lady. Seeing no other members in the queue, I assume you're ready to vote. Let's go ahead and get a roll call vote, please. The item, of course, is the resolution requiring community meetings prior to hearings before the Land Use Control Board. And you are voting in the affirmative to send it with a positive recommendation. Call the roll.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman Ford,
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Chair Colvette.
Aye. That motion passes. There being no further
Councilman
business in front of the
Smiley.
planning.
I'm sorry, Councilman
I'm
Smiley.
sorry.
Didn't see you there.
Oh, Councilman Smiley, did you vote?
Yes, aye.
Council Lady Logan.
Aye.
All right, moved by Johnson, seconded by Easter Thomas. That motion passes. There being no further business in front of this committee, we stand adjourned. Thank you.
This
Yes.
conference is no longer being This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you. I'd like to call the executive session to order. Today is January 16th. Can I get a roll call, please?
Canali,
Here.
Carlisle,
Present.
Covett,
Here.
Easter Thomas. Easter Thomas. Ford,
Present.
Johnson,
Here.
Jones,
Yeah.
Logan,
Present.
Morgan,
Here.
Smiley,
Present.
Swearingen,
Present.
Warren,
Present. I think I heard Easter Michael talk. Mike talk.
thank you. Chair Robinson.
Present. Thank you. We have a couple of cleanup items before we discuss our 8 items on the executive session today. First, I'd like to, we didn't intentionally skip over MLGW committee. Chairman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So what MLGW today was going to present was about a 4 or 5 page summary. It's been emailed to everybody of the IRP draft. The link that I just posted in the chat on the side has a copy of that document. It also has the 75-page slide presentation from Siemens. And it also has a 392-page IRP report. So the public comment period is ongoing right now, and it goes until July 6th. After our meeting on July 7th, I think that will be the time for us to get together as a council and have special meetings with MLGW and dive into the substance of the IRP and the consequences and the next steps during that time. If you want to participate in the public process or ask questions, certainly encouraged to do so. And I hope that council members be able to take the next 3 weeks to go through the information. If you have any questions, you can always reach out to MLGW or myself in the meantime, as well as MLGW is putting together kind of a utility 101 type course and presentation for us to go through, and they will be hopefully sending that to us in the next few days. So we've got a bit of homework between now and our next meeting, but I think it will make for much more productive conversations if we can all do a little bit of reading ahead of time, so we can actually get into the substance of what is a complicated issue, and it really is. But we've got a lot of information, and hopefully everybody gets a chance to look at it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Warren.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to make sure that I got that pulled from the table and placed on our agenda for the meeting. That's all.
What is that? So the listening audience will know.
The facial covering ordinance.
Okay, that's item number 2.
Thank you.
And council members, items number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 will be moved. 7 will be moved downstairs without a recommendation, and we will hear the presentations at our 3:30 meeting. I'm sorry for saying downstairs because we're not at home. Item number 8 was a resolution. Can we hear that downstairs? I think Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
You're recognized.
Yes, Chair. I was also going to ask the same 9 minutes on that. So
Okay.
that'll work perfectly.
Okay, thank you. So we'll hear all those items downstairs. We now have a presentation by First Aid Memphis.
Sure.
Who will be making the presentation? Someone's trying to speak. Who is it?
Chairwoman, this is Councilman Smiley.
Yes.
I may have missed it, but I was trying to figure out, can we get the same 9 minutes on the Southbrook Mall? I'm not sure if we included it earlier or if you just mentioned it.
Chairwoman, this might be a good time to go on and get a motion on the add-on and the consent agenda.
Okay.
They have been emailed to all the members.
Okay. Members, would you please look at your email? Our add-on items. Item number 25. Request same night minutes. 26. Request same night minutes. 27 is same night minutes. 28. Same night minutes. 29. Same night minutes. 30. Are we requesting same night minutes? Do we have any objections?
Yes, it's a request of same night minutes.
Okay, I'm just asking, can we do this without objection? Okay, add same night minutes. Item number 31, same night minutes. 32, same night minutes. 33, same night minutes. 34, same night minutes. And for the listening public, most of these items are under part cover, and they could have been under one resolution, but they divided them out. Request for same night minutes on 35, 36, same night minutes. 37, same night minutes. 38, same night minutes. 39, same night minutes. 40, same night minutes. 41, same night minutes. 42, same night minutes. 43, same night minutes. 44, same night minutes. 45, same night minutes. 46, same night minutes. 47, same night minutes. 48, same night minutes. And 49. It's an add-on that one does not request same night minutes. It's just an add-on. And item 50 is a request for same night minutes. Are there any corrections?
Yes, Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes.
I believe I think item 50, we're going to just vote on, we're going to move it downstairs, but not with same 9 minutes. I thought that's what Councilor Wade was saying in planning and
Okay.
zoning.
Thank you for the correction. Item 50 will be added on tonight without same night minutes. Council members,
And Chairwoman, another add-on, I don't have them in front of me, but would 51 be Councilman Warren's mask ordinance to be added back onto the agenda?
Okay.
He just made that motion.
Okay, so 52 would be the resolution. So number 3 on our executive session will be 52. Number 4 would be 53. Number 5 would be 54. Number 6, 57. Number 7, 58. And number 8, 59. Is that correct, staff? And number 8 will have same 9 minutes as well as the other items. Is that correct?
Yes.
So
we'll double check just to be sure before we get downstairs with council records.
Okay, thank you.
Chair lady.
Yes.
I asked for one clarification. I believe it's item 50, which was the planning and zoning question that Council Lady Johnson brought up.
Yes.
I know that is not a same night minutes, but did I also hear that we are not hearing that case tonight? We're going to hear it at the next council meeting.
Yes.
That's
in other
correct.
words, we're not hearing.
That's correct.
So we're taking 50 off. Okay.
Cool. Just making sure. Sorry to be the fly on the ointment.
Okay,
you're
so
correct.
now we have 58 items rather than 59. Okay, staff, get that together for this evening. Thank you. Back to our executive session. We have a presentation on today, and I don't know who will be making that presentation, who will be making the presentation today, and it's with First 8 Memphis, and we hope you keep it within 10 minutes, please.
And who from First 8 will need to display their screen? Who will be progressing?
Candace Thomas, I'm displaying my screen.
Okay.
Thank you, Candace.
Thank you. Let's see here. Give me
Okay,
one
Ms. Thomas,
second.
you have presenter privileges.
Thank you. It's taken me a second to connect my screen, but I'm working on it here. Let's see.
We appreciate you all waiting. We've had a very robust discussion this morning. For the new council members, while you're pulling up your presentation, is Kathy Buckman Gibson on the phone where she can share with the new council members who First Aid Memphis is?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity. I am a board chair of First Aid Memphis, and pleased to have Dr. Candace Thomas with us today as our new executive director to make a presentation to the council on where we are in our first year of serving as a fiscal agent for pre-K in our Shelby County and city of Memphis. First Aid Memphis is a public-private partnership that is focused on how we make sure as a community we're providing the supports needed for families and children from prenatal to age, with the overriding goal of ensuring that our children kindergarten ready to learn and reach third grade reading at grade level. And so those are our goals that work in partnership with a number of other partners, including SCS and many others who are coalesced around achieving that goal for our children. So that's a brief overview of First Aid. And again, we appreciate the partnership that we've had with City of Memphis in helping support our families in our community. So thank you, Council Chairwoman.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Juanes, I wonder if you can help me. I'm having a hard time being able to share my screen.
Okay, so Ms. Thomas, if you go to the bottom of your screen, there is like a little microphone, a camera with a line through it, and then there would be a screen with a play button and a line through it. Click that, and that'll give you privileges to show your screen.
When I click it, it doesn't move. I see the screen with the line.
There's a pop-up. There's a pop-up. You have to click yes and confirm that you want to share your screen.
Okay.
So when you click it, look to see at the bottom, you should have a pop-up that says, would you like to share?
Okay.
But if not, if you could just have an email to me, get it put up.
Okay. I will email it to you. Thank you right now.
Mm-hmm. And this is Brooke. Brooke.Hyman. Well, I don't want to say it anyway. Email it to me.
Okay.
Chairwoman Robinson, if you don't mind, I'd like to just go ahead. This is Kathy Buckman Gibson again. Just introduce Dr. Candace Thomas. We recruited her from Chicago earlier this year, and she in fact moved during the middle of COVID-19 and had the courage to do so and to begin this new role in the midst of all of this, and to obviously also figure out how First Aid can best support families and teachers during this crisis and this pandemic. And so we're very pleased to have her with us and welcome her to the city of Memphis and Shelby County.
Thank you. Candace?
They are in the process of sending me the presentation right now. We could have just maybe 1 minute or so. I'll get it up once I receive it.
Okay.
right.
Candace, can you start your presentation without us seeing the visuals?
Yes, I can. Brooke, can you give me your email one more time, please?
I'm going to put it in the chat so you can just cut and paste.
Okay, I'm ready. Well, technology is usually my friend, but for some reason today I'm struggling with it. I'm in the
We
chat box waiting.
understand. Look, we understand. We've had trouble all day.
Oh my goodness. Did you enter it yet? I don't see it. There we go. I see it right now. Oh boy, fun times. Okay, Brooke, it's coming your way. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thanks for your patience. I usually don't have so many technical difficulties. Thank you so much, Kathy, for your warm welcome. I'm really excited to be here in Memphis. It's been 9 weeks now, and it's going really well. Everyone tells me that I've brought the good weather. There hasn't been a lot of humidity, as you all expect for this time of year. So I'm glad that I brought good weather for you. Chairwoman Robinson, Brooke, Juanes, Keplinger, just thank you all so much for allowing us to present today. As many of you know, First State's work really builds off of more than 20 years of pre-K in Memphis and in Shelby County. As a part of our work, as you know, we are required to present to you quarterly, present both to you and the Shelby County Commission quarterly to really give you an update on how things are going in pre-K in the county. So Kathy already gave you an overview of First State Memphis. I wanted to also highlight that there are other board members on the line. Jim Boyd is also on the line, Alex Smith, Amber Hewitt Garcia, Yvonne Madlock, Mary McDaniel, and they've all just been so helpful in helping me get settled here in Memphis and really supporting the work of First State. I also asked them to be on the line just in case you had questions about First State Memphis that I needed help answering because I'm just about 10 weeks in on the job. Are we ready for the slide deck? All right, thank you. You can advance a few slides. Great. This is good. One more above, please. Thank you. There's a couple of pictures of First State Memphis's staff. You may know that we just started last year and we're a staff of 4 people. And as I said, I just came on board to First State Memphis and to Memphis in April. Thank you. Next slide, please. So as you know, kindergarten is really an investment in young children's future. And it really offers kids the opportunity to learn, to be creative, to gain social emotional skills. And now, as you all know, now more than ever, it's really important to be thinking about how does our pre-K program really support children, both in school and when the school buildings are closed. So our report to you today is focused on the Q3 of the last school year, so December 21st to March 12th. We present quarterly just to give you this update, and also today we're presenting quarterly Q3 as well as the year to date. We're giving you some year to date updates and just presenting with you some of our projections and our hopes for the second year of this program. Next slide, please. So as you know, we have defined pre-K success in 3 ways: enrollment and attendance, pre-K growth, which in this year it's really about young children's reading growth over the pre-K year, and kindergarten readiness. I won't be presenting on kindergarten readiness during this presentation because we're going to have that data in the fall. As you may know, that kindergarten readiness assessments actually occur within the first few months of the school year. So we won't have that data for you today. Next slide, please. So in our first year of the program, we were hoping to serve 49 finance classrooms, 21 classrooms, for a total of 70. As of today, we are serving 49 finance classrooms, 15 non-finance classrooms. And I just want to point out here that, as some of you may know, First Aid Memphis is still working with the Achievement School District to get our contract signed with them. And so if we had our contract, when we get that contract signed, we will be closer to 18 classrooms in operation, which will get us to about 320 students that we're going to serve in this school year. Next slide, please. So we originally wanted to have 70 classrooms, and as noted here, there were a couple of Shelby County Schools classrooms that were non-operational, either due to not having a teacher or low enrollment last year. And there are 4 ASD classrooms that were not operational, but we are in the process. We really hope to have a contract signed with ASD so that we can cover the costs for 3 of their classrooms from the last school year. Next slide, please. So I'm going to quickly walk you through our Q3 data and update. So we have some really good news for enrollment. We've enrolled in our 64 classroom, 1,338 eligible 4-year-olds. And that's really great. And it's good news because we did see an increase in pre-K enrollment from the first quarter of the academic year. Next slide. So attendance is pretty good news, not as great as enrollment, but it's pretty good news. We had overall from Q1 to Q3, we did see a pre-K attendance rate for 91%, which is pretty good. There was a really tiny increase in attendance in Q3 compared to Q1. And actually, I'm sorry, Q3 compared to Q2, and actually we saw a decrease compared to Q1. So it's pretty good news, but not as great news as I just said around enrollment. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, Brooke. Thank you. So as you know, there are lots of challenges and opportunities related to pre-K enrollment and attendance. And it won't be any surprise to all of you that one of the biggest challenges that we have in the county is transportation. Some of the other challenges we saw this year was some parents really saying that they needed before and after school care. And we also saw some challenges related to parents not being able to enroll their children in pre-K in their neighborhood. One challenge that's not mentioned here that should have been is related to a lot of instability in housing, a lot of parents moving in the middle of the school year, which makes it hard to keep their children enrolled in the same program or attending consistently. So we've been able to really help with that. And so you see here is that a lot of the family service workers have been really working with parents to make sure that their kids are enrolled in pre-K and are attending. And that's been a really strong partnership with family service workers. So we really thank them. Next slide, please.
Candace, is it possible that we can just hold on your presentation just a minute? It's time for us to go to our radio broadcast, and I'm going to open back up in the executive session so that you can finish your presentation. Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay.
Woman, can you repeat that? I did not hear that. If we go into the full meeting, we do need to allow Brooke to stop recording the executive session so that we can have a full council meeting recording that's separate from the executive session. Does that make sense?
So say that again. So I'm gonna open up now and say that we're in our executive session. Then I close out the executive session, then open up our regular meeting. Is that correct?
Okay, so when you get ready to open up the full meeting, then we'll give Brooke a few minutes to close out one and open the other.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I can continue now or wait so that you can, I'm opening back up, not in the regular meeting, in our executive session.
You can proceed.
I can proceed. Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Candace.
Okay, thank you. So the last bit of news that I want to share to you about Q3 is kindergarten students' reading growth over the academic year. Can you go back one slide, please? Thank you. So this is really good news. I hope everybody feels proud that 80% of pre-K students this year were on track to be reading, we're on track for reading at the pre-K grade level. So we're really excited about that. And we that's really good news for the community. All right, next slide. Thank you. So this is just an overview of our budget for year one, so our projected budget for year one, and our projected budget for year two. Our actual budget for year one and actual budget for year one will be available mid-July, early August. So if you want to see our actual numbers, we're happy to share those with you. But we wanted to just remind you of what we projected for this school year and to show you what we're hoping to do for the next school year. Next slide, please. Okay, so now for this school year, of the $8 million allocated for the 49 finance classrooms, about $7 million has been distributed. And for the $3 million that were allocated for the non-finance classrooms, $2.4 million have been distributed. And we wanted to share with you that we have approximately, this is not actual yet, because this may change depending on ASD and other costs for the school year 2019 and 2020, but we have some unused funds that are approximate. And as I said, some of it is because we're still trying to sign a contract with ASD. We had those 2 non-operational Shelby County schools that I mentioned in another slide. And then we had some budgetary changes due to COVID-19 and school building closure. So, once we have a sense of what's happening with ASD, we'll have some final numbers on these unused funds, and happy to share those with you when that's available. Next slide, please. So now we're ready for year two. We've done pretty well in year one. I would say, based on what we see here, we've been successful, even despite some of the COVID-19 school building closures. Pre-K teachers, family service workers, and other providers have really been reaching out to students, which is so important, as you all know. So for this school year coming up, we're really hoping to grow the pre-K program to approximately 75 classrooms. That depends on budget and a couple of other things. And we're just so honored by your support for this program and what you've done so far to really make this program successful. Next slide, please.
Okay,
So
I need to close out, please.
All right, well then this is it. This is what we see next year. We see continuing the classrooms that we have this year and adding these classrooms that are listed here on the slide. We can close out here. Thank you so much for your time, for your commitment to pre-K. We really look forward to partnering with you to make sure that every eligible child in the county has a pre-K seat. Thank you.
Right. Council members, if you have any questions for this presenter, we can have her come back, or you can send the questions to Juanez and we'll get them answered for you so that we can move on to our out of our executive session into our main meeting. Thank you, Candace, for your presentation, and welcome to Memphis. And I'd like to thank Kathy Buckman-Gibson for being with her, and all the other board members that are online. We appreciate your work in the community, and we appreciate you keeping up with our young people in our universal needs-based pre-K. Council members, there are no other items on this executive session. This session is closed, and we will go immediately in just a couple of minutes.
This conference is no longer
our regular session.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I move to adjourn our June 2nd meeting.
Second.
Warren, second.
Council
Madam
Chairwoman,
Chair.
you're muted. You're muted.
I'm sorry. Okay. It has been moved by Vice Chairman Covette and seconded by Councilman Warren. Do we have any unfinished business on the June 2nd, 2020 agenda? I don't see anyone in the queue. Hearing none, the June 2nd, 2020 council meeting is hereby adjourned without objection. Sergeant at Arms, will you please call the roll for our June 16th council meeting to order?
Oh, yes. This honorable council of the city of Memphis is hereby called to order for the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize our chaplain for today is Reverend David Bowen, Assistant Minister of the Second Presbyterian Church, who was invited by Councilman Morgan. He will provide the prayer. Reverend Bowen, please lead us in prayer.
Thank you very much. Let's all pray together. Great God Almighty, we bow before you at the beginning of this meeting, or a continuation really of many meetings, because we need your help. You intended for peace and flourishing to characterize your creation. But we human beings created in your image have turned from you to our own ways and introduced strife, and division, and oppression. We thank you for your gracious gift of government to restrain our wickedness and to seek justice. Help these men and women met today to act as your servants in this world. Give them wisdom to see the best way forward, courage to take that way no matter how hard it may be, and great kindness and patience toward one another when they disagree. Encourage the members of this body in their personal lives so that they can be undistracted in seeking what is best for our community. Please restore our city to good health. Please keep our city in just peace. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you for that prayer. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Reverend Bowen, he is not from Memphis. He's from Knoxville, but married a Memphis girl. And he started a church in North Carolina, where I went to college. And he was it was Church of the Good Shepherd. And I think that was apt because he was a good shepherd to many of us in college when we needed it most, and was always opening his home and being very gracious. And he is an intellectual heavyweight, and he's got the heart and spirit to match. And we are so lucky to have him here in Memphis now, as he's moved back and starting to set down, hopefully, what will be more permanent roots here. Memphis is lucky to have him. We're better for it. And thank you for giving voice to prayer for us in this moment.
Okay, thank you. Reverend Bowen, we really appreciate you being here. And I know that you were beneficial to work, especially in college. Councilman Canale, will you please recite the Pledge of Allegiance?
I will, Madam Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Council members Canale,
Here.
Carlisle,
President.
Vice Chairman Colbert,
Here.
Easter Thomas,
Present.
Ford,
Here.
Johnson,
Present.
Jones,
Here.
Logan,
Present.
Morgan,
Here.
Smiley,
Happy to be here.
Swearingen,
Present.
Warren,
Present.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Present.
Chairwoman Robinson, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Who has read the minutes from our previous meeting?
I have, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
Colleagues, apologize. Colleagues, I've reviewed our meeting minutes from June 2nd, 2020, find them to be in order and move their adoption.
Nally seconds.
Okay, thank you. Madam Comptroller, please conduct a roll call vote for the minutes of June 2nd, 2020.
Council members Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Colbert,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you. Welcome to the June 16th, 2020 regular meeting of the Memphis City Council, which is being conducted electronically pursuant to notice due to the COVID-19 emergency. Without objection, the notice of this meeting will be included in the minutes of this meeting. A notice of meetings was placed on the City Council website regarding how the public may electronically access the meeting and/or recording of the meeting, and how to provide written comments concerning any agenda item or any other matter prior to this meeting. Public comments were to be submitted to the Memphis City Council within 24 hours prior to today's meeting. Vice Chairman Colbert will read those comments at the appropriate time. He will only read those comments that included the requisite information, which was the person's name and address. Incomplete comments or those received late will be sent to council records and placed in the file. We have one item that is being held, and I think it's more than one now. Item 21 is held for 3 weeks. And let me look at it. Item number 2 is being held for 3 weeks as well. And that's July 7th. Do we have any other items to be dropped or held on the agenda? I don't see anyone in the queue. Hearing none, let's move to our consent agenda. And Vice President Colbert, can you take over here? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank
Want me
you.
to carry from here?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Madam Comptroller, please call our consent agenda, please.
Our consent agenda begins with item number 3, a resolution accepting Stockley PD 17-11 and authorizing release of bond. Item number 4 is a resolution accepting funds for sewer credits from X Capital LLC to apply towards sewer development fees for Graves Creek Business Park Plan Development, Second Amendment, Phase 6, part of the Area D Sewer Plan. Item number 5 is a resolution approving the engineering plans for Glycol Management Program DICE facility. The contract number is CR 5329. We'll go over to our add-on for continuation of the consent agenda items. We'll start with item number 25, a resolution to appropriate $550,000 for CIP project number IS01081 as part of the fiscal year 2021 capital improvement budget to reallocate and upgrade the City of Memphis Data Center from City Hall to Central Library. This resolution is sponsored by Information Services. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 26 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds in the amount of $1,083,000 for FY21 CIP project number GS21101, roof replacement at Geisman Community Center, Cherokee North, and Levi Libraries, Districts 4, 5, 6, 7, and Super Districts 8 and 9. This is sponsored by General Services Division. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 27 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $942,022 in FY21 GO bonds for project number GS21102 for an exhaust system at the police indoor firing range, to repipe underground concourse feeders at the Liberty Bowl, and to replace generators at fire stations 53 and 55, Districts 3, 4, 7, and Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by General Services Division. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 28 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $60,000 in FY21 GO bonds for CIP project number GS21103 to replace plumbing at Pink Palace Museum. This resolution is sponsored by the General Services Division. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 29 is a resolution transferring allocations for CIP project number GS21104, FY21 major modification, HVAC and or boiler replacements or upgrades for $1,418,184 for Hickory Hill, Pink Palace Museum, the Zoo West Administration Building, Cordova Randolph Libraries, and Fire Station 56, Districts 1, 2, 3, 5, and Super Districts 8 and 9. This resolution is sponsored by General Services Division. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 31 is a resolution appropriating $6 million funded by GO Bonds General, chargeable to the FY 2021 capital improvement budget for South City Project. This resolution is sponsored by Housing and Community Development. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 32 is a resolution allocating and appropriating funds in the amount of $250,000 from FY21 CIP project number PK09002, Zoo Major Maintenance. This resolution is sponsored by Parks and Neighborhood Division. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 33 is a resolution allocating and appropriating $600,000 from CIP FY21 project number PK03004, Tennis Major Maintenance, Contract Construction and Architecture Engineering. This resolution is sponsored by Parks and Neighborhoods Division. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 34 is a resolution transferring, allocating, and appropriating $406,617 from FY 2019 CIP number PK01031, Council District Community Center Improvements, project number PK07124, McFarland Park Improvement. This resolution is sponsored by Parks and Neighborhood Division. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 35 is a resolution allocating and appropriating T-DOT grant funds in the amount of $5,931,800 from FY20 CIP project number GA01004, Cobblestone Landing, contract construction, and allocate funds in the amount of $1,090,418 from FY20 project number GA01004, contract construction, GeoBonds General, total funding of $7,022,218, a combination of TDOT grant funds and GeoBonds General. This resolution is sponsored by Parks and Neighborhood Division. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 36 is a resolution allocating, appropriating, and transferring funds in the amount of $150,000 from FY 2021 CIP project number PK21100, Park Cover Line Furniture, Fixtures, and Equipment, Council Districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and Super Districts 8 and 9. This resolution is sponsored by Parks and Neighborhood Division. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 37 is a resolution appropriating funds in the amount of $1,400,000 in GeoBonds for FY21 CIP project number PK21200, Council Districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and Super Districts 8 and 9. This resolution is sponsored by Parks and Neighborhood Division. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 38 is a resolution allocating, appropriating, and transferring funds in the amount of $200,000 from CIP project number PK21100, Park Cover Line A&E to FY 2021 CIP, Council Districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and Super Districts 8 and 9. This resolution is sponsored by Parks and Neighborhood Division. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 39 is a resolution allocating and appropriating funds in the amount of $300,000 from CIP project number PK21100, Park Cover Line, and $200,000 for contract construction improvements in the total of $500,000 for Kennedy Park Playground, Council District 1 and Super District 9. This resolution is sponsored by Parks and Neighborhood Division. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 40 is a resolution allocating, appropriating, and transferring funds in the amount of $600,000 from FY 2021 CIP project number PK21100, Park Cover Line Playground Resurfacing, Council Districts 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and Super Districts 8 and 9. This resolution is sponsored by Parks and Neighborhoods Committee. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 41 is a resolution allocating, appropriating, and transferring funds in the amount of $900,000 from FY 2021 CIP project number PK21100, Park Cover Line Contract Construction Funds to FY 2021 CIP project number PKTBD, Miscellaneous Park Improvements, Council Districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and Super Districts 8 and 9. This resolution is sponsored by Parks and Neighborhood Division. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 42 is a resolution allocating, appropriating, and transferring funds in the amount of $350,000 from FY 2021 CIP project number PK21100, Park Cover Line Contract Construction to FY 2021 CIP project number PKTBD, Miscellaneous Park Paving Contract Construction. Council Districts 2 and 5, and Super District 9. This resolution is sponsored by Parks and Neighborhood Division. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 43 is a resolution for the Memphis Fire Department requesting the transfer of allocations from the FY20 fire station repair cover line, FS20100 to FS18102, Avery Renovations Phase 2, and to appropriate funds in the amount of $40,785. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services, and there is a request for same night minutes. Item number 44 is a resolution appropriating additional funds in the amount of $750,000 for MPD Training Academy gym renovation, CIP project number PD02013, funded by GeoBunds General FY 2021. This resolution is sponsored by Police Services, and there's a request for same night minutes. Item number 45 is a resolution approving the reallocation of solid waste funds in the amount of $1 million for Hervey's Home Improvement LLC, contract number 32988. It is to provide unmanageable volume and emergency response due to service delay failure. This resolution is sponsored by the Solid Waste Division. There is a request for same night minutes. And item number 46 is a resolution amending the FY21 capital improvement budget by transferring an allocation and appropriating $1,700,000 in GeoBunds from the Traffic Calming Devices cover line, project number EN21200, for speed humps installation throughout the city. This resolution is sponsored by the Engineering Division. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 47 is a resolution appropriating $500,000 in GeoBunds for LED traffic signal replacement, project number EN01096. This resolution is sponsored by the Engineering Division, and there is a request for same night minutes. Item number 48 is a resolution approving $6,500,000 for FY21 CIP street resurfacing recoveries for public works, street maintenance to fund paving operations. This resolution is sponsored by the Public Works Division, and there is a request for same night minutes. Item number 49 is a resolution requesting the administration to hold all contracts with Flight Memphis LLC in abeyance pending an internal review regarding allegations of discriminatory practices. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Jones, Councilwoman Logan, and Councilwoman Swearingen. I am going to stop here because I think I've concluded my consent agenda items. I'm checking with Administrator Keplinger. Item number 49 is a regular item. Is that correct? Item number 49 is a regular item? Not on the consent.
That's correct. It's not on consent.
Absolutely. So Vice Chairman Covet, that does conclude my consent agenda items, minus number 49, which I read. Thank you.
Well done.
Well done. Well done.
Vice Chairman Coldet,
Well done.
I so move the consent agenda.
All right, do I have an appropriate second?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion by Carlisle, second by Warren. Chair Lady Robinson, do you have anything you wish to add?
Vice Chairman Covet, I believe she stepped away for the drive-by party. That's why she asked.
Oh. Okay. And again, happy birthday to her mom. Very cool. All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. I'm checking the queue. I see no members in the queue. Are there any other members seeking recognition? Just shout out. Seeing none, hearing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Let's get a roll call.
Council members Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Colbert,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yeah.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Hey now.
Morgan,
Yes.
No, once you all leave, we won't let nobody else go. I won't close them down. Not right now.
Smiley,
Y'all leave. Once you
Swearingen,
all leave, we won't let nobody else see it. Yeah, because you said 4 o'clock.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman
Oh,
Robinson, Vice
We'll
Chairman
follow up with
Colbert, that
Chair-
concludes the vote.
Swearingen, aye.
Thank you.
Thank
Swearingen is now an aye, and if Chair Lady wants to jump back in and vote on this matter, we'll bring it back up. But in the opinion of the chair, of course, this passes. Madam Comptroller, please call our MLGW fiscal consent, and then we'll give you a little bit of a break.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Colbert. Item number 6 on our MLGW fiscal consent is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12195, substation design suite renewal with DLT Solutions in the funded amount of $119,700 for existing software. Item number 7 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12196, Autodesk renewal with DLT Solutions in the funded amount of $50,062 for existing software. Item number 8 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 11900, mobile dispatch replacement with Clivis Solutions, Inc. in the funded amount of $347,342.83. Item number 9 is a resolution approving change number 2 to contract number 12023, aerial patrol of gas transmission right-of-way with Tennessee Helicopter Services, Inc. in the funded amount of $80,000. Item number 10 is a resolution approving change number 5 to contract number 11788, gas leak survey with Heath Consultants, Inc. in the funded amount of $571,971.50. Item number 11 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Thermo Electron North America, LLC, for the purchase of an atomic absorption duo system in the amount of $50,817.08. Item number 12 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Thermo Electron North America, LLC, for a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer system in the amount of $91,030.37. Item number 13 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Agilent Technologies, Inc. for an inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometer in the amount of $121,195.05. Item number 14 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to ABB, Inc. for supervisory control and data acquisition automation equipment in the amount of $410,805.50. Item number 15 is a resolution awarding contract number 12148, steel transmission structure inspection services to Osmos Utility Services, Inc. in the funded not to exceed amount of $3,994,005.12. And item number 16 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12200, formerly C2205, Davis Reservoir Inspection and Cleaning with H2O Solutions LLC in the funded not to exceed amount of $18,100. Vice Chairman Covet, that concludes our MLGW fiscal consent items.
Once again, Val, well done. Well done. Can I get a motion to approve MLGW fiscal consent?
So moved.
I have a motion from Councilman Smiley. Who wishes to second?
Morgan seconds.
I heard Warren first. All right, it's been properly moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Warren. I see no members in the queue. I'll pause for 1 second unless somebody wants to give me a shout out. Hearing none, seeing no other members in the queue, I assume you're ready to vote. Let's do a roll call vote on the MLGW fiscal consent, please.
Council members Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle, Vice Chairman Covet,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Any other members wishing to vote? Thank you. Hearing no other members wishing to be recognized for a vote, that item passes. Madam Comptroller, let's go with an easy one, or a shorter one, let's say. How about item 17?
Item number 17 on our regular agenda is a resolution to increase transparency of complaint process and encourage supplemental reporting for the Memphis Police Department and Memphis Fire Department. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Smiley.
Thank you. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
Yes, I just wanted to add that there was a request for same night minutes, but the committee met recommended approval and I so moved.
Second.
I see Canali as a second. It's been moved by Councilman Smiley. Yes, there is a request for same night minutes. Seeing no members in the queue, I'll pause for a second if you want to jump in. Hearing none, I assume you're ready to vote.
This is Councilman
Councilman
Paul, I'm
Carlisle?
sorry. Yeah, I apologize. My sweet young child ripped the internet cord out of my house. Would someone mind telling me where we're at?
We are on item 17.
Sorry, I apologize, everyone.
It's believable. It's not the dog ate your homework. All right, hearing no further and seeing nobody else in the queue, council members, I assume you're ready to vote on item 17, same night minutes. Please, roll call.
Council members Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Covet,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes. Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson. Vice Chair
Vote
Covet,
is closed.
vote.
Outstanding. Thank you. That item passes. Let's go to our next item, I believe is 18.
Item number 18 is a resolution of the Memphis City Council requesting that Memphis City Council and Shelby County Sheriff adopt 8 can't wait use of force reduction policies. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Canali, Carlisle, Covet, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren, and Chairwoman Robinson. There's a request for same night minutes.
Thank you very much. It's escaping me. Who originally brought this resolution forward?
That would be Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Jones, and Councilman Smiley, but everybody signed on as co-sponsors. That was listed.
But Council Lady Easter Thomas, would you like to move this forward?
Yes, I would. I want to thank Chairwoman for letting us hold a special executive session last Tuesday so that we could get these resolutions across. And then also want to thank the rest of the council for showing solidarity in the caring for a step towards accountability and reform in policing so that we can ensure we have a safe city. So I would like to motion that this moves forward.
Second.
Outstanding. I have a motion, but I wasn't catching who's seconding.
Jones seconded.
That was
I hear Jones. It's been properly moved by Council Lady Easter Thomas, seconded by Jones. I believe Councilman Jones is in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, and these are some trying times for us. These are challenging times, and we may not necessarily be looking at it this way, but I feel that we are on the precipice ourselves of making history here in Memphis. We have been inundated with a number of emails lately, and this is the part of democracy that I just really love, is people reaching out and letting us know what their thoughts are. Don't know if all of you have, we've gotten a ton of emails. This one actually missed me. Someone reached out to me and said, did you receive this one? But I think that it has signatories basically going 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. And I just want to quickly read this into the record. This is an open letter. Memphis nonprofits demand action. Somebody needs to mute themselves. We've come together as Black leaders in the nonprofit space to amplify the cries and demands heard in our streets and around the country. Joined by our non-Black colleagues in leadership, we demand more of our city's leadership. We see the direct impact of systemic racism and oppression daily. Community members our organizations partner with and serve are the direct targets of police brutality, over policing, poverty wages, subpar education, and systemic racism. As the protests in Memphis have taken place, we stand in solidarity with the organizers and activists leading the charge. For far too long, nonprofits have been the stopgap solution to systemic issues. Our city is set up for many of our residents to be oppressed. National comparisons tell the tale of high poverty rates, high health inequities, broad racial wealth gaps, and the dearth of opportunities for young adults, to name a few. We call for a new day and new way of doing business in our city. Expecting nonprofits and public goodwill to solve these challenges is not enough. Relying on nonprofits to fill the gap and fix issues that are hundreds of years in the making is not enough. We believe we can have a city where everyone thrives, but it will take bold action to get there. This fight has been building for a long time. The deaths of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and so many others have brought us to this today. These are not isolated incidents. We witness daily police violence and over-policing in our very own city, along with unresolved investigations from local police shootings, such as Darius Stewart and Martavius Banks. Most recently, the law enforcement response to peaceful protests has been egregious. A fellow nonprofit executive director, Victoria Jones, was targeted and attacked with zero accountability for those actions by police. We call on Memphis leaders to honor the following demands. And a lot of this goes into what's going to be presented in the next 2 resolutions, but I think that this should sort of tailor or sort of color our deliberations on this. Release all peaceful protesters that were arrested in any and all marches and drop all charges. Investigate law enforcement brutality and misconduct during recent protests with public reportings of findings and a commitment to hold officers accountable for any wrongdoing. Reallocate funding from the police department to fund alternatives rooted in community health and crisis response. ban chokehold and strangleholds by Memphis police officers and sheriff's deputies, require de-escalation as a first response by Memphis police officers and sheriff's deputy, develop a duty to intervene policy that requires officers to intervene when witnessing other officer using excessive force for the Memphis Police Department and the Sheriff's Office, require reporting by officers and deputies anytime they point a firearm at a citizen, give the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board, clerk, power it needs to investigate and ensure accountability for police conduct, provide clear avenues for clerks' input on MPD's training, policies and procedures, include grassroots Black and brown leaders and activists on the search and selection committee for the next MPD chief. The systemic issues that shape people's lives go beyond police brutality and over policing. Our Black and brown residents face some of the highest inequity and poverty in our country. From education to wages, we've constructed and perpetuated a system that keeps our residents in poverty. We call on leadership in all sectors, government, nonprofits, and corporations, to adopt an agenda that addresses these issues. It will require doing business differently and considering the lives, dreams, concerns of all of our residents. In order to get a new vision for Memphis and Shelby County, we demand the following: combat poverty by tracking companies paying a living wage and having corporations sign on to a living wage pledge and commitment to give temporary employees health insurance and benefits. Renew investment in K-12 education in the city of Memphis budget, including support for early literacy, high school success, trauma responsiveness supports, and increased access to tech, art, and music education. End bail money and stop predatory ballooning penalties for traffic tickets, court costs, and other fines. Enact a citizen participatory budgeting process at the city and county level, beginning with fiscal year 22 in partnership with Memphis City Council and County Commission that prioritizes neighborhood level investments. Release a clear plan for funding a more effective matter transit system by August 2020, overseen by a community appointed team. Words are not enough. Commitments to meet or form a task force are not enough. Good intentions are meaningless when year after year we continue to have the same dismal outcomes. We believe deeply that the leadership in our city wants a city where all residents are treated with dignity and humanity and are provided opportunities to become thriving citizens. For us to get there, we ask the leaders in government and business respond to these demands with clear commitments to action. What will your legacy be? We represent thousands of your constituents and are demanding more. 4 years ago, Memphians marched on the Hernando de Soto Bridge, and there were calls for change. 4 years later, little has changed. We ask we not let more lives be lost to violence, to poverty, to systemic racism. It is our hope that in 4 years, rather than lamenting the same challenges, we're celebrating the result of these changes. And so you can see your email to see some of the signatories for this email. Thank you.
Vice Chairman, you're muted.
Oh,
my bad. Councilman Jones, do you wish to add or have any further questions?
No, sir.
Very good. We go to Councilman Morgan and then Carlisle. Councilman Morgan.
I wasn't in the queue yet, but I was typing it as you said that.
Oh, you are up on my screen, but go ahead. You're recognized.
I'm sorry. Okay, no, you're correct. I was going to ask Director Rawlings a few questions. He said he wanted to present or that he'd have a presentation ready to discuss require use of force continuum and require comprehensive reporting because he wasn't sure what the details of that 8 can't wait were. I guess what they were requesting or proposing versus what we already have in place, and if there were any differences between our policy and what 8 can't wait had in mind. Director Rawlings?
Yes, sir. I thought
Director Rawlings, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. I thought council requested that I had a draft presentation. Council requested that I hold it until we finish it. So we're standing by, waiting on you to allow us to present.
Yeah, that was done during the Public Safety and Homeland Security meeting.
Councilman Morgan, it sounds like we're going to get that in 3 weeks. Do you want him to, are you going to push forward now? Because I think there's probably going to be some more objection.
Well, if the presentation is related to what we're hearing now, I think that would be helpful. My main question was in my thoughts on this is basically an 8 can't wait. It's 8 recommendations. 7 of them we already do. The one that we don't about the ban on shooting at moving vehicles in all situations, in all cases, is one where it's not a big difference. We don't have that many instances of it coming up every year. But it is something where I would favor our current policy versus what the website is recommending. And then on everything else, we already are compliant. So it's one of those resolutions where I think the symbolic nature of it is important. And I think 8 Can't Wait is a great place to start for a number of cities. And to Memphis's credit, we are ahead of those cities in terms of policies and training that we're implementing at the MPD. So I don't mind voting yes for this, even though the one policy recommendation that we don't currently implement, I don't agree with. I do favor what we have in place now, where we do shoot at a moving vehicle if somebody's life is directly in jeopardy, either that officer or a citizen, and that it's safe to do so, to use lethal force, or as safe as reasonably possible. And so I'm a bit on the fence. I abstained in committee, but I'm leaning more towards a yes vote. I do agree with many of the recommendations, if not all. And I'd want to make sure that as we talk to the community about what we're doing, I'd almost prefer for the resolution to say that we are using this resolution to inform the community about what MPD already does, rather than demand something that they've done way before we got here. So they have analyzed and put these practices in place really before the council made the recommendations, not the other way around. But that's I think that's a little bit more politics than I'm willing to get into. So today I'll vote yes, and look forward to hearing Director Rawlings' presentation, because again, I think the context is going to be really important for what's going on. Thank you very much.
All right.
Mr. Chair, if you allow me to speak.
Please, Director Rawlings, you're recognized.
Just a point of clarification, I may be confused. When we did the special session on 8 Can't Wait, it was my understanding that council wanted us to finish our presentation and present it. My understanding of what we talked about today in committee had nothing to do with 8 Can't Wait. It was about, mounted patrol, riot equipment, military equipment, et cetera. So if that is not if I misunderstood, then someone can correct me, but we're fully prepared to present. And I think for the sake of the public to know what we're doing is extremely important.
Objection.
I second to that.
All right. Okay, where we are. Councilman Morgan, you're recognized.
Well, I think
if the director wants to present on 8 Can't Wait, and it is not in conflict with what is being requested earlier in the administration, I see the point. If the director is willing to aim at that narrow, the 8 Can't Wait focus. But it is your right, Councilman, if you wish to ask for the presentation.
I don't know
in
what
the same way in planning and.
I don't know what the concern is to hear from the police director on police matters.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair.
Council Lady Swearingen.
Yes, we had this conversation in the Public Safety Homeland Security Committee meeting. This presentation was supposed to be a part of the request that Councilwoman Easter Thomas brought forward. She requested some additional information, and we don't want to hear this twice. So I think it would be in order for us to follow the means of the body. The body voted to wait 2 weeks, and I think we should do just that. We shouldn't decide something in committee meeting, bring it back up in the council meeting, and vote otherwise. That's not right.
Mr. Chair, that's not correct. They're 2 separate presentations. One is on the fiscal money that's being spent on military gear equipment, force mounting, and the other is a presentation on policies and procedures, which include and encompass 8 Can't Wait. And that was something that we discussed in the special meeting last week about having it presented in front of the full committee, or the full, not committee, the full council when we voted on this resolution. So they're two separate discussions that are going on, two separate presentations.
May I address you, Vice Chair?
Well, hang on, because I hear two separate presentations. Councilman Morgan, you have the floor. Do you wish a presentation?
On 8 Can't Wait by the police department? Absolutely.
Yes.
May I
All right,
speak,
just like
Vice
plan.
Chair?
Well, yes, ma'am, but hang on one second. It's just like planning and zoning. If somebody wants a presentation on a case, they can ask for it. So,
It's not
Councilor
just
Swearingen.
Yes, sir. Director Rollins just shared with you the presentation he was going to make was the same presentation he was going to make during that committee meeting. And it was asked for him to delay it for 2 weeks, and he was willing to delay it for 2 weeks. So it's the same presentation. He brought the wrong presentation for Michael and Easter Thomas, but he was going to share that. He was in conjunction. They shared that he had spent time with Chief Ford, and they have collectively collaborated on the presentation, and we decided to wait 2 weeks for that presentation. You can't make a decision on a committee and then come to council meeting and decide to do it another way. That's not decorum.
Well, Council Lady Swearingen, what I hear though, and Director Rawlings, am I hearing you correctly? This is a different presentation.
That's not what Director Rollins just said.
Well, and so I'm asking him again.
Chairman, let me make it clear. These are two totally separate presentations. In the special meeting that we did last week, I had a draft presentation ready, and council requested that I not present the draft and that I wait. These are two totally different items, and in the review of the item that, 8 Can't Wait was not in the committee this morning. That was about military equipment, ride equipment, et cetera. But there are two totally separate presentations. And I just want to, follow the will of the council, and you let me know what you want to do. But the Memphis Police Department is fully prepared to present. Mayor Strickland outlined these items in his Friday email. And I think that, I think we just want to make sure that all of you understand what we're doing, and we want the public to know what we're doing. So I'll just stand by waiting on you to give me guidance.
Director, council members, I hear of two separate presentations, different. One is for Council Lady Michael and Easter Thomas that we're going to hear in 2-3 weeks. And this other is a request by Councilman Morgan regarding 8 Can't Wait. I got apples and I got oranges. So Councilman Morgan, you've asked to recognize the director. Director, give me a presentation, please.
Mr. Chair, if I may, there were 2 objections to this presentation made. And so what would be in order would be a vote for this if we have 2 objections. I don't think that any one council person can override what may be the will of the majority of this body. So if there were 2 objections, I think it would be appropriate for you to ask for a roll call, because Councilwoman Easter Thomas as well as Councilman Swearingen objected to the presentation today.
We're not.
I'll tell you what, I agree.
It's not a motion.
Well,
Point of information, the chair can recognize or
this is
choose to
the
not
council's
recognize any presentation.
Guys, listen.
The chair
I am
can
the
always,
chairman.
The chair can always be overridden by a majority vote.
All right, I'll tell you what, then let's do it that way, because that falls into the rules, Councilman Jones. I recognize Councilman Morgan, and he wishes to hear the presentation. You object to it. You object to my ruling. So do you motion to object to my ruling and not hear it?
No, I asked for a roll call because the original objections to the presentation were not made by me. They were made by Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Councilwoman Swearingen.
I'm in the queue, Vice Chair.
There was one request by Councilman Morgan. So the only point that I'm saying is that if there's 2 objections, at least adhere to what the will of the body is, and that can only be determined by the vote.
All right, Council Lady Easter Thomas, because I think I might have a solution. Would you like me to go ahead and offer a solution, or would you like to speak?
No. Yes, I would like to speak, Vice Chair.
Please, you're recognized.
I would like to rescind my objection on the note that Director Rollins says this is a different presentation than what was supposed to be presented today in committee that was not complete. So if this such is about a can't wait, I would love to see it. However, this should not be the same information that's brought back to committee in 1st of July and presented about expenditures, which is to come from the finance division and not solely from MPD. So on that note, I would like to rescind my objection and to just plainly hear the presentation on 8 can't wait, since it will be finance based for the presentation in committee on the 1st of July.
Fair enough. Actually, your solution's even easier than mine. All right, there being no objection and no pushback, Director Rawlings, you were recognized on the 8 can't wait presentation.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Council. Thank you for allowing me to present. And actually, Brooke, we sent you the slides for the presentation so you can share them with Council and also present. I just want to remind, ma'am.
You want me to go through the slides, or do you want me to give you presenter status? I emailed the presentation.
I'm not presenting. My team
oh, okay.
in the conference room are going to present. So I don't know if Sam is logged on or whoever sent you the email. That's who would be presenting. But
perfect.
I do want to introduce what we're talking about. So we thank you for sharing the 8 can't wait with us. I think the mayor did a great job in his weekly email of outlining all that we're doing. Number one, ask for a ban of chokeholds and strangleholds, and that is banned in policy. Require de-escalation, that is also supported by policy. Require warning before shooting, that is already in policy. Exhaust all alternative means before shooting, that is in policy. Duty to intervene, we shared with you the new policy where we updated our policy that had a duty to report, and we updated that to require duty to intervene and report. Ban shooting at moving vehicles. Well, that's already banned except when deadly force is authorized. If someone is attacking a citizen or a police officer with deadly force using a vehicle by state law, by federal law, deadly force is authorized to being used. We scrutinize that very, very highly, but in defense of life, we don't want to remove that, especially if someone's trying to run over a child or run over someone that could, have some type of mobility issues. 7, require use of force continuum. That is already in place. And 8, require comprehensive reporting. I did want some clarification on that so we know, we want to meet the threshold that council is setting. We already require an extensive amount of reporting, but without, some specific details, we were kind of left trying to figure it out. So just to let you know that anytime an officer responds to resistance, they're required to fill out a response to resistance form that is codified in our response to resistance policy that we posted on the MPD website. That's chapter 2, section 8. Response to resistance is only 6 pages, but I'll just read a couple of things on that to make sure you know. Anytime there's an injury, anytime there's a weapon pointed or an officer uses some type of force, they have to report it in blue team. And it reads, it is responsibility of the officer utilizing less lethal force to complete a response to a resistant incident in blue team. Blue team is our management system that holds all the reports of accidents, response to resistance, chemical agent use, discharge of a SL6, use of an MPD K9, use of a baton, or anytime someone's charged with resisting arrest. Blue team is an internal kind of report records management system. Also, if anyone points a weapon at someone, they have to fill out a pointed weapon incident report. And if they discharge a weapon outside of training, they have to fill out a response to resistance. We also have a annual report that's prepared by our Inspectional Services Bureau, where we have posted those on our MPD website also for all to view. And, we do a number of other reports. So I would like a little more guidance on that. And with that said, pending your questions, I'm ready to turn it over to our team for a very quick presentation on 8 Can't Wait.
I have council members Carlisle and Warren in the queue, and I believe that's it. Would y'all like to defer and let the rest of the presentation go through? Would you like to ask your questions or comments now?
I'll wait till the director's presentation's over.
Very good. Doc?
Proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
I guess Doc's not ready to ask his questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Yes, please proceed with the presentation.
Thank you very much. Director, please proceed.
All right, Brooke, I don't know if you're going to pull it up or you're turning it over to our team, but I know that
I was just about to ask them, did they want me to do it or were they going to?
Why don't you just do it, Brooke?
Okay.
Why don't you do it? So Council Attorney Zaid Salim, our legal advisor, and Deputy Chief Samuel Hines, and maybe assisted by Deputy Chief Don Crow, will present the 8 Can't Wait summary. And I'll turn it over to them and I'll mute.
Hi, I'm Deputy Chief Sam Hines, 170 North Main, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103, District 1, Uniform Patrol Chief. So what we're presenting is the Memphis Police Department policies and training, and how does MPD's current training and policies, and you can go to the next slide if you will. I'm sorry, if you will, just go ahead on to slide 9 is where we'll start. So we'll skip over the 8. We got those listed. They've been outlined. So here, what we want to do is talk about how does MPD's current training and policy and procedures compare to the 8 Can't Wait recommendations. MPD has both training and policies and procedures that mirror each of the 8 recommendations. MPD constantly reviews policy and best practices to both update its current policies and training provided to its members, and it is an ever continuous process. Next slide, please. On this slide here, what we want to really emphasize on is that chokeholds are already banned by Memphis Police Department, and more importantly, is banned by the Tennessee state law. That TCA code 38-3-121 chokeholds and the restrictions on use of. Also, it reads in there that no law enforcement officer, did we lose it? We lost the slide. Seemed like we may have lost the, okay, it's back. But the law basically says no law enforcement officer shall use a chokehold or other similar respiratory restraining maneuver. That is the Tennessee state law. MPD's policy is even more restrictive. And it goes on to say, MPD officers are prohibited from using this self-defense technique. However, any officer may resort to the use of the chokehold if the officer was involved in a situation where deadly force would be authorized or justified. And basically here what we're saying is, if the officer could not utilize his firearms in that situation, he would not be able to use a chokehold or a restraint around the neck. Could we go on to the next slide? Our current policies on required escalation or de-escalation. On the de-escalation, we obviously know what the term means there and what we're trying to get to. Memphis Police Department, basically in the third paragraph below, what we want to emphasize on is the officers will quickly react and establish the objective reasonableness according to circumstances and the totality of facts known to the officer at the time of the incident. And what's really important is the last sentence. Officers should also de-escalate their response to resistance when the situation is safely under control and a higher level of force is no longer necessary or reasonable. So we like to teach our officers, or we do teach our officers, to de-escalate in those situations at the first opportunity. Next slide, please. Here's just a quick de-escalation scenario. Actually, it just happened on June 8th, where we had a mental consumer that shot her husband with a .22 caliber revolver, and officers made the scene. The suspect still had the weapon and was armed, and the officer used de-escalation techniques here and was able to get this subject in custody without having to use any force, and to get the subject into custody, as well as there were other weapons that was in the house and that was being used. So that is just happened recently, where we were able to use de-escalation in a situation that was obviously violent and get this subject into custody. I'd like to go to the next slide, please. Required warning before shooting. A required warning before shooting, as it reads with the Memphis Police Department, where feasible, and we're talking about in a situation here where deadly force would be utilized. We like to say where feasible, the officer has identified himself, herself as a police officer and given warning that deadly force is about to be used unless flight ceases. And this is an extreme situation where you have a violent fleeing subject, a violent suspect that where someone else has been seriously harmed, or the officer has been seriously harmed, and possibly with the use of some force or deadly force. And next slide, please. The next one, where it requires exhaust all alternative before shooting. The reason here, I think we skipped one. Go back one to number 4. Officers shall, what's real key here is officers shall use only the force necessary, only the necessary amount of force that is consistent with the accomplishment of their duties. Okay? Only the force that is necessary, where there should be no unnecessary force used and no excessive force. Go to the next slide, please. Number 5, which is obviously very key, but this was already here in our policy. Duty to intervene. IDR 127, duty to intervene and reporting proper conduct. Any member who directly observes another member engaged in dangerous or criminal conduct or abuse of a subject shall, and the key word here is shall, take reasonable actions to intervene. For sworn members, down at the last sentence, for sworn employees, commissioned officers, this reporting requirement also applies to the allegation of uses of force not yet reported. So even if there's an allegation of a force or abuse, it should be reported. They also have the duty to intervene. Next slide, please. Number 6, ban shooting at moving vehicles. I think the director just hit on this in detail, and it's here on the slide, but to go over it, the most important part that is still here that was up during the discussion, officers is prohibited in the following circumstances: from or at, utilizing deadly force from or at any moving vehicle, except in the case where an officer has probable cause to believe the subject committed a violent felony and the suspect possesses a direct threat of serious bodily injury or death to other persons if not immediately apprehended. And I think the director gave a pretty good explanation, an example of that. This is something that if this person is not stopped right now, then there's going to be more harm, more violence done to more people. And our last one we'd like to hit on is number 7 on the next slide. This is our force continuum, which we've had in place quite some time. And if you just orient to the bottom there where it talks about response to resistance continuum, our physical presence is the first line, verbal warnings, verbal commands, chemical agents, empty hands, control, both soft and hard hands, and then would be impact weapons, less lethal weapons, MPD K9, and the last would be deadly force. We would always try to start at the very bottom of our use of continuum force. And if you go to the next slide. I'll just kind of let you look over that one. And the last one, if you go to the next slide, 19. And here's what we talk about when the comprehensive reporting. It is the responsibility of the officer utilizing deadly force to complete a response to resistance form on all incidents involving the discharge of a firearm. You'll go to the next slide. And the last one, again, kind of goes back to what the director had talked about. These are the other forms that we report during the use of force, and complementing that with our with the response to resistance, complementing that is our blue team, where we report all of those things that will go into the blue team, and we will keep a record of those, and then we give warning signs whenever these officers may fall into a certain category, may need counseling, talk to about incidents that are occurring. All right, so
Go back over a little quick. What's back there? You got the last slide you read. The blue team report. Go ahead and emphasize the fact that any time force is used by any agent.
If you will, go back to slide 20. So I want to emphasize this because it's really important. It is the responsibility of the officer utilizing less lethal force to complete a response to resistance incident on all incidents involving the use of any part of the officer's body to compel compliance. This would include the uses of force that fall in level 5, empty hands, control, of response to resistance. Okay. Also, the chemical agent use would have to be reported. Discharge of any impact weapon, the SL6 or the officer's taser. Also, the use of MPD K9 to apprehend the suspect. All of these would need to be reported. The use of baton or expandable baton. Whenever a suspect is charged with TCA 3916-602 resisting arrest would have to be reported. Whenever there is a death, injury, or an alleged injury to an officer or suspect as a result of police utilizing less than lethal force. Pointing a firearm at a subject must also be documented. So all forces that would be used would be reported and documented by our officers at any time that they're using forces. And this is already in our policy that lines closely with the 8 can't wait. And pending any question, that concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Let's stay with, let's go through our queue. I have Carlisle, Warren, Logan, and Smiley, and now also Easter Thomas. We'll start with you, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Boy, I wish I had gone before that electric but informative presentation. My comments were more attached to what Councilman Jones, the letter from the nonprofits that Councilman Jones read out. And I think just generally philosophically altogether, if you'll bear with me here, I'm gonna try and bring it up on my screen as I babble for a second. One of the really interesting things that I've had time to really think about, and some of you may have as well, when we talk about reforming police departments or reimagining what they could be, or the debate on whether or not we fund city schools out of the city budget, even though, city taxpayers pay about $260 million a year towards school budgets. Whether or not, even going through this crisis of COVID, why are we debating a mask ordinance when it could be in the hands of the Shelby County Health Department and we're the city of Memphis? The more and more I think about, what the future looks like, the more and more I have to ask myself, and I think my colleagues on the west side of Main Street and the east side of Main Street have to ask themselves, which is, instead of trying to go through and reform 2 separate governments, why not form one government for one Memphis and one Shelby County? I don't know. It's just a thought. I'll leave you with those remarks to let it sink in. Stay tuned. With that, I yield back, Chair.
Okay. Sounds like we're gonna have some fun down the road. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
A couple questions. One, I'd like to get the chief to comment on our CIT program and its national reputation. 2, hoping I can get the police chief to provide us all with a list, not necessarily of names, but of numbers of policemen who've been fired and then reinstated over the last 2 to 4 years. I'd like for us to be able to see that, so we see if we've got, if and where we have a problem with people that our department's trying to discipline that are unsuccessfully being disciplined and are back on the force. And thirdly, I would like to see, if possible for all of us, the amount of money that we paid out as a city as a result of settlements for any police overuse of force in the last 2 to 4 years. So let's comment on our CIT function. And if I could get that information from legal and also from the police department, doesn't have to be today, but I think it would be nice if we had that within 3 weeks when we come to our next meeting. Thank you.
Director, can you have that ready for us in 3 weeks?
I want to make sure I got exactly what Dr. Warren wanted. So I know that you wanted the money paid out of settlements on any use of force complaint.
That's one. And I'd also like to know how many officers have been disciplined and fired, and how many have been reinstated in the last 4 years when they went to the review board for reinstatement.
Okay, I'm assuming you're saying when they went before civil service, because civil service is not the only board.
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah, so it'll be a number of categories. Some of them go to the circuit court, and some of them are dealt with through arbitration. So we'll just provide you with all those.
I'd like, yeah, you can educate us on the differences and why they're there.
Yes, sir. And so those were the two.
Yes, and I'd like to comment on our CIT division and what we do, because I do think that that is something that we have been recognized nationally, and people come and look and see how we do it, how they develop it when they know they have a problem.
Yes, sir, and thank you. CIT is not just national, it's international. I know there's a lot of talk about de-escalation. Most people in the world regard Memphis as the ones that created de-escalation. Our CIT program is our crisis intervention team program. We have specially trained officers to deal with mental consumers. They're the only officers outside of our tactical unit that have a taser. They respond to about 26,000 calls every year where someone is, could be off their medication, they could be acting violently, or they could be, just acting out, and the family, will call Memphis Police Department. Out of those 26,000 calls, we make an average of 5,000 to 6,000 transports. We take them to Lakeside. We take them to MMHI so they can be evaluated, possibly reissued medication. And those 26,000 calls only result in probably 500 transports where there are criminal charges. The CIT program, again, is internationally recognized. It's called the Memphis model. And, again, all of our officers receive 8 hours of CIT training. Our specially trained officers to be certified have to go through a selection process. They are then, they go through 40 hours of training, and then they go through an annual in-service training. I think they do 8 hours every year of specialty training just to make sure that we're up on the latest techniques and methods to keep people safe. So again, people come from all over the world to learn CIT. They come from all over the nation. And if you Google Memphis CIT, there's a great PBS special that is out there that gives you kind of a quick review of what Memphis CIT is. And you'll learn a lot in a few minutes. If council would allow me, I'd love to come back and share what CIT is.
Love to have you back. All right, let's see if we can get that on an agenda, see what we've got in the next few meetings.
Thank you.
Councilman Warren, does that give you direction?
Yes, that was exactly what I wanted to hear, and I want to see the results on the questions. I think that'll be enlightening for the rest of the council. And I really appreciate the CIT program. If every incident ended with a CIT result, our jails would not be quite so full, and we wouldn't have people who are mentally ill there. And I know we've got a number of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Warren.
Chairman, I failed to say that it's on our CIT program is on the City of Memphis website. If you look under Crisis Intervention Team, it'll give you the history of it. It's also on the University of Memphis website because Mr. Cochran, Sam Cochran, was a key involved in CIT. And also there's like I talked about, this PBS special is also on, and if Brooke allowed me to share my screen, I can just give you a screenshot so you know what it is, but it's on PBS NewsHour Weekend. And, they came to Memphis because Memphis started CIT. This was a November 2015 special that was shot. And I think you can see it now. But again, it's just a great special about what Memphis CIT is and how we deal with the mentally ill. And one thing you said, Doc, the problem that with mental illness, we know that about 40% of the population either suffers from a diagnosed or undiagnosed mental condition, and that as institutions shut down, individuals that suffer from mental illness have been put on the street. And that's why the Memphis Police Department had to step up. So when we talk about, what services do we provide, I'd love for somebody else to step into that space, But until such time, I think we're going to have to continue to make those investments in our CIT program, working with NAMI, National Alliance of the Mental Ill, working with MMHI, working with Lakeside and all of our partners as we not only combat instances of mental illness or some type of undiagnosed mental illness, but also as we combat the opioid epidemic. So when you have a person that may be suffering from a mental illness and they're on drugs, it exacerbates the situation that we see, especially amongst our homeless population and some individuals that come into contact often with law enforcement.
Okay. Thank you, Director. I'm gonna look that up. All right, Council Lady Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Director Rollins, just a couple of questions. Thank you for your presentation. My question is the training that you just shared with us, how often do officers receive that training or receive training? Is there a continuing education? Are they held responsible for having a certain number of hours of ongoing training or refresher courses or anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Secondly, who does that training and who vets the information that's shared?
So now if you're specifically the Tennessee Post or the Peace Officers Commission on Standards and Training, which falls under the office of the governor, Post requires that each police officer receive 440 hours so they can graduate from the academy. We require 880 hours. We doubled the Post requirements. Our officers spent about 6 months in the academy and have a very exhaustive curriculum. So the recruits receive 8 hours of CIT training. The officers that are part of the CIT program have to, go through a grueling selection process, and then they have to receive 40 hours of training, and then they have continuous training throughout their career where they're certified as a CIT officer. Each police officer has to attend a 40-hour in-service training to keep their certification. And so that in-service training throughout a career. So if you think I've had 30 years of a 40-hour in-service training. So when we talk about officers in training, our officers are very, very well trained. We've never lost a case to litigation based on training. And, pending your questions, I think I tried to answer. And if there's any, we also have specialized training where we bring individuals in from the outside. We also work with NAMI of Memphis, National Alliance of Mental Illness. We work with the VA hospital. We work with Lakeside. We work with almost any provider of mental health services, so we can make sure our officers are well trained and are up to date with modern practices and policies.
Okay, thank you for that. But I was talking about not only the CIT training, but training in general, the ACANT, your response to the ACANT wait, and just training in general. How often are they recertified or continuing education information or anything like that, or like they go through it during the academy? Then how often do they go through updated training?
Yes, ma'am. So there are kind of almost 4 different types of training. One is an officer can attend any training that they want. If they see something that's offered out in the general law enforcement arena, they can take the training. I've had an ungodly amount of training in my entire career. The other is they require each police officer after graduation is retired to go to training every single year. Every single year, a police officer has to attend a 40-hour in-service training. Some of that training is mandated by posts, and then we have electives, and we'll generally focus on whatever the hot topic is. And then we have specialized training. And the academy will host specialized training. We'll bring in outside instructors, and sometimes our other law enforcement partners will host that training. So, again, and we have roll call training. So the policies that we talked about, the banning of chokeholds, the policies were published They were emailed out to every member, and then the supervisors covered the training and roll call. We also, with the COVID-19 grant, part of the grant that you approved was to purchase a software called Power DMS. And what Power DMS will do is require an officer to digitally sign off, review and sign off on a policy or a training so that we can make sure that's done remotely, because we know that we can't assemble, 70 or 100 police officers at the academy to do the standard in-service training. But almost every day at roll call, we push out a very large amount of information in bulletins, policy and procedure updates, and the supervisor will go over those in roll call, plus the employee is emailed, and then they all have access to our enormous policy and procedure manual that is published and updated electronically on our MPD kiosk page. And also our policy is updated and posted on our website for the public to view.
And additionally, Director, as to Councilwoman Logan's question about the aid can wait, that was actually covered last year during in-service for the entire department. So most of this material that we've talked about today was actually presented last year during in-service training.
Okay, so the required training is 40 hours a year annually?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
required training. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's my understanding that the diversity training or course is taught by MPD officers. Is that the case?
So there are a large number of those type courses that we teach. And so the majority, we have a psychologist that teaches some. We've also, I think in the document that you're referencing to, and I don't have it in front of me, so I'm strictly going from memory, but probably the majority of our instructors are seasoned police officers that have been certified to teach. If you take the state course on just and fair policing that Governor Haslam made it a requirement, the training was developed by law enforcement and citizens from all over the state that came together and put together this course material. Well, the instructors have to be certified. They have to attend a course that's hosted by the state to teach that. So they're making sure they're teaching it. If you go to the governor of the state of Tennessee's website, you can go look at just and fair policing, and it tells you about it. I think they have to attend a 4-hour train the trainer. They have to be a post-certified instructor. And so all of our instructors that teach, you're required by the state of Tennessee to be certified to instruct, and then you have to have expertise in the particular field that you have. So the majority of the instructors are commissioned police officers. We do have Dr. Howard Nelson, who is also a reserve, and he's a licensed clinical psychologist. And then I'm losing, I can't remember, but Playback Memphis comes in, and they also do it. We've also brought Elliot Perry in. We brought DeAndre Brown in. We brought in a number of individuals to, speak to our recruit classes or in services, and then I spend quite a bit of time with them.
Okay, my last question, thank you for that information. My last question is, for the sake of transparency, and a lot of conversation has been had around this, but so that it won't seem like police are policing police, is there any outside entity that the police department is accountable to when there are infractions or complaints about policemen?
Oh, yes, ma'am. So we're certainly accountable to you, the council. We're accountable to the mayor. We're accountable to the district attorney general's office, to the FBI. This is the only city that has a tarnished badge program that was specifically set up to combat police corruption. I invite you to have the special agent in charge of the FBI to come before you and talk about the tarnished badge program. We're definitely accountable to the U.S. Attorney's Office. I don't know if you recall, but back in 2016, when then the U.S. Attorney Ed Stanton approached us about collaborative reforms. I went to Washington, D.C., and I met with the Department of Justice officials and asked them to come in and evaluate the Memphis Police Department. That a request for collaborative reforms changed into technical assistance when the Trump administration came in, and the Attorney General Jeff Sessions, they decided that they were not going to focus on placing departments under consent decree. Well, Memphis never met the bar to be placed under consent decree, and I reached out to DOJ for technical assistance because we wanted to be proactive, bring in DOJ. So DOJ came into Memphis for 18 months and conducted technical assistance. We focused on de-escalation, we focused on officer wellness, and we focused on community outreach. That information was made very public. There was also an announcement by the U.S. Attorney, and we continue to work with Department of Justice, the NAACP, Council. You had me before you on a number of issues and concerns. I've appeared before County Commission, and then we've also been responsive to the requests that came from CLERB with training, with meeting with CLERB, with meeting with a number of the community organizations such as MICA to make changes to the Memphis Police Department.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the information.
You're very welcome.
Vice Chair.
Councilman Colvett, was there anyone else in the queue?
I'm in the queue.
My apologies. Daggum mute button. Thank you, Council Lady Logan. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Council Director Rollins, for your presentation, for the work that you're doing. Just listening to everything, it seems to be that we are we have one of the leading police forces in the country. So I would commend you and your leadership team for the work that you all are doing. And just wanted to touch on a couple of things and make a couple of points as relates to duty 5. I think in your presentation, I would like to see the policy be updated to include excessive force specifically. The language is not, as direct. It seems to be somewhat, I don't want to call it, I don't necessarily, somewhat ambiguous. I would like to see it be the language excessive force to be included specifically, and our training policies also to include the fact that excessive force must be reported. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you spoke on the fact that officers who use force will have to report it. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Was there any? So if you're repeating yourself, I'm sorry, because it was a lot. So I was trying to take notes and I missed some things. Did you say anything about whether or not officers had a duty to report force if they see it?
So let me see if I can help by reading the DR.
Okay.
The DR we issued on June the 9th, the purpose to amend our policy and procedure, DR 127, reporting improper conduct. And now it reads as follows. DR 127, duty to intervene and report and reporting improper conduct. Any member who directly observes another member engaged in dangerous or criminal conduct or abuse of a subject shall take reasonable action to intervene. If you would like to add something to that, if you would send that language to me, I think we'd definitely be, amenable to making a modification. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I'm just saying, the language is spot on. The only thing I would add to that would be and report, because it said duty to intervene. Someone's using, but I'm not sure if it says anything about their duty to also report. Because I can,
Yes, sir.
if I see my colleagues fighting, I can break it up and not tell anybody. Let's say if I was at school, not tell anybody and say, we're good, all well that ends well. I don't necessarily go tell the principal what happens. Here, I'm saying, let's go tell the principal. Let's
No,
make
sir.
sure.
It's there. I only read the first line.
Okay.
A member shall immediately report to the department any violation of policies and regulations or any other improper conduct which is contrary to the policy, order, or directives of the department. So I think that covers what you wanted. For sworn employees, this reporting requirement also applies to allegations of uses of force not yet reported, meaning that if you know of something that has not been reported, meaning that a citizen has not came forward and said that, hey, this happened, and the officer saw it, they heard about it, somebody told them, they have an obligation to report.
Perfect. And I'm not sure if this would be something your department would do or something that you all keep up with or something that we need to reach out to the public defender's office. Are you all keeping a running list, assuming that there are, officers charged with crimes? Are you all keeping that type of list?
I think there have been a number of open records requests for some particular lists as such. And I think we've responded to all those open record requests. But the DA, what you may be referencing to is that was reported in the news. And again, I always caution counsel on what's reported in the news unless you see the news station give me about 30 minutes to explain it. And I think that's why it's so important that when y'all see news stories, you ask the police director to come forward and answer those questions that you may have. I think we got some great reporters, but we also got some that probably should be doing something else. So on that particular report, the DA responded to that. She did an interview, and so it goes back to what we call a Giglio list. And our attorney, Zaid Salim, is very much more versed in that than I am. But there's a Giglio rule where if something is favorable to the defense, it must be reported. For instance, if I arrested someone for DUI and I had been arrested for DUI, it could be misconstrued that I may have given a person favoritism, or I may have been overzealous in my enforcement of a law, and so that defense has the right to know if there's something in my background, such as a allegation of me not being truthful. Then I think you're well aware as an attorney of what I'm talking about also. But Attorney Salim, can you jump in? And he does a much more eloquent job of explaining the legal terms than I do.
And Director Rollins, I know he works for the police department. Would you be okay if I ask him the next question?
Oh, sure.
Yes,
Without a
because
doubt.
okay, go ahead.
Zaid, are you still on?
Yeah, so the director, you talked about Giglio. I would also say Brady and Giglio.
Brady rule.
That information needs to go to the DA. The DA should provide that to defense counsel, and we do abide by that.
Okay.
Yeah, let me make sure we know that just because the officer has some charge in his background, the officer could have some type of arrest, that officer still could be allowed to testify in federal court and state court. I think, District Attorney General Amy Wyatt, can take a position where they don't call that particular officer forward. But that's where we have in-car video systems. We have body-worn cameras. We have other witnesses that can also be used to help present that information in court.
Okay. I guess my last question, well, I guess not necessarily a question. I think it's something that we would potentially discuss on Councilman Logan's committee. Just thinking, and Attorney, I would like to hear you chime in on this, because I don't want to get us in a situation where we are stepping outside of some information that may be privileged. But, I'm thinking about, the transparency portal, and right now, not hearing any pushback from the police director or anything. Right now, I'm thinking about including information related to a police officer being charged on the expanded transparency portal, in lack of a better term for it right now, the transparency portal. Is there any pushback, or is there any reason officers being charged should not be included in the expanded transparency portal that I need to know of?
When you're talking about charge, are you talking about administratively or criminally?
Oh, criminally. Like, if I was charged with a DUI, if I was charged with, domestic violence, those type of charges. That's what I mean.
That information would be public record based on the fact that the DA's office would have indicted or charged that officer with that offense. So I don't know if the city would want to put that information on his website, simply because of the fact that that comes to the DA's office and they provide that type of information.
Okay. I think that may be something I need to discuss offline. I'm just trying to, make sure that, in this process, as much information as possible is made available to people of Memphis. But you all have answered my questions. Fine, Director Wallace, thank you. Thank your executive team. You all are doing a pretty good job, and I appreciate your service to the city.
And just for your information, Councilman Smiley, I'm fully open. If an officer has been arrested and it's been adjudicated, and then that information should be public. I think the President of the United States has signed an executive order, and there's a number of bills coming through the House and the Senate that probably going to impact exactly what you're asking for. And I think that we just need to all be mindful. I'm trying to juggle, federal legislation that's coming down the pipe, state legislation, what's being asked by council. We're discussing in these committees and with Micah and with a whole bunch of other groups to include individuals from the letter you wrote. I will make a recommendation. I think council is the best body because council represents all of Memphians to vet what the police department is doing and what direction you want us to go in. I think, because it gets very confusing of what group has the loudest voice or the will of the people. Well, I don't know. Council has the will of the people. You're elected, and I respect that you will come to the best space because you understand state law, federal law, the city ordinances, and then you understand the implication of policy. So I commend Councilwoman Logan for standing up an ad hoc committee. But, I just wish that the citizens of Memphis will give you time to do what you seek out to do. And so we make sure we do it right, and that we make sure we haven't, broken something that is not broken, and that we fix stuff that's truly broken. So thank you.
Okay, my last question, and I guess this is for Councilwoman Logan or anyone else who knows. Councilwoman Logan, your ad hoc committee, does it include anyone from the police department?
Yes, absolutely. The Director Rollins has been invited or is a part of it. And if he can't make it, then
designate. Okay, thank you. That's all for me. I yield.
Yes, ma'am. I'll miss your first meeting because I'll be in federal court with the ACLU lawsuit. So I don't want to apologize right now so that you know where I'm at.
I did get that message, but you are sending Deputy Director, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Smiley. I have Council Lady Easter Thomas, followed by Council Lady Logan. Council Lady Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to say thank you, Councilman Morgan, for asking Director Rollins to make his presentation. I think it's very helpful to have that shown for the public. I think it also shows that Councilwoman Logan has her work cut out for her in her ad hoc committee as they talk about all of these things. with the hiring, training, and retention. And I think that would be a very robust and productive conversation when it's held in that committee. But I do ask for a vote to go ahead and approve this resolution requesting that Memphis City Council request that MPD adopt the A can't wait use, and then those details ironed out within those interested parties in the committee.
Second that motion.
You're on mute, Vice Chair.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm still figuring out the system. Councilman Morgan wishes to speak one more time, and then I'll call the question. Is that okay with you, or are you calling it right now?
I would definitely let Councilman Morgan speak, and then you can call the question.
Outstanding. Thank you. Councilman Morgan, you're recognized.
Thank you all very much. It's been a long day and we've got more to do, so I'll be brief. I think it's important to give credit where credit's due, and the MPD has been very, very intentional about the policies and the work they've done in putting some of these in place. So I'm going to make a motion that I hope is not controversial. On the resolution, there are 4 therefore be it resolved paragraphs. My motion would be to strike the 3rd, therefore be it further resolved paragraph, and to add one in its place that says, therefore be it resolved that the Memphis City Council congratulates and commends the Memphis Police Department for already having adopted 7 of the 8 can't wait principles.
Objection.
Okay, well,
And
just
not on the premise of that I don't want to congratulate, just objection.
All right, Councilman Morgan, are you? It's definitely not friendly because you object. Councilman Morgan, do you wish to proceed with offering your amendment?
I wish to proceed, and part of the reasoning is that paragraph has.
Hang on, just hang on 1 second, Cowboy. All right, I got a motion to amend. Do I have a second?
Can I hear the motion again? I shouldn't. Everybody's breaking up. I'm sorry. Maybe it's me.
Can we display it too so we can see it?
Worth, have you written it out?
Whoever has presenter's rights, so we can show the paragraph I'm talking about cutting, and I'll try to type it as fast as I can in the side chat.
Okay. Well, in essence, what does the 3rd paragraph say? Can staff or someone tell us or show us up on the screen? What is this 3rd paragraph that Councilman Morgan wishes to strike? But then while you're doing that, equally important, I have a motion to amend. Do I have a second?
Councilman Morgan, I've given Bryson presenter rights. So any changes you have, if you send them to him, he can also put them up on the screen.
If he could put it up on the screen, and I'll type in the added language on the side.
Your basic, I'm sorry, it can't be recognized.
Well, are you seconding this? Because I still don't have a second.
Second for discussion purposes.
Second for the purpose of discussion. We're now on the amendment. Do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, if you don't mind.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Councilman Morgan, if I understand you, you're saying that you believe that even though Campaign Zero's website stated that they were only using 3 of the 8, that is incorrect based on what Director Rawlings has told us, and you just want to correct that for the record.
That is correct. Their website is wrong. And we copied information from their website into the resolution. And I think we should rely on what Director Rawlings is telling us versus what's on the internet.
Well, can we get that the original resolution up? I'd like to see paragraph 3.
Yes, Bryson is pulling it up at this moment.
Hey, this is Bryson. One moment, having tech difficulties, moving slow.
Tis the summary of the day for us. I'll say one last thing and then I'll just yield it back for everybody else to weigh in because we've got a lot more stuff to do. But yeah, look, I mean, if we're going to write a document, the recitals and the be therefore further resolved should be accurate. So to that point, I understand that. So I'll yield back.
Councilman Morgan, I have it up. Which paragraph are you talking about? The third now, therefore be it resolved.
It is the third, therefore be it resolved. That starts, yeah, that Campaign Zero's research shows that the Memphis Police Department already uses.
And then his amendments in the chat queue.
Okay. I have a motion to amend. I have a proper second, especially for discussion. Let me go into the queue and see who I see. Interestingly enough, there is Councilman Warren asked if we could say acknowledge, which I guess instead of congratulate, is that what you're saying?
There's a friendly amendment.
Okay. The word's acknowledged. Now I have Council Lady Easter Thomas in the queue on the amendment.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for recognition. I see the issue with saying that in the third, therefore be it resolved, Campaign Zero's research shows that Memphis Police Department already uses 3. I would not strike the whole thing. If they use 7, say 7. If that can be, if that is what we just heard in the presentation, support it, and still asking to use all 8. For the purpose of discussion, I would say that I still object to the adding of a congratulatory acknowledgement. That's not the purpose of this resolution, to do any congratulatory to anyone. This resolution is about starting the conversation and the process amongst accountability and reform to protect Black lives. And I think it would be a very disrespectful move to congratulate anyone in this resolution, as we are talking about Black lives that has been slain, not by particularly our police department, but by police in this nation. And that is why I object. I still would offer it to you, Councilman Morgan, to add yourself as a co-sponsor of this, especially if we change the third, therefore be it resolved, to update the accurate representation of what MPD already does.
Councilman Morgan, just make sure I understand correctly. We're eliminating the therefore be it resolved, the Memphis City Council acknowledges the Memphis Police Department. We're she's asked for a friendly to strike that paragraph, go into the original third paragraph, and potentially strike the phrase that Campaign Zero research shows that, and just change that to say the Memphis Police Department already uses 7 of the 8. As I understand it, that is a friendly amendment. Councilman Morgan, are you amenable to that friendly amendment?
Well, it'd essentially be still rewriting the paragraph, so I thought it'd be easier to substitute, because we wouldn't use Campaign Zero's name anymore because they said 3 out of 8, but we think in reality it's 7 out of 8. And then after that, it goes on to list which ones, have been said. And so we're not going to go and list all 7. I do hear you on the words commends and congratulates. And I think, is your recommendation and Councilman Warren's recommendation that acknowledges is a more appropriate word for this resolution. And if this amendment is accepted by the body, I certainly would sign on to be a co-sponsor.
All right, sounds like that friendly amendment was not accepted. Do I hear an amendment? Because I could do 2. Hearing none, I see Councilman Jones is in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have in looking at this paragraph, if you recall, there was a resolution that I presented, but looked like it was almost addressed prior to our voting on it. So I think we have to look at what was enacted at the time that this was crafted a week ago or when it was introduced for us to talk about, because I think some of the issues, some of the items that may have been addressed at the time, I don't recall a particular number that Director Rollins indicated that we are already adhering to. It may have been 5, it may have been 4, it may have been, I don't know the number, but I think that if we go back to when this was originally crafted, I don't think that we were in a position to say it was 7 out of 8, unless somebody can tell me differently. With that being the case, I think we should keep with, or we can modify this, take it out, whatever the case may be, but I think it should be reflective of what the situation was and what the rules and regulations were at the time this was adopted.
Being adopted today.
But it's been adopted today, well, when it was introduced, because even from the acknowledgement standpoint, the acknowledgement was done in response to this being introduced by this council. So my question is, when this was adopted or introduced, when this was introduced, how many of the 8 was MPD already, did MPD already had codified?
7 of the 8. When it came through committee, we were talking, we introduced this in committee, and this is before we had talked to the police to hear that they had already implemented all 7 of the 8. So as we're going through on this resolution, we now have updated and new information. And that is what I think Councilman Morgan is offering, is to, for lack of better words, clean up and make it accurate to the information we have now. I mean, why would we pass something that is incorrect? At the time, we thought it to be correct. Now it is incorrect. Does that kind of make sense?
It does, but I don't remember it being 7 out of 8 a week ago when we brought this. It may have been 5 out of 8. And there was one that, I saw an announcement Tuesday morning on Fox 13 talking about MPD was going to be talking about revising or introducing a policy that was made. But to me, in my estimation, that was done in anticipation of this, not necessarily already on the books prior to the council adopting and introducing this, or prior to the council introducing it. But those are just my comments.
Well, Councilman Smiley, it sounds like you have an idea about striking the third paragraph to its entirety and being done with it and not implementing and adding Councilman Morgan's paragraph. Is that your thought?
So I think it accomplishes both what Councilwoman Easter Thomas wants to do, which is pass it to show that we are standing in solidarity with communities who have been oppressed, and to make sure that we have policies in place that reflects, the will of the public. And also, if there's any inaccuracies, we can just get rid of those inaccuracies just by removing the paragraph and go forward from there. So that would be my suggestion. I think that accomplishes the goals of both Councilman Morgan and Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and we can go forward from here and not have a lengthy debate about, I wouldn't say trivial issues, but just minor things when we have the goal of getting it done today. Thank you,
Councilman. Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Councilman Morgan, I sense a friendly amendment. Strike paragraph 3, but not include your new paragraph. How do you feel about that?
I'm okay with that. I mean, I think it's important to, again, I'll use the word acknowledge where we are today, and that's what that paragraph is trying to do, which is nothing wrong with that. And so I was trying to simply to acknowledge where we are today with these policies, but I'm okay as a compromise with just striking the misinformation.
All right. So I have, is there any objection and sound off if there is there any objection to this friendly amendment that basically changes the amendment to simply striking paragraph 3 and not adding any new language. Is there any objection? Going once. Twice. Done. All right, the friendly amendment is put in place. Is there anyone else in the queue wishing to be recognized on said amendment as amended? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. This is special item 1 that you're voting on, and that is to strike paragraph 3. Let's get a roll call vote, please.
Well, it's being done without objection.
Friendly.
It's being done without objection. It's time to move the previous question and
Please.
vote on the ordinance as amended. I'm sorry.
I
Resolution.
apologize. I apologize. I was adding steps, overcomplicating. My bad. We're back to the original question. This is item 18 as amended. Is there any other councilman wishing to seek recognition? Seeing none, let's get a roll call vote on item 18 as amended.
Council members Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chair Colvett,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye.
That item passes. I see our chair lady is back. Would you like the chair or you want me to keep going?
Looks like I can pick up from
She
here.
may be
if you
having
want.
some
Just tell me. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have the ball. I think next item on the agenda is item 19.
Okay, thank you. Item number 19. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll? Will you please read the item?
Item number 19 is a resolution requesting that Mayor Strickland form a community task force to assist in the selection of a new MPD director. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Councilman Smiley, and there's a request for same night minutes.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Just to reiterate, this is a resolution requesting that Mayor Strickland form a community task force to assist in the selection of the new police director for Memphis. I don't know who has presentation rights, but if you could scroll down. Just a little more. Okay, yeah. So also, as we see in the be it further resolved, that this outlines different communities and backgrounds in which we think, hold on, was it? Okay. Different outlines and communities in which we think these citizens should derive from. It was given in a presentation last Tuesday that the mayor's administration and HR had set a great foundation of what can possibly be done. But I think that this just takes it a step further and ensures that more community members will be able to select in who helps keep them safe and direct the safety directives of our city. So thank you, Chair. I move that we have a vote on this as it came with a positive recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. I had unmuted myself and then somebody muted me back, but I don't see anyone in the queue. So on this item, Madam Comptroller, This item has been properly moved and seconded, moved by Councilwoman Easter Thomas and seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Will you please call the roll?
Council members Canali,
Yes.
Councilmember Canali,
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Colbert,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Abstain.
Smiley,
Of course, aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 30?
Item number 30 is a resolution approving funding in the amount of $250,000 to Southbrook Properties for the development of Southbrook Town Center from FY20 budget. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Smiley.
Councilman Smiley.
Yes. Do we have the resolution?
Brooke, can you put it on the screen for us, please?
Yes.
Okay. Resolution to, oh, that's not it.
Which resolution are we on? I apologize.
Resolution related to Southbrook Mall.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Resolution allocating $250,000 to the Southbrook Properties for the development of the Southbrook Town Center. Let me scroll down some so I can. Okay. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council allocates $250,000 to be distributed to the Southbrook Properties for the development of Southbrook Town Center. Therefore, be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council requests the administration to analyze and determine any unused funds of FY20 that can be utilized for this $250,000 allocation to the Southbrook Properties as an FY20 expenditure. The committee met regarding this allocation, recommended approval, and I so move.
I need a second.
Second, Easter Thomas.
Johnson,
Easter
a second.
Okay. Easter Thomas, I got it.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have anybody in the queue? I don't see anyone in the queue. Let me ask a question. Councilman Smiley, did you want same 9 minutes? You mentioned that earlier.
Oh, thank you, Chairwoman. It's a request for same 9 minutes as well.
Okay. Are there any objections? Not seeing none. Madam Comptroller, please call the roll.
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colbert,
Yes.
Easter Thomas, Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan, Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you.
You're
Madam
welcome.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 49?
Item number 49 is a resolution requesting the administration to hold all contracts with Flight Memphis LLC in abeyance pending an internal review regarding allegations of discriminatory practices. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Jones, Councilwoman Logan, and Councilwoman Swearingen. There is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley.
Yes. So before I read the pertinent parts of the resolution, I do want to do it on the record and read an email that we received from the owner, one of the owners of Flight Restaurant, into the record. So to make everyone aware who is not aware. Hi, I wanted to make you aware of Flight and our other restaurants' response to the recent accusations. We want to assure you that these accusations are being handled seriously by our ownership group. And in our statement, you will see the actions we are taking. First and foremost, know that we have decided to buy out one of our owners, Russ Graham, so that he is no longer going to be an owner affiliated with or an employee in any fashion with any of the restaurants.
Numbers.
We are committed to ensuring that our restaurants are inclusive and provide a comfortable and welcoming environment to all. Please reach out to me directly if you have any questions. Thank you for all you do for the city of Memphis and Shelby County as a whole. Thank you, Tom Powers. So I just want to acknowledge the fact that the voices of the people, the voices of this council have been heard and have been taken seriously by Flight Restaurant. However, I think it's pertinent, imperative, it's extremely important for this body to not take it lightly, not to back down. I think what we have a chance to do here is set an example, set precedent for any organization or any entity that has been accused of serious accusations of discriminating against Black and brown people. I stated earlier in my comments that telling Black and brown people, telling me, telling my brothers, telling my sisters to go upstairs is the same thing as telling us to go to the back of the bus. This is year 2020. I'm assuming that this body and the administration as well will not allow or will not engage in any business with any entity that has been shown to discriminate against Black and brown people. And I do believe it's important for me to read the comments of the Chief Communications Officer into the record as well during this meeting. In response to this resolution, in which every person on the city council has agreed to back, this is what our Chief Communications Officer put out. Without knowing all the facts of the situation, it will be irresponsible to make a decision based solely off a rumor or social media. Sole contracting authority rests with the mayor per city charter. However, council is free to make recommendations whenever they feel it prudent. I believe that Flight Memphis LLC's response to the protest, response to the people, response to what this body has decided to do speaks for itself. And I also think it confirms everything that we know to be true, that these were not simply rumors, that these were allegations that had, several other individuals substantiate any allegations that are being made. So I think we're much past rumors at this point. And I said it earlier that this statement was tone deaf. This statement was, for the most part, factually inaccurate, and that this statement was lacking, and it seems to lack, any type of regard for those who have been discriminated against. So I would like to just thank each and every person on the council for hearing the plea of the people and sending a very strong statement, not only to the people of Memphis, not only to any entity that believes that it is right to discriminate against Black folk, but also to the administration, that we will not sit idly by while we're intentionally engaging with entities who have been accused of allegations such as these. And with that, I will do my job, which is read the resolution into the record. If the resolution comes on the screen. Brooke, can we get the resolution on the screen? Perfect. Resolution requesting that the administration to hold all contracts with Flight Memphis LLC in abeyance pending a internal review regarding allegations of discriminatory practices. And can I get to the B, if therefore resolve clauses? Can you pull up the B it therefore resolve clause? Thank you. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Memphis City Council requests that the administration hold all contracts with Flight Memphis LLC in abeyance pending an internal review regarding allegations of discriminatory practices. Therefore, be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council requests that the administration consider and look into these allegations before executing or extending contracts to or with Flight Memphis LLC. And with that, I so move.
Second, Logan.
Who said Logan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have two members in the queue, Councilman Warren and Councilman Morgan.
I'd just like to be added as a co-sponsor, and I think that what this states and lets our constituents know is that we take this seriously. I am pleased that the ownership has dealt with this issue with their, I guess, whoever was the offending party, and they're trying to move forward. I look forward to their investigation and report, and I'm sure the mayor will wait to hear that before he signs contracts. And I hope we vote for this, and I'm going.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Morgan, and then Councilwoman Swearinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And I'll say I had some questions earlier, but I want to thank Councilman Smiley for his diligence on this. We used the metaphor earlier talking about where there's smoke, there's fire. And after that email that came in at 4-something o'clock, I think we're watching the flames. No more smoke. You don't buy an owner out like that unless there's something seriously going on. So I will miss their chicken and waffles and their lava cake. But as for me and my family, there are other places to eat. I'm voting yes on this, and now it's in the administration's hands.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Swearinger.
I have in the chat, I would like to also be added as a co-sponsor, and I have no additional questions. I think it is all, the truth has been told.
Thank you. I see no other council members in the queue.
Chairwoman, I'm in the queue. I'm sorry.
Okay, Councilman Smiley.
So I know this is probably my last request regarding this today, but I think the very first council meeting I talked about a consensus several times, and I think this is one of the issues where I think this body understands the importance of the message that we send today. So my request for this council would be for everyone to join this and will show that this body does not take kindly to, we strongly disdain discrimination on any forms and any basis. So I would ask that everyone join as a co-sponsor and send a very strong message of solidarity. And we have a consensus on this. Thank you all.
Okay, council members, will you just acknowledge by raising your hand so I can see you that you'd like to be added on?
That's in addition to the other sponsors, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So do I have everyone, staff? You're gonna have to help me.
I have everyone is added on. All hands are in the air.
Okay.
2 hands.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle, Vice Chairman Covat,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
You already know, of course.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. Thank you. That motion passes. Madam Comptroller, I'd like to call for the order of the day.
I believe that would take, Chairwoman Robinson, if I would take a privilege here, we have one more item that requires same night minutes. And
Okay.
it's item number 50, the item number 56.
What is
if you
item
allow
number
me,
56? Because I don't have that.
it's the one that established June 19th as Juneteenth.
Okay, I
Yes.
thought
And
that
it's
was
requested-
item number 1.
It's two
The
different
council
ones.
is 2 items.
Okay,
One is
okay,
celebratory and one is a holiday request.
okay,
And with the calling of this item, I think that we'll have all our same night minutes.
okay.
We'll go to item number 56, a resolution requesting Mayor Strickland to establish June 19th as Juneteenth within the city of Memphis, recognizing the liberation and emancipation of enslaved African Americans in the United States of America. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Last but not least, all right. So item 56, you all received a resolution. The reason why there are 2 is that item 1 on the city council agenda is, as Comptroller said, celebratory, as Juneteenth is coming this Friday. Item 56, which is added to same night minutes, is reading as follows. Resolution of the Memphis City Council requesting Mayor Strickland to establish June 19th as Juneteenth within the city of Memphis, thereby recognizing the liberation and emancipation of enslaved African Americans in the United States of America. And I will read it in full. Whereas news of the end of slavery did not reach the frontier areas of the United States, in particular the state of Texas and other southwestern states, until months after the conclusion of the Civil War on April 9th, 1865. More than 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln formally issued the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, with welcome news that the Civil War had ended and that the enslaved were free. And whereas African Americans who had been enslaved in the Southwest began celebrating June 19th, commonly known as Juneteenth Independence Day, to inspire and encourage future generations. And whereas African Americans from across the nation have continued the tradition of observing Juneteenth Independence Day for over 150 years, and whereas 47 states and the District of Columbia have designated Juneteenth Independence Day as a special day of observance and recognition of the emancipation of all enslaved African Americans in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth Independence Day celebrations have been held to honor African American freedom while encouraging self-development and respect for all cultures, and whereas the faith and strength of character demonstrated by formerly enslaved African Americans and the descendants of formerly enslaved African Americans remain an example for all people of the United States, regardless of background, religion, or race. And whereas despite the formal issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, slavery was not officially abolished throughout the entire nation until the ratification of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States in December 1865. And whereas over the course of its history, the city of Memphis has seen the damaging effects of the slavery, the fight for freedom by the way of the civil rights movement, and present day efforts to achieve equity for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Memphis City Council hereby requests Mayor Strickland to establish June 19th as Juneteenth within the city of Memphis, recognizing the liberation and emancipation of enslaved African Americans in the United States of America. Be it further resolved, the Memphis City Council specifically requests Mayor Strickland to proclaim June 19th or Juneteenth as Juneteenth Independence Day, supporting the significance of the historical day to Memphis, recognizing the significance of the day as a renewed opportunity to learn more about the past and to better understand the need for an improved future, and securing the observance of the end of slavery as a part of the history and heritage of our nation. This resolution shall take effect from and after its passage, the welfare of the city requirement. Sponsored by myself, Councilwoman Michael Easter Thomas. I would definitely like to be in the queue to say something before, but I move this for a motion, Chairwoman, and to add myself.
Second Swearingen, second Swearingen.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. I have, look like several people in the queue. Let me make sure.
Can I speak?
Yes,
I'm
you
not gonna say
can.
anybody else.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you.
I don't see,
I just
okay.
wanted, the teacher in me wanted to accentuate some certain items in this resolution, just for clarity to let people know what's intentional. The word enslaved instead of slaves is intentional, as my ancestors and what I'm a descendant of is other individuals on this council were not slaves, we were enslaved, and which is a form of physical attribute. Also, just to put in there, it says 47 states as well as the District of Columbia. We are currently in a state that does not recognize Juneteenth, and I just wanted to make sure that that was put out there as well. So once again, I just want to open the floor for any council members to add themselves on this, as Juneteenth is coming Friday. I see Councilman Jones raising his hand, Councilwoman Logan, Johnson, Swearingen, Robinson, and Warren. I think that it shows we've been having a lot of Black Lives Matter energy today, in Council Day, and I think we can just end on a very positive note with this. So with that.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
I think
Is she still there?
Repeat your last statement. Repeat your last statement, Councilwoman.
Yeah.
Oh, my last statement was the last part you heard. I'll repeat it anyway. My last statement was we've had a lot of great Black Lives Matter energy today on our call, and I would love to end on a positive note as we go into this celebratory weekend of Juneteenth starting Friday. And I said, and with that, I yield, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have one person in the queue, and that is Councilman Carlisle.
Oh, I see Councilman Smiley. He's upset with me. JB, were you before me? Go ahead, Madam Chair. I yield to Councilman Smiley. Oh, yeah, all right, all
Okay,
right.
I don't know where it started. I see
I'll go-
Smiley, Johnson, Smiley again, Jeff and Carlisle. So is it Smiley first?
Yes, ma'am.
Please forgive me, Councilman Carlisle. We're gonna go back to Smiley. Councilman Smiley.
So I believe that some of my colleagues probably wanted to present before me, make a statement, but I think hopefully my friendly amendment to Councilwoman Easter Thomas's resolution gets that same type of love that that the initial resolution received. So I guess I go ahead and get into my amendment. The Councilwoman Easter Thomas is hurrying me up because she's ready for me to say it. So essentially, across the country, also in Shelby County, Juneteenth has been recognized as not just a day, but a holiday, but also a paid day off. I understand that, you know, our city budget has already passed, so I wouldn't want to put that type of pressure on the administration to try to figuring out how to implement a paid holiday today. But what I would like to see, and this is my motion, I move to amend Councilwoman Easter Summers' Juneteenth resolution to include a paid holiday beginning FY22.
Second.
Do I have any council members that'd like to speak to that motion? That
One
amended
last thing,
motion?
add me as a co-sponsor.
Sure.
I can't, somebody spoke and I didn't hear them.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say add me as a co-sponsor to this.
Okay,
legislation.
thank you. Thank you.
I would like to speak to that amendment, Chair.
Okay, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
I think that Councilman Smiley must have been in my head, but I definitely accept that friendly amendment. As this resolution was already discussed with the mayor and the mayor is on board, I think that us having a fiscal year to decide how we're going to do that paid day off for Juneteenth next fiscal year, I think is a great start. So hopefully, mayor's administration, if you're listening, hopefully you're willing to go ahead and get that conversation and that plan started for next fiscal year. And I fully support starting this. So thank you for that addendum, Councilman Smiley.
Okay, Councilman Warren.
I just wanted co-sponsor status. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, look, on the amendment, first off, I think that's a great idea. There's an article or articles that are coming out today where companies across the nation are recognizing Target, Nike, others are recognizing that Juneteenth should be a holiday. One of the things I've said earlier on our meeting at some point in this very long day is that we're, one of the things that my father had taught me is, it's important to go through life learning and growing as a person and a human being. One of the things that I think it's incredible, we have debates about statues and things of that nature. And really what I'm going to say is it's important to recognize and acknowledge moments in our history. And this is certainly a very significant moment in our history. I'm actually saddened to realize, I didn't know, Councilwoman Easter Thomas taught me something today. I didn't know that our state didn't recognize Juneteenth, and that is disheartening. I hope that our colleagues at the state legislature will take that up in the very near future while they're in session. But certainly, if we're going to move forward as a society, we need to recognize and acknowledge our past, and this is a significant milestone in that. So I'm fully supportive of this resolution. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I typed my request. I didn't have anything to say.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other council members that would be like to be added on to this resolution? Staff, did you get them?
Yes, we did, Council Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you. We had a friendly amendment. It was accepted by the main motion. So I'd like to put on the table the main motion as amended. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali?
Yes.
Councilmember Canali?
Yes.
Carlisle?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Covette?
Yes.
Easter Thomas?
For all the descendants of enslaved Black people in Memphis, Tennessee, yes.
Oh, God.
Ford?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Jones?
Aye.
Logan?
Aye.
Morgan?
Yes.
Smiley?
For the love of my people, for the love of the city of Memphis, resoundingly, yes.
Swearingen?
Yeah, aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson?
Aye, we have a new holiday.
Happy Juneteenth, y'all. All right.
You get all the
That
responses.
motion passes, thank you.
Did we get all the
Councilmembers-
co-sponsors, Chair?
I beg-
If you, we can go through a list very quickly. I think I have everyone. Bryson's taking notes. Councilman Canali asked to be added. I believe I saw Councilman Carlisle raise his hand. Councilman Covette wasn't on the screen, so I don't know if he moved. Yes, he said there's a yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. I believe everyone was a yes.
No, it's all 13, right?
All 13.
All right.
I have it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Madam Comptroller, will you read item number 1? This is in keeping with the one we just passed.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Item number 1 is a resolution designating June 19th as Juneteenth and recognizing the liberation and emancipation of enslaved African Americans in the United States of America. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you. This item was sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to reiterate, this is just, well, the last one was to ask Mayor Strickland to make this a paid holiday starting FY22 and a recognized holiday starting this year. And this item is just to celebrate that. So I make a motion for the celebratory recognition of Juneteenth in the city of Memphis.
Second by Johnson.
Thank you. I don't see anybody in the queue.
I
Council-
do. I have excuse me.
Okay, Councilwoman Johnson.
I would just like to be added as a co-sponsor, if it's okay, with Chairman Easter.
It's more than okay. We got enough room for everybody.
Second. I would as well, Swearingen.
Do I have any council members who do not want to be added? Please place all council members, it's 13 council members, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali?
Yes.
Carlisle?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Covette?
Yes.
Easter Thomas?
Once again, for the descendants of enslaved African Americans in the city of Memphis, yes.
Ford?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Jones?
Aye.
Logan?
Aye.
Morgan?
Yes.
Smiley?
Of course, no doubt.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 20?
Item number 20 is a resolution appropriating $10 million in contract construction FY 2020 funds for construction of City of Memphis Municipal Complex, City of Memphis Phase 2 at the former Walter Simmons location. This resolution is sponsored by General Services.
I need a motion, please.
Move it.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, who said move it?
Forward.
Okay, thank you. And second was Warren. Are there any questions? I don't see anyone in the queue. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Colbert,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you
welcome.
please call item number 21?
Item number 21 is held. I'll go forward with number 22.
Thank you.
Item number 22 is a resolution appropriating contract construction in the amount of $45,000 funded by GO bonds for STP Group 5 resurfacing project number PW01254 for street repaving under the Surface Transportation Program. This project includes all city council districts and all city council super districts. This resolution is sponsored by the Public Works Division.
We're going to all move this item. May I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second. Now.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call this item?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Geez, that's 662.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Cosette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Did something happen?
It appears so.
It looks like the committee room lost its connection. We just give them a moment, because if they lost their connection, then we will not be streaming. Give me 1 second, let me check on that.
We are on it today.
I just love computers.
Juanes, if you can hear us, can you let us know? Their sound is turned off. If you can hear us, Juanes, turn your sound on.
What is information, Madam Chair?
Yes.
When does the facial covering come up? What number is it?
Okay, they just sent me some more. Hold on just a minute.
I think it's number 50, but I would just double check. Let me double check.
Yes, it is. But all these glitches with computer systems, those people having surgery,
I think they're back.
Robotically.
One that's just typed in, they're dialing back in now.
Okay, thank you. That's scary.
Good afternoon, council members. Again, I think we had a brief interruption of our service. So I would like to start the roll call again on item number 22, which is the
Yes.
resurfacing that includes all city council super districts. Can you please raise your hand if you can hear my voice? Thank you very much. I would like to start this roll call over again. Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Colbert,
Hold on.
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan, Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen, Warren.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mrs. Swearingen, I got that. Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Will you please call item number 23?
Item number 23 is a resolution transferring and appropriating $1,845,813 in construction funds to repair the Watkins Street and McLean Street bridges over the Wolf River. This resolution is sponsored by the Public Works Division.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I need a motion on this item, please.
So
Motion, Easter Thomas.
Second,
Thank
Warren.
you. Easter Thomas moved it, seconded by Councilman Warren. I don't see any questions in the queue. Madam Comptroller, please call the roll.
Council members Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Colbert,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford, Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes.
Show forward, aye.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. So noted.
Okay, we're at item number 24. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 24?
Item number 24 is a resolution encouraging private employers to provide paid sick leave to their employees and urging Tennessee Governor Bill Lee and the Tennessee General Assembly to repeal statutes that prevent local bodies from requiring private employers to provide paid sick leave to their employees. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairwoman. When we discussed this item last council meeting, it was sent with a positive recommendation, knowing that this resolution is just encouraging this to happen in the state of Tennessee, as we see that we are dealing with high unemployment rates with COVID, and especially how we on the city side are seeing that we have to dedicate more money to people, to our employees who may be sick or who may have to call out sick for them or their children, but some people do not have this same pleasure. So this is just asking, requesting of the governor to take into hindsight everyone all over the state, especially those who do not have access to that extra CARES funding that was provided to individuals through the federal government. This is just to support their effort. So I motion that for a vote since it already came down with a positive recommendation.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas moved this item. I need a second.
Jones seconds.
Thank you. Are there any council members in the queue with questions for item number 24? Seeing none, Madam Comptroller, please call the roll.
Councilmember Canali,
Abstain.
Carlisle,
No.
Vice Chairman Cosette,
Abstain.
Easter Thomas,
For the healthcare of all Tennesseans, yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
No.
Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Let me go over here. So we have 5 items left on our agenda. Councilman Vice Chairman, will you take the helm, because I would like to take a privilege and share some information with the council before we finish the last 5 items.
Okay, so would you like me to call item 50 or do you wish to speak before item 50?
I'd like to speak before item 50.
Madam Chairman, you are recognized.
Thank you. Brooke, will you please pull up the presentation on survey results? We have had a full day today, and I appreciate you working with me. I know that you all think I'm a taskmaster and I don't do everything that you ask me to do, but it's my duty to make sure that we have smooth council meetings and that it's conducted in public in a professional manner. One of the
Chairwoman
things that
Robinson,
yes.
the survey results, I don't have those. If you could just email them to me, I can pull them up.
Lakivia is pulling that up right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to share that when in January, please forgive my phone ringing, but I want to share that in January that I asked the staff to look into a way that when we had hot button items, how we can poll our public so that we could do a quick survey and a snapshot of what the community is thinking about these issues. And listening to our last couple of meetings as it related to mask and some other issues, I called the staff last minute on Monday and said, okay, now it's time for me to push that button. Did you all come up with anything? And they said, you know, we talked about doing Survey Monkey, but everybody doesn't have computers. So we decided that the way to look at this was probably just phone calls. So I just kind of introduced this, and it won't take but a few minutes. And we conducted just to test to see if this actually worked, a push button robo poll. The survey was meant to get a snapshot of Memphians' views around 3 main questions: the face coverings in public, the defunding of law enforcement, and lastly, the issue of residency. The results presented are only a summary, and it's meant to be interpreted as a snapshot of the views and opinions surrounding these 3 questions. Remember, responses from women were disproportionately captured. They responded more than men, and you'll see that in the report, and I'm just going to go through it pretty quickly. but women typically make up a majority of the likely voters as well. In addition, a much larger portion of older voters answered the survey as well. Older voters making up the majority of the voters who are likely to turn out in elections as well. Because of the large sample that we captured, we are pretty confident that these summary results mostly mirror likely voter opinions. Typically, a sample of 350 to 500 responses are adequate to draw general conclusions citywide. We got over 1,000 responses. Will you go to the next page, Brooke, the one with the first pie? And this is just quickly to introduce this item. Question 1 was, should individuals be required to wear face coverings, mask in public at all times while visiting public places within the city of Memphis during the pandemic? If you will see the chart below, the response was yes or no. The no responses was 131, that's a 12% response rate, and the yes was 964, and that's 88%. Question number 2 was, as a part of the Memphis Police Department reform, should the city of Memphis consider defunding, reducing funding, or keep the current funding level to the Memphis Police Department? As a result, you'll see at the bottom, keep current funding was a total of 62%, reduce funding 27%, and defund was 12%. Question number 3, the city of Memphis has a residency requirement that employees must live in Memphis. The ordinance was amended to allow employees who work for the police and fire departments to live in Shelby County. Due to recruitment challenges, there will be a referendum on the ballot in November asking voters to consider allowing individuals who live up to 50 miles outside the city limits to work for the city of Memphis police and fire departments. If you'll see the results at the bottom in the chart, we had 310 total responses that were just neutral, that's 33%. They were against it, 262, 28%, and for it was 39%. I just want you to know that we were basically on the mark with our responses and how we represent our community. Are you male or female? We had, and so I shared that with you on the front end, that we had more respondees. Female was 614, male 235. The age ranges were on the last page. It was a total that answered this particular question was 819. I just like to share that with you because moving forward, as we have hot button items, I'd like to make sure that we have a good picture of what our community wants, and we look at not just the activists in our community, not just the pastors in our community, not just those people who are speaking up, but we give all Memphians an opportunity to participate, and we can shape it any way we want to. We did this just to test the methodology, and we do have a draft report. You have it here, and we can get further information, and it can be changed in any way. I just want to share that with you to let you know I hear you. I want to make sure that we do represent our community, and we want to hear the voices, because you keep saying that you want to make sure that all voices are heard. Now, we can move on to our next item on the agenda, and that's item number 50. Madam Comptroller.
Item number 50. Item number 50 is a substitute ordinance amending the Memphis Code of Ordinances relative to requirements for persons to wear facial coverings or masks while present in businesses and public places within the city of Memphis during public health emergencies Ordinance number 5751 is sponsored by Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, for co-sponsoring this and helping me with it and working with me getting it to where it is now. Thank you, Attorney Wade, for fine-tuning this. As we were sitting here, I just got to push that today, Texas, Florida, and Arizona just went over 2,000 cases of COVID, and that's the highest reported number of cases in those states today. And I think what we're trying to do as a council is we're trying to do a couple things. We're trying, number one, we're trying to make sure we don't have our citizens die needlessly. And number two, we're trying to make sure we don't have our businesses die needlessly. We make sure our economy functions. And I think as you can see from that particular chart, the concerns that I've been receiving from the restaurant business is that no one's coming back because they're being scared by COVID, and we're just trying to frighten people in masks to keep them from coming, I think may not be accurate. People, 88%, I think in that poll said they want people to have facial coverings in public places. They've been following the news. They've been looking at the numbers. The task force listened to the health department's recommendation, and the mayors did not advance us to phase 3. And one of the reasons is that we have to do phase 2 right. And part of phase 2 to keep us safe and grow business is we have to wash our hands. We have to try to keep 6 feet social distance. We need to cover our face. We need to not go to work if we feel sick. We need to get tested if we feel sick, and we need to quarantine and let the public health department know who we've been around. And those are the things that we do to get to make sure that our people stay safe and that our citizens that are working can still have a job and employment to go to. I went to work today, and one of the people that I saw was a 76-year-old African-American male who was a victim of COVID. He was perfectly fine. He was doing well. He got COVID in April. And when he got out of the hospital at this point, he can understand what I'm saying. He can nod his head yes and no. He can't move his arms. He can't move his legs. He's got a feeding tube now. And all of this is a result of him getting COVID and his age. And unfortunately, his African-American status. So in a city predominantly of African-Americans, in my mind, it is our duty to try to protect our citizens by having us do something common sense by requesting people cover their face when they're inside in a business. We know that COVID is more likely spread, 19 times more likely spread indoors. The WHO has endorsed facial coverings. The CDC has endorsed facial coverings. Our governor has given out masks because he thinks they're important. And I think that we need, just like we acted early on to shut down our economy and to shelter in place, and then everyone else followed us, I think as a city, we need to pass this face covering ordinance in such a way that other people can follow us and we can save lives. I think this is going to save the economy too. And I think it will get us to phase 3 faster. We had the highest number of cases in Shelby County this past Monday, reported on Sunday. So what we've been seeing is the result of not doing phase 2 correctly. And the part of phase 2 we didn't do correctly is we didn't get the community to understand we're going from staying in place and not seeing anybody to going out and see people with different rules now. We're keeping 6 feet apart. We're wearing facial coverings if we're in a building to protect other people from ourselves. And we're washing our hands. We're washing our hands at least 10 times a day. So what we've got to do as a council is I think we need to pass this ordinance. And then what we do from this point is we'll see what happens at the health department and statewide. And I predict that you will see a number of municipalities following suit and health departments following suit, because that's the way we can safely get to phase 3 and actually have better functions. When everyone is protecting the other person, which is what a face mask does, people have written me and said, it's up to me. I'm an adult. I can protect myself if I want to. Well, the answer is you're not really protecting yourself with your mask. You're protecting me. Okay, so my mask protects you. And in Memphis, you know, where we've already shown that we care about each other and we need to try to do things right, you know, I think that this needs to pass, and I urge my fellow colleagues to vote with me on this issue. And I yield to my fellow councilwoman, or my councilwoman, I guess I'm a councilman, Mr. Thomas.
Okay, I need you to move your motion and then we can get the, Councilman, go ahead.
Second, Easter Thomas.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and properly seconded. We have several council members in the queue. The first one is Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say a few things, and Dr. Stephen Threlkeld is on the line, and if he could speak after I finish,
Okay.
I would appreciate that. First, I've said it before. I think it's worth saying it again. Our colleague, Councilman Dr. Jeff Warren, has spent countless hours. Not only does he have his own medical practice and fulfilling his duties on the Memphis City Council, but the time he's spent on the COVID-19 task force, he deserves, my hat's off to him. He deserves our applause and a sincere appreciation for what he's done representing us as a body on the task force, and for all that he has done to try to stop the spread of COVID within the city of Memphis. He and I agree on about 90% of what he's saying. I certainly wear a mask every time I go into a store. I also want to commend Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Councilwoman Logan for what they did over the weekend in their mask giveaway. And if I've left somebody out that was also part of that, please forgive me. But I appreciate that. I think that was very helpful. I would certainly support spending CARES dollars to purchase more masks to give people, whether it's reusable or whether they are disposable, one-time use masks. The only place where Dr. Warren and I disagree is how far we take this. I wrote, along with my amazing analyst, it's kind of small, a resolution back in April requesting all public-facing employees to wear a mask as we got back to business to ensure confidence for the consumer, but also for the safety and well-being of themselves and all those that were entering their place of business. So I want to be very clear for the record, I do support wearing masks. I think it's important. I just cannot get to the point of mandating it and making it a misdemeanor for lack of wearing a mask. I fear unintended consequences could be brought upon us with this. I would fully support a campaign for the Memphis City Council to educate the general public on proper wearing of masks. You see a lot of people around town that have them pulled down below their chin. Well, just because you have it around your neck doesn't mean that it's being effective. So proper sanitation and proper wearing of masks, I fully support that. I fully support stores that want to require it, grocery stores, hardware stores, retail stores. But I just can't get to the point of a mandate from government. So that's what I have to say. I appreciate the time. Thank you, Madam Chair. And if Dr. Threlkeld is still on, I would ask if he could speak. So Dr. Threlkeld, for those of you who don't know, it heads the Threlkeld Infectious Disease at Baptist Hospital. He has been the point man, forgive me if I'm using improper terminology, but head of the COVID response for Baptist Hospital. He's done an amazing job. I think Baptist has done an incredible job of the way that they've handled this pandemic. So with that, if I could, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to Dr. Threlkeld.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that, and I would echo just about all what you said. I also would greatly commend Jeff Warren for all the work he's done because I think masks are quite important, and we've learned from the beginning, that we realize that they're more important than really we realized, I think, at first. I would say just a couple of issues that we have to consider, though, in such a law. I mean, I am 100% with the spirit of the law. There are a couple of items of the letter I think that have to be under careful consideration. Most public health laws that we talk about in this situation, they tend to have two characteristics. There can't really be any downsides to them, and they need to be fairly universally applicable. It's hard to have swaths of exceptions, and I think that's where I have a little concern about there being an actual law, because we know there are groups of people that won't be able to comply because of medical issues, be they cardiac, respiratory, anxiety disorders, things like that. And that makes for some problems that I can see that I think the council has to consider. If you look at drunk driving, for example, which is often utilized, the analogy sort of importantly breaks down there, because if an officer pulls a drunk driver over and they say, well, I have a letter from my doctor here that says I have to have 3 mixed drinks before I can go to work, that's a problem. And we have a large group of people here that won't be able to comply. And we'd have to kind of ask the question, do you need a note from your doctor for that? Is that a loophole that people can utilize? And the crux of this, frankly, becomes, it goes some degree from medical to political, and I'll leave that in your hands. But the question is, do we really want a law that has some unclear margins that would have to be enforced using extra judgments involved by law enforcement? And not to mention the fact that, breathing issues are some of the reason not to comply with this. It's just, I think it's a very difficult thing. I am 100% behind, aggressive education, purchasing masks, as has been mentioned, for those who can't afford them. And I think there's 3 prongs to prevention, and I'll be brief and close here. And that includes masks, it includes social distancing, and of course it includes hand washing. If you look at some of the places in Asia now that are having recurrences of their disease, things like islands like Hokkaido and Japan and other areas in Asia, those people are all wearing their masks, but they're having large recurrences. And that really comes down probably to social distancing being maybe the paramount technique for reducing disease. There's discussion about that. But social distancing is going to be very important. And I think that education on all 3 of those items aggressively needs to be done. But I think that it just needs to be carefully considered by the council as to whether or not we want to move from infection control and public health issues into law enforcement issues, because I think it's a pretty delicate time for those kind of issues right now to have something that's going to have differential enforcement be a necessary component.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate you taking the time. So please listen, because we may have some questions as the council members move through their questioning. I heard someone say something. Yes, Councilman Jones.
Do we have a copy of the revised ordinance? If we could have staff to email that to everybody, please.
And staff, Brooke, will you please put it on the computer so we can see it, we can view it?
I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jones, you were next in the queue. No, you're not. I'm sorry. After Canale was Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you don't mind, I'll just pause 30 seconds maybe until it gets up on the screen so everybody has it, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Actually, I'll tell you what, I'll ask Dr. Warren a question while it's coming up because it doesn't require the resolution. Dr. Warren, Dr. Strickland, and Dr. Jane, any one of you guys can take this, but why? The basis of this is that it's a public nuisance. So my question really is the governor's authority was given to the county health department. Why should we preempt the county health department when they have been tasked in the 5 municipalities with the health of their counties and be specifically to intervene in this situation? Why should we preempt?
I'll start off. The reason that we need to do this is that we're the most densely populated portion with the largest number of poor patients that are going to be affected by this dramatically. So the county is involved with the entire county. They're getting a lot of pressure, coming from people who are not seeing the same sort of death rates and infection that we're seeing in Memphis. and not looking at the same data we're looking at. And to Dr. Costell's comment, part of what we're going to do is to try to initially do this kindly, but we need to make it a law. We've already done education. We've been spending the last 2 months telling people they need to do this, and it's just not going through. So it needs to be a law. That's why we need to do it, because we've tried everything, and there aren't exceptions for people who have breathing issues and claustrophobia and autism. And the way it's going to be enforced is not going to necessarily be with the policeman pulling you over. It's going to be with the person who has a business that is able to say to people, I'm sorry, would you like a facial covering? Because it's a law that you need a facial covering in my business. And the patient or the person will say, I've got asthma, I can't wear it. In that case, they'll keep your 6 feet distance and do what they need to do. So part of this is we only have to get 60% of people wearing masks 60% of the time. So that's 40% of people that aren't in masks 40% of the time to make this go away. So what we haven't done is that. And this is one way that people know that's what they need to do. And I think 88% of the public out there seems to think so.
Thanks, Dr. Warren. That's a good response on at least the health department. You snuck back in there kind of on the queue though. It's back in. I'll address the survey really quickly. Surveys are very tricky things. What we know actually about ground lines is that older people, when you make calls via ground line, it tends to skew older and an older demographic. And you look at the survey, I'm not surprised to see that a large majority of people 61 and older in the city of Memphis want others to wear health masks. What we know about COVID. Again, the survey is a completely different conversation because I'm not an expert in public data and polling and all of that, but I know that there's a lot more that goes into the science behind it, and I wouldn't take broad directive from it until I had a chance to sit down and walk through all of it. But either way, I'm in favor of masks. I don't think there's a single member on this body that has an issue with people wearing masks. We need to wear it. I think it comes down to, does this law cause more problems than it helps via the enforcement of it, the education to the public of it, meaning who, when, and where they've got to wear masks, and then how that is going to be enforced. And if it's not enforced, then what's the point of it? Will it create more chaos in the marketplace, which would be more detrimental? One of the things that I think I can start to get comfortable is more narrowly tailored back to when do you have to wear a mask? I think one of the things for me, and I agree with you, is that to a degree, businesses need to be responsible for their employees. I was very disheartened to see the article, I think, that you cited in the task force call that talked about the restaurant survey that went on and how many employers were not enforcing it. And I was also even more disheartened to hear how lax, and they'll probably chastise me, but the health department's got to do better. Because ultimately, when it comes to restaurant food safety, that's a health department issue. But, when it comes to saying, hey, look, as an employer in these very specific circumstances, which for my colleagues is referenced in article, I apologize, it's Article 9, but it basically says all essential, non-essential businesses must do X, Y, and Z. And it really just talks about requiring their employers, contractors, owners, and volunteers to when and how they have to wear a mask. Section 3.02, section 9, subsection 9. But anyway, that's important because it is. Business owners we shouldn't honestly be having to tell them that they need to wear a mask. If you want people to feel safe coming into your store, the most important thing that you can do as a business owner is have your employees, in mask, wearing gloves if necessary, have your tables 6 feet apart in your restaurants, having your retail stands wipe down your plexiglass out. Those are all things that one would hope they would do. They're not doing. I'm very much in favor of, bus stops and MATA where people are forced into high density situations. Where I start to get nervous, Councilman Warren, is really sitting inside of a restaurant to the line of the restaurant, convenience stores, supermarkets. I'm with you. So and the general requirement makes me nervous because it's kind of broad. So I'll tell you, I'd like to make an amendment to strike section 3.01 that talks about generally wearing masks basically in public, which allows for the specific requirements to stay that says you're going to wear a mask when these moments are happening. And then other than that, there are recommendations to my colleagues at the base of this document that says, while not required, we highly recommend. And a good specific example of that is we will, children under 2 shall not wear a mask. And then we highly recommend that children under the age of 12 wear a mask. But as I brought up last time in a very personal note, I have a son who has special needs issues, and there's no way that we're going to be able to keep him wearing a mask. So I moved to strike section 3.01. So I'll make that motion and we can go through that. And then.
Can we take that as a friendly amendment?
Is that without objection, colleagues?
I have a question on that.
Oh, excuse me, wait just a minute. So you put a motion, friendly amendment on the floor. Councilman Warren, do you accept that amendment?
I would like to say that if he wanted to say public, he wants to strike that or wants to say it should be worn at all times when in an indoor public place. I think that would be something I would accept, but outdoors, it's a different story, but you're 19 more times likely to get COVID inside a building.
And understood. I think you've got it covered in this document to talk about all public, public buildings. All of that is covered in the requirement anyway. I just don't want to have an issue where someone's walking down the street and we have an enforcement issue. The other thing that I worry about in this document, this is the other big one, is inside of a restaurant.
Before you move forward.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay, before you move forward, let's make sure that we're clear. Dr. Warren, did you accept that friendly amendment?
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you did. Okay, thank you. Councilman Carlisle, then I will go to Council. I can't hear you.
I accepted it where it says, I said I accepted it where it says all persons when in an indoor public place. So we're going to amend it to say an indoor public place as opposed to strike it.
Can I ask Councilor? Is Councilor Wade on the line?
Yours?
Well, that's what I want to ask Councilor Wade because it's a legal definition. I just want to get his legal interpretation of that.
Okay. Attorney Wade, are you available?
Yes, I'm here. The amendment that Councilman Carlisle is proposing really makes this a more business-centric ordinance, not just a general anywhere, any place. If you make the amendment a suggestion that Councilman Warren is making, that is redundant of what's in 302. So I don't think it adds anything. If you take 301 out, 302 makes you have to wear it when you're inside a public building, business, a restaurant, brick and mortar retail establishment, those kind of places. So adding what Councilman Warren says really just makes it redundant of what's in 302 already.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Doc, just so we're not redundant, just cleaning up the language, let's strike 301 and you're covered in 302. And then my next ask is if we could, I don't want to remove restaurants, but I think people wearing face coverings when they're walking in or standing at a host stand or in a cafeteria line is important. I'm concerned that restaurants will enforce people sitting at their table 6 feet apart. As they eating and drinking is already an exception, but I think once they're seated at their table, we got to figure out how to relax that. But walking into and being sat down at their table, I understand where you're at, but I think once they're, so if we could craft some language to effectuate that, I don't know. Again, Councilor Wade, if you could help me out here.
Yeah, I don't think that's, and I think I think you have to look at this in a high level. The objective is to try to get 60% of our population to wear a mask because that's going to reduce the spread rate. So I don't have a problem eliminating masks while you're in a restaurant. I mean, because I don't know what else you could be doing other than eating and drinking primarily. And if you're 6 feet apart, maybe Dr. Warren can chime in and see if he agrees with that, but that may be an exception that might make it more palatable to that segment of our community.
Okay, before you speak, Dr. Warren, your the sponsor, you have another sponsor, and that's Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and she'd like to weigh in, and then I'll come back to you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to get some clarity on I was trying to piece it together, but I think I still needed to be explained again, get some clarity on the proposed change and how that would impact the point of the ordinance.
So
if I could speak
to Alan, yeah.
If I could speak to that, this 3.01 and 3.02, one is a general requirement that says you have to wear a mask any place, anytime you're in public. 302, the theory behind 302 is that your casual interactions and your private interactions are your business, your personal business, but where you come into a space that other people are coming to, you need to protect them and they need to protect you. And that may be the avenue where you get to the 60%. So in one sense, you're allowing people, let's say, to go to fraternity and sorority parties at Ole Miss and bring that virus back. But when you come into the grocery store and get around vulnerable populations, you better wear your mask because I don't want your disease, okay? So that's the theory. That's how it changes in an overall perspective.
So if we delete 3.1 and go with 3.2, what is the loophole?
The loophole is that if you're in any of these types of facilities, there is no loophole. You have to wear a mask. And it also places an onus on the businesses to police it because they know later on there are civil penalties that can be assessed against them and injunctions that can be assessed against them if they don't do it accurately. And this is not a step up from what the health directive of the health department is now. They require their employees to wear a mask. So this is just another step to make customers wear a mask when they're in those businesses. And the health department says, well, if you don't follow the health directive, we can shut you down because you're a food establishment. But quite frankly, they ain't doing it and they won't do it. So, I mean, that's where we are. And this strongly encouraging people to wear masks. I think the number today was 190 people. 12 of the 15 days this month have been triple-digit infection rate. So strongly encouraging, quite frankly, is not getting it. And so, that's why Dr. Warren says we need to take a step up and try to do something different. So I don't think it weakens the ordinance in any way, to answer your question. I think it really, just makes it a lot more palatable to people like Canale who doesn't want to be the police. And the police aren't really the ones that's going to be enforcing it. If you take 301 out, it's going to be inspectors and health department inspectors that are really going to be the ones that'll put the pressure on the businesses to make people wear masks.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm still in the queue for later though, but thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councilman Jones.
Oh, hold on, Madam Chair, I still have the floor.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Councilman Carlisle.
Yes, ma'am. So to Dr. Warren and to, I'm sorry, to
You
Dr.
asked me
Warren.
about,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
on the restaurant issue, the way you would wear your facial coverings in a restaurant is you would wear them until you sat down at your table. And then when someone came over to take your order, you put your mask on so you wouldn't infect them. You give them their order, then you take your mask back off and be with your party. So part of this is us thinking of putting a covering on to protect the person who's coming within our 6-foot distance. So that's how you think about this working. And, we'll have to do a lot of education, which means initially this is not going to be something that we ram down people's throats as much as this will give us the impetus for people to actually start covering it on TV and people understanding it.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. Just Chief McGowan on the phone.
Yes.
Chief, if this ordinance were to pass based on the language that has been added, which basically gives the authority to the mayor, which means once his authority, it's going to be up to the administration to execute on this. How do you see enforcement going?
Well, I don't think that it's going to be principal enforcement. I view this very much like a seatbelt law. It is not something like in practice that we're pulling people over for lack of a seatbelt. It's ancillary to something else. It does increase the amplitude of challenges for our law enforcement officers. If there's an expectation that law enforcement will be out there doing principal enforcement for masks, I think that's an unrealistic expectation. You'll hear from Mike Rollins that we have more than 1 million calls for service every year. And our officers spend very little time actually patrolling and doing proactive policing. They're out there actually responding to 911 calls. So I think our capacity to be able to do primary enforcement against this is going to be very, very, very limited. And in fact, I would suggest that it might be ancillary to other incidences when we encounter individuals. Very likely it will be code enforcement that will be inspecting. It will be sent out to businesses who are found to be not in compliance or not enforcing the mask ordinance. And then there'll be, as we have done before, we will ask the owners of the businesses to help us comply. And then there may be an enforcement side there with code enforcement. But I think it's very difficult if there's an expectation that law enforcement do this. In fact, I think it'd be very sparing, if at all, if they ever had to issue a citation for this.
All right, thanks, Chief. Is Chief Madden on the phone? Or Chief McGowan, you may be able to answer this. How much have we spent to date in public education on wearing a mask?
I don't know that I have the actual amount that we spent on wearing a mask, but I do know that we're joined by Representative Camper and Representative Akbari, who are doing Mask Up and Live. I know that our council members have done a good job in their community. The health department has a mask campaign. It is part of what we do on our website, so I would have to excise the cost of that on our website. The messaging that goes out every day from the task force is Mask Up. We have brought on Dr. Jane as a consultant to the administration, so he is, along with Dr. Warren, one of the biggest advocates of wearing masks, so I guess we could add that up. So all told, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars between what we are saying, the people that are advancing this notion for us, and the science behind it. And quite frankly, this has given us 511,000 masks, and we've distributed more than 350,000 masks so far, in addition to the $2 million that we've spent on surgical masks that we still have in plentiful supply to pass out to first responders and groups alike. So we've invested quite a bit in making sure that everybody who wants one has access to a mask. And we will continue to do that as a task force.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Madden, do you feel like you have the current resources? I mean, what I worry about is if this goes into law, our 911 system is going to be inundated with calls of people not wearing masks. And a part of that, I guess, is going to be education, not only to wear a mask, but how to report someone if they are not in a mask. We already have issues where people call 911 for rides for various reasons, including ones that are very serious and important. But I don't want to end up going back the other direction. So I guess my question is how are we going to look for education with this ordinance? I mean, this ordinance has a very specific list of requirements.
I can't hear you.
You may need to change the settings on your microphone. No.
Brooke, can you help her?
No.
Yes, ma'am. Who's having,
Chief Madden.
Ursula
Your
Madden.
audio is off. If you go up to your settings, next to the chat bubble, it says turn computer audio on. Yours is probably off right now. So you would click the little red button below the microphone and speaker icons in the settings bar. Let me see.
Describe it one more time, Brooke, where she needs to go.
Yes. If you're at the top, there's a little chat bubble with the number of participants. The number of participants and then a chat bubble. Next to it is the settings. If you click it open, there'll be like you'll see a screenshot of what your screen looks like. And then a computer icon should be kind of highlighted below that. It will say if your computer audio is on right below that in a green bar. If it's off, it'll be red. But at the bottom of that box, you can click the icon to turn your computer audio on. Your computer audio is off. If you give us a second, we'll have someone from our staff give you a call. Give us 1 second.
Okay. Councilman Carlisle, do you have any other questions so that we can move on?
Yes,
Chairwoman,
Madam
this
Chair.
is Dr. Jane. I can answer a couple of questions that Councilman Carlisle had asked also.
Okay, Dr. J.
Well, thank you, Councilman Carlisle, and thank you, Dr. Threlkeld. Dr. Threlkeld and I are colleagues and worked together for over 2 decades. And I'm in agreement with him in terms of the issues of the masking, social distancing, and hand washing. I think the critical question that we're asking, Councilman Carlisle, you've asked was, should we make this a highly suggestion versus a requirement? I believe that we should really be looking at the requirement because we have done the highly suggestion part for a number of weeks and months. And in all honesty, it has not worked to the extent that we would like it to work. Second, I would say this, that there are stores that have very effective strategies that have worked, and it may be because of regulation or maybe some other ones. I've heard of people going to Costco's and they say that everyone at the Costco's is being and is masked. And that has something to do with the culture and the thinking that has penetrated that leadership. What we as the legislative body, I believe, have the opportunity to do is to implant that level of thinking amongst other employers and have them do what Costco is doing. And I can tell you, there are maybe tens, if not hundreds of people who may have been saved from getting an infection, maybe prevented a death even. And if we can do that, I think that's very important. And the last question I'll address is, why not the health department and why us? And my answer to that is because it's the right thing to do. It's really the right thing to do. If the health department can make their decisions on their own, but I think we as folks, it's the right thing to do.
So Dr. James, why should we enforce people wearing masks and not enforce them gathering in groups of larger than 50?
So I think those are questions that can be addressed at other legislative levels, but I think we have an opportunity here, and I can only speak specifically on this matter, that we have an opportunity to make a decision. I believe our attorneys have said that as a city council that we can make an opinion or some level of legislation on this. And I believe that it's something that will help the city. And so I would say that.
Maybe a good politician. I'm not sure you really answered my direct question there, but I'll let you have it this one time.
I
Chief
appreciate
Madden, are
that.
you on?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. Was having an issue with my settings. I will just say, going back to your question about education, we have spent quite a bit of funds on communicating with the public about the importance of wearing masks. We've had 5 rotations of radio advertisement, and not to mention what we're doing on social media to sort of stalk people and follow them around. We also have a campaign we've been working with our Memphis brand initiative that we put a couple of $1,000 into to reach out to younger people who are in that 30, 35 and less category, younger category, to reach younger people and them about the importance of masking. We just shot a new commercial today that we're working on about masks. So we have been doing the outreach to tell people about the importance of masking, constantly reaching out to local church groups and also into community groups to share all the information that we have available from the task force, and talking about the importance of masking and social distancing and washing your hands. The education will have to be continual. So we won't be able to stop spending money to talk about the importance of masking. It's just too central to helping us preventing people from getting ill. But at some point, I think, you know, what we've run into is a little bit fatigue. I think Dr. Warren's concern over that is absolutely correct. You know, you say it loud and shout it from the rooftops, but people, you know, tune it out after a while. So we're constantly looking for ways to re-engage people and get them to wear masking.
Thank you, Chief. I think, colleagues, no matter what happens here tonight, that in a couple of weeks, we need to revisit our funding for the campaign. Just, you know, maybe we wrap with Chief Madden and Chief McGowan and look at the CARES Act funding. And we're not talking about 7 figures, but something to help boost the education component of this, I think, might be necessary. I'll make one last comment, since I don't think Kevin Kane or Wayne Tabor is on our call, but I have been reached out to, and when we talk about restarting our economy, the largest economic driver of the local one of the largest economic drivers of our local economy is tourism, and they have a high level of concern that an ordinance like this will devastate our tourism industry as it's trying to get back on its feet. I wish they were here to say that for themselves, but I think I just pass that along. It may not dictate a decision one way or the other for any of our colleagues. I'm certainly still grappling with this decision myself, but it needs to be out there as we consider and we talk about getting the economy restarted in addition to keeping people safe. I know there are other colleagues in the queue, so I want to yield the floor back. So thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you're muted.
I'm sorry you went on so long, I forgot.
It's a serious, hey, look, a lot of questions, it's a serious thing here.
I know it is.
Yeah,
Councilman Jones.
Thank you. You know, none of us wants to be here to make this decision. And as we've received numerous communication comments from people on this matter. I've received text messages since we've been talking about this. But one of the things that we cannot deny are the increased numbers. And to me, it says that whatever we've been doing in the past has not worked. So, I had reservations I still have reservations about this. One of them being the warnings as well as the community service. So I know that an officer under this scenario can't provide a warning, but when we talk about requiring community service, I see that as something that would have to be handled at the judicial level. So I'm strongly for encouragement, probably even strong for requirement. but just the fines and penalties part of this is something that I find uneasy. So, Mr. Dr. Councilman Warren, would you accept a friendly amendment that eliminates 6.06 that talks about fines and penalties? Because, and you know, and I'm sorry.
I think we need to, if we do that, what I would like to do is say we remove that portion for the time being. And if it looks like we need to bring it back in the future, bring back as a resolution, as opposed to making it part of the, so we don't have to do an ordinance on it. So 4 weeks from now, we're getting blown away and we have to put something stronger in place. We need to be able to bring it back as a resolution. So I'll accept it if that's part of your resolution, if that's okay with Councilman Easterton.
I think Alan Wade, it's okay with me, but Alan Wade is in the queue and he says, may he address, I think he's talking about the amendment.
Yes, I am. Councilman Jones, if you will turn to 606, I think I've pretty much weakened it in terms of being a penalty or a fine. I think it basically says there shall be no monetary fines assessed for violations by individuals. The community service is saying as a volunteer with a nonprofit organization designated by the mayor who are providing community services to the public during infectious disease pandemic. So, I mean, I think the thinking is that they would be asked to go work at MIFA for an hour to help them deliver meals or do whatever. We amended the court cost ordinance for this violation to be no greater than $20, provided that may be waived upon completion of the community service requirement. I don't know how less innocuous it could be made. And if you take it out, it is no different than what we have now, and that is we seriously ask you to wear a mask. It hadn't worked. So if you don't have some sort of penalty, even if it's slight like this, I'm concerned that it won't be any different than what we have now. And let me say this, I think if you go to section 6.04, I want to make sure people are misinformed about the police being the heavy guys here. This section basically says that whenever the mayor deems it necessary, he can use police as the last resort to help enforce it. As Doug McGowan indicated, I think the preceding section says that he has the authority to use officers, assistants, and employees to help enforce it, pretty much like a code enforcement ordinance. So where you make it a business concentric ordinance, that's how you will enforce it, is through changing the culture, as Dr. Jane said, by going to these people saying, you've had 2 violations where your people are like Jimmy John's. We're making sandwiches, but we're not wearing masks. So, I mean, I think that's the pressure that you put on, and I think you may be putting too much emphasis on what it might do to an individual. So, I mean, I just wanted you to be aware that those sections have been modified to really water it down significantly. Okay. Now, one other point I would say is that I did put in a provision that those penalties can be increased in the future by resolution, meaning that we don't have to go through three readings. If, as Dr. Warren says, we really hit a spike and we're about to roll back rather than go to another level, you have the ability by resolution to kind of tweak those penalties at that time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wade. And I would just add that thank you for the changes in this. The version that was mailed out a few minutes ago didn't include that. A couple of my last comments, though, concern of mine is putting the burden on business owners. So will there be any efforts for us, and I would ask that we probably address this during our conversation about funding for the CARES Act. Almost mass giveaways for business owners, just in case somebody walks up and then they're not wearing a mask, but to be in compliance. I don't feel comfortable about putting the burden on the businesses to have a stock of masks to do this. I don't know what that number is, how many we would need, but I think that that's something that needs to be addressed. And I think that there was a comment earlier talking about the mandate from government, but we are mandated by government to wear our seatbelts. We are mandated by government you can't drive, or you're not supposed to drive without car insurance. And so this is, I see that there are, in some instances, in order to encourage behavior, we have to have government doing its part to protect its citizens. And I think that's what we're doing in this instance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Jones, let me just say this. There is a provision in the ordinance that does authorize the mayor to, with your approval, of course, to use COVID funds to help make masks available at businesses on MATA and places like that where, you don't want to turn someone away that needs to engage in an essential service and they don't have a mask. So, that's contemplated in this document.
Thank you.
Councilman Jones, I'm just trying to make sure that you're not recommending any friendly amendments. The only amendment that I have so far is removing 301.
No, Dr. Warren did accept the friendly amendment that we remove 606, being that we can bring it back if necessary by resolution. Did you not?
Okay, I got it.
Yes, but I think that was the 606 that you thought it was. You still want it to go?
Yes, but still be able to bring it back. By resolution.
I think that we probably need to vote on that amendment because Councilor Wade really did make a good point there, that we have to have something. And I think this is better than nothing, but if you want to make a motion and get a second, we can vote on it.
Councilman Jones.
Okay, I move striking 606 that deals with fines and penalties under this revised version of the ordinance.
Do I have a second?
I have a question before the vote is taken.
I need a second. Second for discussion purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, can I come back to you because I had other people in the queue and
it's
on this particular. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, on this particular subject. When we voted when we agreed to accept the amendment to take out 3.1, it was said that burden of regulation, I don't want to say policing, the regulation will fall upon the businesses and how that works out with the health department. If we take out the 6.6, 1, 2, and 3, wouldn't it still be the same burden is still on the business and the responsibility is still on the business and whatever penalties would be on the business, correct?
Attorney Wade?
Let me address that. If you go to 608, what we do have is a section dealing with the penalties that can be assessed to a business. That will be the driver to require them to insist that masks be worn in their facility. And that is even at a low level with the understanding that you can always increase it by resolution. So I would suggest that if you took out
6.6.
if you took out 6.6 paragraph 2, that would allow you the opportunity to add it back by resolution. Otherwise, a warning, why would that be a problem, Councilman Jones?
It wouldn't. So I would be okay with removing 606.2.
And then that way you have, there's no monetary fines assessed, you have a first offense warning, you maintain the hammer that you have over the businesses, and they only get penalties after 3 warnings. So, I mean, I don't know how more lenient you can be. So that, if that answers your question, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Okay, so that way we'll still have some teeth.
Yeah.
Okay, so Councilman Jones, you said removing 6.62. And then Alan, you said we still have the opportunity if we need to bring it back for a second offense community service, we can. Right?
That's correct. And you know, that community service would not be implemented right away. This ordinance is going to take a little time for the administration to craft and to get agreements with MIFA and other people to really implement it. So I don't think you would think tomorrow, if we pass this, we're going to start dragging people over to MIFA to do work or dragging them to city court. But I think that's a reasonable compromise to get it done.
Okay. Jones, Councilman Jones, you accept that?
I do,
Warren,
yes.
you accept that? Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Warren? Okay, so are you withdrawing your motion, Councilman Jones?
Yes, ma'am, because it was accepted as a friendly amendment by the maker of the motion, well, the chairman of the order.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, just point of clarification, when it comes to restaurants, at what point did we say they would need to remove the mask, or how does that work when you go into a restaurant to dine?
This is Alan Wade. I can repeat what Councilman Warren said. I mean, you have 2 options. One, you can, once you're seated, you can be excused from wearing a mask. What Councilman Warren said, that once you engage with the wait staff and they're within 6 feet of you, he would like for you to wear a mask. Now that may be somewhat cumbersome to take on and off. So I mean, I think, you know, it's all about intensity and duration of exposure. So I would think that, you know, you can do one or the other, but those are the 2 options that you have.
So Councilman Warren or Councilwoman Easter Thomas, is it take it off when you're talking, or how are we doing that?
Councilman Warren?
Get off when you're talking? No, I don't think so. I'll give an example. I'm sorry, Dr. Warren. I don't know if I cut you off because your mic wasn't on yet. But Dr. Warren and I serve on the SCS task force. We meet every Thursdays in SCS board auditorium. We talk into mics. We have our mask on the entire time. And they hear us clearly over the live stream in the building, and that such. I think that if you can't talk with your mask on, you might need just a little bit more room in the mask, or a little bit more elastic on the ear. I know medical, but that's just anecdotally. I'm just speaking.
What you want to try to do is think about it. If I was that waiter and I was coming up to you, would I feel comfortable coming up to your family for 5 or 10 minutes taking an order and nobody having their mask on and people laughing and talking loudly giving me orders? So part of this is the only reason you would put it on is to almost as a courtesy to the person who's waiting on you and providing you with the service. So I think, you know,
we're not going to mandate that. I'm going to try to make this a social behavior. Just like, cover your mouth when you cough, or you say, excuse me if you burp. When someone comes up, it's going to be polite to put your facial covering on when you do your order. But as it is now, we just have to have people wear it to get to the table. And if they do that, then they can have a choice of whether they want to put it on or off, and whether they want to protect the person or not. So I think just getting them to have it inside the restaurant is the first step. And then people will start to figure out what's the polite thing to do, what's the safe thing to do, what's the kind thing to do. If this person is coming to serve me, I don't want to get them sick. And, because they're already covering their face so they won't get you sick.
And
So
I
I say that's how you do it.
And I understand that. I know we're passing an ordinance, so I'm trying to understand the language to make sure that people understand, because they haven't been dealing with this as long as we have, and they may not know. They're only going to go by what the ordinance says. And so I wanted to make sure that I understood, even in trying to communicate it to constituents, that when you're in a restaurant, you have to wear your mask. And so if there are families in there that don't have the mask, will the restaurant owner have to call the police, or do they call the code enforcement and ask all the family to leave? If they have kids and the kids are wanting some more ranch and you have to order the ranch, do you put every time you need a refill on tea? I'm just trying to understand that. And then, like I said, will the restaurant owner need to call the police if a family or if a patron decides they don't want to wear the mask, to get them out of the place? And I know I heard Attorney Wade say that this is more so for guidance for businesses as opposed to individuals. But I guess I was looking at it for individuals, in that if you're out, they're walking down the street and they don't have a mask on, and you get a fine, you get a warning. If you don't go to community service, is there contempt of court? What are all of those fine-tuned things is what I was concerned about, because I don't want to see people end up, having some type of court fines and things like that, number one. And then also, when we talk about putting, small businesses that are just getting back on track, are they going to be fined $100 whenever customers do not want to wear their mask, or they forgot their mask? And there are a number of things that, when you read this as a individual or as a elected official, thinking about your constituents, there are a lot of questions. So I'm not saying it's not the right thing to do to wear a mask or try and mandate it. I just want to make sure that we've looked at all of the implications that this could bring about for small businesses, for young millennials in the neighborhood, for families that are out, and the list goes on. So I'm just trying to get clarity.
Madam Chairman, may I respond to that?
Yes, you can. Attorney Wade?
Yeah, one thing I would suggest after hearing Dr. Warren's comments is maybe we could compromise by saying that when you enter a restaurant, you will wear your mask until you're seated. And it is highly recommended that you wear your mask as you engage with the wait staff and the employees in the business. And so that way, that is sending a clear signal about how you handle that situation. Councilwoman Logan, we've taken fines out of the equation. Business will probably be given enough fair warning that they aren't following the rules before any civil penalties are assessed.
Well, I was more so asking about individuals, in addition to that as well. If you're given community service and for some reason you don't go to community service, is that going to be contempt?
No, the way it was worded before we took community service out, that's been deleted now.
Okay, we're going to take service out.
That's been deleted. The only thing that's in there now is a warning. But if you had it in there, you would only forfeit your $20 court cost if you did not do community service. So you got an option to give the city $20 to go do community service.
I guess my question was, if you did not go to community service, would that be contempt?
No, it wouldn't. That's not even an issue now because it's been deleted from the ordinance.
All right. Thank you for that. That's all. I yield back, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair, so much for that recognition. My concern is, are such policies in existence in South Haven or West Memphis? What is the possibility of us doing something for the businesses to try to make sure people continue to visit businesses here in Memphis and not get discouraged by this policy and start running to South Haven? Right now, I know plenty of people in White Haven that go to South Haven already. And if you implement something like this, this may even encourage more to take that 5 minutes drive down south or even go to West Memphis. Now, personally, I'm all for the mask. My family is in the medical profession, and I've had 2 to experience the virus. And it's nothing that anybody, they said they would wish upon anybody. It's a horrible feeling. I do not get it by any means, you know, what they're directing the family members. So I do believe the virus is real. I've ran into people. I met them in Walmart just 2 days ago. And the gentleman was just refusing to wear a mask, and it's going to kill you. You shouldn't have the mask on. That is the thought process of a lot of people in the city. But I do have a concern about, I don't want the businesses to lose business and people running to South Haven and or West Memphis. What can we do to help the current businesses keep the customers coming in? Those are my concerns.
Councilwoman, this is Alan Wade again. I think a lot of the businesses are doing it anyway. I don't think it's going to help them if someone contracts the disease in their business and their business has to be shuttered or quarantined. I mean, I think that's your problem. I think the culture is going to, I mean, it's like everybody's going to be under the same rules. So competitiveness is going to make people want to do this to make people welcome and willing to come to their businesses. You know, I go to businesses a lot now, and I see a fraction of the people that I used to see because people are not comfortable going in these businesses. So, I mean, that's the flip side of what to respond to your concern is that you're trying to do this to make people comfortable as a trade-off. If you want to be in business, you want to open up, you got to protect your neighbor. That's the trade-off. So, I mean, that's the way I view it. And 190 cases today is nothing to sneeze at. So, you know, I mean, we talk a lot about Black Lives Matter. Do they really? I mean, this policy will help Black lives the same way that you believe that changing police policies will help Black lives. So are we really serious about Black Lives Matter if we don't enact policies that will protect one of the most vulnerable populations that we have, the poor, the people suffering from comorbidities? Those are all our people. So that's why this is important.
Okay, does it answer your question, Councilwoman Johnson?
Of course, and I'm supporting the mask, but I'm saying we still are going, I think the business people are going to be affected by, because people who are opposed to it will decide to go to South Haven or West Memphis or wherever to avoid this policy. Because there are some strong advocates that are against the mask. And I was just trying to find some way, how can we save that economic stream from leaving the city of Memphis? That was my concern. But I do understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. In following Councilor Wade, I would say I don't think anybody is really arguing about the intent of this. We're all here trying to do the right thing. And I think the difference of opinion is about the effect and the unintended consequences that come with an ordinance like this. And almost goes without saying, but each of us are starting off by saying, I think it is not wearing a mask in public is disrespectful and dangerous. I thought long and hard about those two adjectives, and I feel pretty good about them. But I don't feel as good about the effectiveness of this ordinance. One, I think it would be effective if we were really going to enforce it. But we get into some authoritarian state issues. China would be a good example of how they came in and strongly enforced it, and probably did it in terms from a public health point of view, were pretty effective. And on our side of the spectrum, if we're not going to enforce it, I don't think if people aren't afraid of COVID-19, they're not going to be afraid of our warnings. And so practically speaking, the penalties or lack thereof that we put in place, I don't think is going to change human behavior. I would have some concern on the economic point of view. I think people are scrambling, they're fighting to survive right now. And just with human behavior, if a customer walks in a store and they're turned around because they're not wearing a mask, I don't think they're going to go home and put one on. I think they're going to go to the next store down and buy their beer there or get their hardware supplies there. And they're going to go about their day, and they're going to realize that's the place to go from now on until this pandemic ends. We could always do a better job of educating, but with the conversation, the shelter in place, everything that's been going on in the media and TV, people are pretty saturated with the COVID-19 conversation. And I'm not sure if new information is getting in. I was at it was a peace and justice prayer walk this past Saturday. There were about 300 people there, and I would say everybody had a mask, but only about 75% to 65% of people were wearing them. They had the mask and it was pulled down around their neck the entire time. And I don't think there's any ordinance we can write that's going to change that behavior. Social pressure is going to be far more important. And I'm not sure this gets the ball across the goal line. I enjoy the conversation we've been having now, especially Councilman Logan. We're really trying to dig into the language. I think there's a real important principle that we need to practice here and going forward on all of our legislation. Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch put it in a majority opinion this week that the intention of the lawmakers does not excuse the language of the law. Essentially, no matter what our intentions are, what we're saying in the debate, the people in the administration will be required to follow what the language is. We can't then, after this is passed, make handshake agreements with them about how to enforce things or how to do things differently, or that part of the ordinance counts, this part doesn't. Or we got to get the language right. And in this case, I think what we have is pretty much unenforceable, or maybe the practical reality of government is to just, kind of whisper, it won't be enforced. And if we shouldn't be passing laws that we're not willing to enforce. So I would be in favor of doing this if we could do it in a way that didn't overstep our limits as government, and two, would have, I believe, a change effect on human behavior where we'd be wearing more masks. The bottom line is I think this creates more problems than it solves, because we're going to get a lot of pushback on this. There are going to be a lot of businesses crying foul who are doing this right and other ones are doing it wrong. There's going to be a lot of self-reporting in calls coming in about folks that aren't following this if it passes. And ultimately, we might not see any real tangible medical benefit from it if it doesn't move the needle. So that's why I say I think it's going to create more problems than it solves, and I'm going to be a no vote this evening.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. I have 3 other council people that want to speak, but I want to allow Councilman Colbert. He was in the queue. He has the cards. We had individuals that sent letters in about this particular item. So I'll allow him to read those, and then I will allow Councilman Smiley, and then allow Easter Thomas and Warren to close us out.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just kind of start off, I don't think I caught the answer. Does South Haven, like Germantown, Collierville, Bartlett, Lakeland, Arlington, Fayette County, Tipton County, do any of them have mask ordinances like what we're proposing? I guess that's a jump ball question.
Nobody has it.
Okay. I'm just curious. All right. Does Nashville, Jackson, Mississippi, Jackson, Tennessee, Little Rock, anybody have these kinds of things? I'm just curious.
We would be the first. I think New York has it. Every place that's been blown away by this thing has got a mask ordinance now. And if you notice, we're rising.
Okay. I'm just asking. All right. And I think everybody's really already hit the points, but I did have a question. What if somebody comes up and says, get your mask on, and they have the authority, whether it's police or health department, and somebody says like, I'm, I don't know, paranoid schizophrenic, or I have a phobia. Do they have to have a doctor's note? I mean, or is it just, okay, fine, go on about your business? I mean, is there a provision in this ordinance that addresses that?
I think the way it's written now is that the person merely has to say that they have a health problem. They don't have to say what it is. We've identified what those are. And as we start this, realize that I think one of the things Councilman Morgan said is we don't know what the unintended consequences are. The unintended consequences of not doing something different are that we're going to see COVID make us look like New York. That's the unintended consequence of not doing something. So right now, to realize that we can have people say, hey, I'm claustrophobic. And you walk on because we only need 60% of people to do this to make it work.
Okay. All right. We had touched on every other topic, and that was kind of the last on my checklist. All right, colleagues, we have 2 letters on this issue, and let's, I'm sure y'all probably wish to respond or answer perhaps. Just remember, I'm the messenger. First letter is from William McMillan Rodney, MD, FA, AFP, FACEP. I guess that's a doctor. 3030 Covington Pike, Memphis 38128. Dear City Council, please drop the proposed mask ordinance. I speak in opposition to the advice given you by Doctors Warren and Jane. They have not read the science of the situation correctly. Having served as a professor and chair of family medicine, both at UT and Meharry Medical College, I left these positions to establish an office in North Memphis, which is open 7 days a week without an appointment. During these years, my group has seen over 750,000 office patients, delivered over 7,000 babies. We opened every day this year. All attempts to criminalize unhealthy behavior have failed. Not only failed, they demonstrated the futility of enforcement when citizens cannot and will not comply. Our waiting rooms contain the most current and valid evidence available. Will Memphis police be given the task of arresting scofflaws? Once again, the poor and undereducated are most likely to be ticketed. For years, we have used every trick in the book to require flu vaccination. In this season, compliance is at 45 to 50%. You cannot legislate compliance when the benefits are not visible. Respectfully submitted. Public comment 2 is from Gregory Dabov, MD, et al., 180 East Chickasaw Parkway, Memphis 38111. Dear City Council members, this letter is a response to the proposed city ordinance which would mandate face covering in public places. As physicians in the Memphis area, we have significant concerns regarding this ordinance and feel it would be detrimental to our city's overall health and well-being. The argument in favor of face coverings claim that they offer us protection from the coronavirus. There are no scientific studies or data to support these claims, which he sends us references 1 through 3, and I can share them with you. This fact explains the initial recommendations of the CDC and the Surgeon General that public mask wear is not useful. It is unfortunate and confusing that their opinions have changed because the science has not. The WHO has constantly advised since the beginning of the pandemic that masks are not helpful for asymptomatic individuals. WHO has recently released a report regarding use of masks for COVID-19. They still only recommend masks for symptomatic patients and note that medical masks function better than cloth masks. Reference 4. Studies have shown that when worn properly, a cloth mask will allow 90 to 98% of aerosolized virus to cross the mask barrier, depending on the number of cloth layers. Reference 5 and 6. That's not enough to warrant the better than nothing argument. Articles supporting mask wear written since the pandemic began are reviews of previous studies and acknowledge that direct evidence is limited with regards to the effectiveness of cloth masks. Reference 7 and 8. The current CDC guidelines recommend face covering in public settings if other social distancing measures are difficult to maintain. The CDC defines an exposure as an individual who has had close contact, less than 6 feet, for greater than 15 minutes. This is a very rare occurrence in public places. Below are some issues the council must consider regarding cloth masks. The CDC criteria for exposure defined above are rarely met in public places. 2, cloth masks are to date scientifically proven to be ineffective in preventing transmission of COVID-19. Only N95 masks have shown to prevent transmission. 3, cloth masks give a false sense of security to the wearer and may lead them to be less diligent with proven methods of protection, hand washing, respiratory etiquette, and distancing. World Health Organization advised on the use of masks in the context of COVID-19, interim guidance dated June 5th, 2020. 5, cloth masks are proven breeding ground of bacterial infection. Many of the patients we have encountered during this period have presented with filthy, unwashed masks. This has the potential for infections other than COVID-19. The vast majority of the people wear their masks improperly and their nose exposed while frequently touching and adjusting their mask. 7, mask wear promotes fear and anxiety, both of which are proven to weaken our immune system. They diminish our ability to communicate, preventing the proven benefits of smiling. 8, mask wear has now become a political, not scientific issue. Currently, they now only serve to divide us at a time we desperately need to be united. 8, enforcement. Asking our already stressed and maligned police force to enforce mask violations makes little sense. We are not entirely against the use of masks. We would support tax dollars being spent on N95 masks to be distributed and tested to our vulnerable citizens. Protecting our vulnerable population should be our primary focus. We need to do a better job of educating the public on hygiene, respiratory etiquette, and social distancing. We also need to better explain the CDC's definition of exposure so they can avoid it. We should not create ordinances that give the public a false sense of security. We thank you for our service to our city, and it was co-signed, and these are all doctors: Dr. Dabov, Labach, Mock, Weller, Toy, Sheffer, Cleveland, Mascioli, Dr. Mrs. Dabov, Rodney, Job, Olinger, Biggers, Dr. Pickering, well, they're all doctors: Pickering, Rodney, Sawyer, Ryder, Mihalko, Colandruccio, Greer, Campion, Tabor, Eads, Henning, Neal, Murphy, and Azar. That concludes our letters. Thank you.
Thank you. I have,
Madam Chairman, may I respond to one thing?
yes, yes.
I heard some familiar names on that list that do require you to wear a mask when you come into their office. Go figure.
I just read them.
Councilwoman, can I just address one?
Councilman Jane, I mean, not Councilman Jane, Dr. Jane. And then I want to make sure that I get Councilman Smiley.
So I know there were, I would say the following, Councilman Calvet: there are a large number of factual inaccuracies in the facts that were put, or the opinions in ways that were put in there. I will say just one thing I'll address. To this date, we do not have a randomized control trial or even a good trial which shows that we should be wearing a mask in the operating room. We do not have a study that says that a surgeon needs to be wearing a mask in the operating room. You know, what I would say, are we going to ask our surgeons then not to wear a mask in the operating room? So I just want to put things into perspective. I did hear many of the things that those physicians have said, but there are a number of inaccuracies in there.
Thank you.
Just read
Councilman
'em.
Smiley.
Yes. This one is a tough one for me. Because I've taken time to read through some of the emails they received, some of the business owners who expressed, you know, the fact that they were uncomfortable with the resolution. They thought it was an overreach. They thought it was going to impair their business. But you know, I've heard a couple things today that kind of, I guess, helped me make up my mind. From one, Attorney Wade, he said that, you know, if Black lives do matter, we should be taking all steps to ensure that, you know, people live long lives, healthy lives. So I think that stuck with me. Councilman Morgan stated that if people are not afraid of COVID, they will not be afraid of our warnings, and that's true. But I would, you know, just thinking about that doesn't mean we should not take precautions just because some people are going to make bad decisions. And you know, I think I hear Councilman Jones in my head when he always says something along the lines of, you know, I'm a financial planner. I do, you know, financial planning business. I'm not a doctor. If I go to the hospital, I'm gonna rely on the doctor's expert advice. I'm a lawyer. I don't claim to be anything else. So I'm not an expert on this. I do know that the doctors that I know, the doctor that I trust on this council, tells me that it's in the best interest for all people to wear masks. And I'm just not in a position to value dollars over the health and safety of people. And the doctor on this council tells me that this is what we would be doing. I would yield because this is an area of expertise and it's not mine. I'm not going to medical school tomorrow or any other time. So I'm just gonna yield to Councilman Doctor. I think that's important here, Dr. Warren, and he tells me this is what we need to do. And he said it numerous times. Dr. Jan has said it numerous times. That's why they're here, to give us advice on areas we don't know. I don't know anything about whether or not a virus can penetrate a mask. And Dr. Jan said it himself that, you know, doctors wear masks inside the operating room while there's no study to tell them they need to wear masks. Why they wear it? Because they know it's prudent. So that's all I have to say. So Dr. Warren, Dr. Jan, if you believe that this is the best decision for this body to make, I will yield and follow your guidance here.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Smiley. I'm gonna allow now Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Dr. Warren to close it out. And then Madam Comptroller, I want you to be prepared to call the question on this item as amended.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Colleagues, I think that we have had a very, very robust discussion, and I'm glad for that because it really shows that we have a multitude of perspectives and interests that go into everybody in Memphis who would be impacted by this ordinance. I just want to reiterate a lot of the data that Dr. Warren, Dr. Jan, and also Attorney Wade has brought up. We, since the beginning of this, even since the beginning of this proposed ordinance, we've just seen astounding rising numbers in COVID cases. And the majority of those have not been in our seniors, you know, that have been answered that robocall survey. A majority of them were under 54. And that might be the same majority that may not. Those are, I saw your head pop up, those are stats that we got from the health department. These also might be the same people that Councilman Morgan refers to as may not be afraid of COVID. However, as Attorney Wade and as Attorney Smiley, Councilman Smiley, both iterated, Black lives in Memphis are impacted by this. Therefore, we should be concerned because that is our city. That's the majority of our city. Black people are the majority of Memphis. Not all, but the majority. And so whatever we can do to preserve health, I think should be a priority for this council. We have had a great role on today of making sure that what we're voting on is positively impacting our citizens. And I would hate this ordinance to not follow suit with that positive impact. We've seen the numbers. We cannot argue with data. We shan't argue with data, but a lot of businesses are already following this. As far as the tourism, a lot of out-of-town cities are already following this. Dr. Warren brought up Texas, Arizona, and Nevada. They have less in their state combined versus Shelby County. So I think that that's something that has to be thought of. And if people are turned away from businesses requiring masks, then they probably weren't going to come to our businesses anyway. But Memphis is very attractive in what we have. And I don't think a mask would stop anyone from experiencing the Memphis experience or what we have now. But I do think that after Warren speaks, we just need to go ahead and call this for a vote. And I ask that we support Memphians, we support the healthy progression or degression of COVID in our county, and we just support what we know is right, which is protecting people, not putting them at a disadvantage, which is why Councilman Jones removed the certain penalties. We just want people to be safe. Dr. Warren and I just want people to be safe. So with that, I yield to Dr. Warren and also just asking for a vote on this item.
Dr. Warren?
Dr. Warren, could you read that comment I just posted as well?
Which section did you have to read?
Councilman Smiley posted that one can't enter court without a mask now. I think the thing we need to think about with this is that I really think if everyone is doing this, it's going to be a way that we actually get tourists. The poll that we did, that Councilman Robinson did, blew me away. I was completely shocked by 88%. There's a very loud vocal, 10 or 12%, but I think the vast majority of people out there want us all to be safe and protect each other. And that's what we're trying to start with this. We'll initiate it, and hopefully we'll be able to see a flattening of her growth rate, and we'll be able to go on to the next phase after people have gotten used to this. And if the story that we were able to put out in Memphis in 4 weeks is they initiated a mask ordinance, they flattened their COVID curve while they opened their businesses, we can be a model, I think, for the country. And I think that's what we're trying to do here. We also have the ability to crank it up if it's not working well enough or people aren't paying attention, but I think they will. I think by making it a law and making it a mandate when we're inside, it gives people the way that we can protect each other. And I would hope that I can get you to vote for it for that reason. Thank you, and I call the question, Madam Chair.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali?
No.
Carlisle?
No.
Vice Chairman Colbeck?
No.
Sir Thomas?
For the sake of all Memphians, especially Black Memphians, yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
No.
Smiley,
Out of respect for my colleague, Dr. Warren, yes.
Swearingen,
For saving lives and myself, yes.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. I have great news. Items number.
Chairwoman,
Yes.
Chairwoman. Director Young is still on the call. He decided to stay on and we can proceed with his item.
You're not supposed to say that.
I was going to say, items 51 through 54, we're moving it to the next meeting. I can't believe you did that to
We're
me.
tired and silly.
Director, y'all. That hot fried fish was waiting on me. Okay, item number, Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 51? I'm in distress.
Yes, Chairwoman Robinson. Item number 51 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $4,150,000 in available tourism development zone surplus revenues for infrastructure improvement projects in the Pinch District. This resolution is sponsored by Housing and Community Development.
Director Young.
Move it.
Thank you.
Yes, so thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Council. I know it's been a long night. I actually have a full presentation that I would like to give, and it's regarding 51 through 55. And so in the interest of time, I would like to go ahead and hold it until the next meeting. And Chairwoman, I'll get with you to talk to you about whether we can bring it down to the full council and do the same night minutes thing at that time. There are a number of bond resolutions that are tied to it. And it'll be some of the council members' first introduction to the downtown TDZ, which is why I think it'll take a few minutes for me to go through a little bit of context, which I would like to save you all on those nuances for tonight. And I will ensure that you have the presentation well in advance.
Thank you, Director Young. So we you had items 1 through 50, 51 through 55, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're withdrawing all of them for 3 weeks, right? Holding
Correct.
them.
Holding
Thank
them.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Councilman, thank you. Councilman Covett, do we have any other items that, any cards that you want to share with us at this time? Public comments.
Well, I thoroughly enjoy reading everything, and don't worry, I'll be here every 2 weeks to read all your cards and letters. No, we have no letters, no further letters.
Okay, thank you. Has anyone reviewed our same night minutes?
I have, Madam Chairman.
Councilman Covett.
All right, colleagues. Thank you. Colleagues, items 17, 18, 19, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 56. I find them to be in order and urge to move their adoption.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councilman Covett, seconded by Councilman Canale. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canale,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Odette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen, Warren,
Aye.
Carolyn Robinson.
Aye, and Councilwoman Swearingen said aye as well. That motion
Thank you, Madam
passes.
Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you, Madam Comptroller, for being so patient with us tonight. That item does pass. Thank you. That brings us to the end of our meeting agenda, and I will entertain a motion to recess this meeting.
Move to recess.
Second.
Second.
So it was moved by Canale, second by who?
Smiley.
Oh, Smiley. Okay, thank you. It has been properly moved and seconded. This meeting is now in recess. Have a great weekend and happy 4th of July.
Is that the Buffalo Bills?
The Howard Bison.
Good job, everybody.
Okay.